Alrighty, you're testing a 1, 2, 3, and a 4. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Wobble on here, Wobble for short. We're down with another episode of Walk Down Memory Lane. Today we have Lusha.
Hello, everybody. I'm LushaThePanicBird. It's nice to meet all of you.
Alright, so we got quite a ways to go with all the things and all the questions. So, we do need to ask the very first important question here. There's going to be a lot of introductory questions here. When did you start playing Final Fantasy XIV?
Long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, I started playing Final Fantasy in college around the time I was... How long has this game been out? Because I've been playing for a while. I actually probably need to look this up.
August of 2013.
August of 2013. I probably started around 2014. I was still in A Realm Reborn, but I was not at the August release. This is because I was in college at the time, so it was a little harder to I was also playing World of Warcraft at the time, though I was getting a little disenfranchised with that franchise. But I wouldn't say I was a WoW refugee, but I was definitely looking at replacing WoW at that time. So I started about 2014 in A Realm Reborn. I didn't exactly play the end-game content, but I played through enough of the game to really have experienced it and the long Titan quest line.
Yes. Cool. Yep. Yeah. Well, that's a thing. And Yeah. Wow.
There are people who do not remember that. I don't have the most amount of hours in this game compared to a lot of people because I play it consistently, but very casually. I've only got I only have about 4,300 hours into the game, but this is a game I've been playing for 12 years now, so that's, in the grand scale of things, not the most amount of hours at once.
I mean, no, I get that. I think for me currently, it's at least almost... This character alone tells you about almost 10,000 hours, and then probably all my other alts I have, and that basically adds that up there, like, yeah. But probably some of that time was probably being AFK, looking chill and pretty. So you already kind of answered my next question, which basically was 14, your first MMO. You said you were a WoW refugee.
Yep. I was a WoW. I guess you could low-key consider me a WoW refugee, but to be fair, that wasn't my first MMO. My first MMO was RuneScape.
Oh, okay. All right.
I don't even mean the RuneScape 2. I mean RuneScape.
Yeah, the original old school RuneScape, right?
Yeah, I played that on the AOLs.
Oh, yep, I remember AOL. Oh, man. That gives me old.
Carbon dating myself over here.
So next up, what kind of race do you play in 14? What is your main race, and do you still play it to this day?
So I will flip it. I'm gonna flip this question a little bit. My main race in 14, as you can see, is Lalafell. It is the one that I play the most. It's the one that I have the most various alts of. Though the main alts that I've been playing lately has been Aura. However, Lusha did not start off as a potato. I actually started off as a Makote way back in the day. I think my character's name was Kuro something or another. I was a Makote for a while, and then towards the end of ARR, I fantasied to Lalafell as a callback to actually my main WoW character at the time, as a character called Inello, and I played Black Mage at that point, and since then that was I have been a Lala main since, and I don't see that changing anytime soon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, listen, I was many races before Femara pretty much stuck with me, and that was like towards the end of Stormblood, but I was probably mostly every son of the route. Because I started out as a male Rokugan.
Yep.
Because I also started that way because I played a Tauren male in World of Warcraft, so
big respects.
Yeah. So I was like, and I wanted to play tank.
Yep. I started off as a Makote, and then the first thing I actually changed to was Elizin, and I do love the Elizin design, but I hate it was a Fem Elizin. I hate how Fem Elizin run. If you've never seen the animation, it's almost like their elbows are locked to their hips while they're running. and it just bugs me so much. All the other animations for Fim Ellison is fine, but that one always just drives me a little crazy. And I just, because you spend so much time running in this game, I just couldn't get past it.
Just good. Oh,
It's actually
man.
my alt started off as an Ellison that I actually have some art of, but I ended up swapping to Ara because I just thought it looked better and the animations looked better.
Oh, no, completely fair and understandable. Yeah, I mostly played a lot of male races when I started, and then I swapped eventually to, I said once, well, actually, one time I played female rogue briefly for a week, then swapped back to my male, and then I did, I think at one point, I played female Lala, but that was much later, and I did that for about a while. All right, next up, I do have to ask, what job did you start off with Final Fantasy XIV, and do you still play it to this day?
So first job I started off in Final Fantasy XIV was Gladiator. I'm not even going to call it Paladin because I never even got that far with it. For those who don't know, back in the day, tanks did not start with AoEs. Warriors, I think, might have had one, but Paladins didn't get their AoE until like the 40s. What we had was an ability called Flash. That is how we AoE aggroed. To this day, I have PTSD from that noise. I could not do it for the life of me. I back in WoW, I was a warrior. Back when I played WoW back then, I was a warrior main and a paladin main, and I sorted and boarded for both of them. So when I came to 14, I was like, I'll just sort and board over here. I couldn't do it. I ended up swapping to Dragoon for a while, and I played Dragoon till a little after Titan. And then I hit the problem I had with Dragoon, which is back in A Realm Reborn, when you had positionals, if you didn't hit your positional, your combo would break. And I was not the best at hitting my positionals, mainly because I wasn't playing 14 consistently enough to know which button required what positionals. And those buttons back then, the positionals would change between each button. You didn't have time between the combos. Like, each button press outside of the first one was a positional. So I had a lot of problems playing Dragoon. So I ended up swapping to one of the other classes that I really liked in Final Fantasy, which was Black Mage. That's what I came back to a little before Heavensward started, and that one and Dark Knight when Heavensward dropped were probably my mains for a while. Okay. And then I still have urges to play Black Mage every now and then. It is not currently my main, though, thanks to ADD, my main changes sometimes every other week. But I would say I am more of a healer main who likes to spread their wings and play other roles than I am a Black Mage main these days.
Okay, yeah, because it said, for me, I started out as Paladin, and I remember with basically, I went all the way to Paladin. And that was, I just wanted to try tank and I knew, but now when you remember being Flash being a thing, all you really had was Flash, circle scored, and then you had to basically, in order to keep aggro, you had to go and switch your 1-2-3 combo between mobs. It was just like, dude, and it was the worst.
We might get into that later when we talk about Stormblood, about why I didn't end up, why I never said I truly made Dark Knight.
Right, yeah. It's like,
as Lindsay Liu pointed out, every time I get the urge to play Black Mage, I almost immediately regret. Now, that being said, last tier I played Black Mage for M6, and I actually was having a lot of fun with Black Mage.
Okay.
So there are times where I can have fun with Black Mage, but it can be rough with that class sometimes.
So based on things, and I've kind of I jumped into a couple of streams to observe, what kind of content do you mostly focus on?
So for 14 these days, I have two main content that I'm going towards, and the first content, the main content that I have for 14 is my raiding content with my team that I've made, that Lindsay Liu, one of our fellow Zaibatsu team members, is the co-raid lead for, which is the Cozy Tatoes. Totally based off the fact that when I was making this team with my friend Zaid, right before we recruited Lynn, it was he and I, and we were both Lalafell, so I was like, I want a casual raid team that's very cozy, and we have potatoes, so we're the Cozy Tato Raiders. Kenda is also Kenda was part of the team for a while, and now she's a consistent ninth man who fills in for most days when people are out. So that's my main content. Right now, we're taking a break from doing the main higher end raid team to kind of work on our fundamentals, figure out where the team's going to be for Evercold, and try to figure out what classes people might want to swap in and around for the next expansion. I have been off and on healer main since Endwalker Pandemonium Tier 1 for 4. And almost every other tier, I end up going back to being a healer main. Usually in the mid tiers, I swapped to being DPS. So that's kind of like where I end up kind of swarming back to. But that's my main content. Lately, I've been doing other content where I have been playing through the story again. And I'll you already told me these questions will come up later, so I'll elaborate later. But I will say, as a brief, my Dawn Trail story experience was not as enjoyable as previous expansions, and I wouldn't say I've fallen out of love, but I have found it more difficult to get up and play Final Fantasy XIV to the consistency I used to play to, even during Endwalker. And so what I have been doing is I've been going through and I've been playing the story on an alt character, my Aura Sophian, and I also have a bunny character so that I can catch up to Sophian when I finally end up playing her off stream. And I've been going through the story. Right now, I'm mid Heaven's Ward. I've been going through the story and kind of reinvigorating my love for the game. Like, I actually found out I actually really, really enjoy, especially now that it's been cut down a lot, the Realm Reborn storyline is actually not nearly as bad as I think people give it credit for, give it negativity for. I think people just kind of remember that everything else got more epic from there. But I don't think people understand the fundamentals of how that built from the bottom, like how you went from being a kind of low level adventurer to kind of this larger than life warrior of light character. And I actually appreciate seeing that growth in real time. So that's been my two major contents with 14 of late.
Yeah, and we'll definitely delve more detail, especially about Aurora. And like, I think it's really good that those are good points that brought up, because a lot of people, they always say Aroma Born's a slug, so when we really talk about it, we'll definitely go into detail what the differences, we have now than back then, Next up, we are going to go ahead and talk briefly about 1.0 once my VTuber appears. There we go. It's delayed. It's delayed. It's fine. So we already kind of briefly talked about it before we started. The main thing I want to know is, have you heard stories about 1.0?
So I personally did not play 1.0, but I did and the friends who got me into A Realm Reborn did play 1.0. The three main things I remember them talking about A Realm Reborn was it was a lot like older. It's kind of like a lot like older World of Warcraft meets Final Fantasy XI. One of the things that I remember hearing about, which some people tend to, I think, maybe overly glorify, was the story was very bland. It was very generic fantasy for a Final Fantasy story. And the class system kind of existed how it did now, but it was very clunky and unintuitive. Like playing the game on a lot of levels was really hard, and there was a lot of nowadays when people tell you the quickest way to get from level 1 to level 100 is you start your character, you play the main story quest, you will get a class to max level by the end of that, and probably multiple if you spread it out enough. Back then you did not get to max level through you would get your last level would come from main story quest, but you would not get to max level from doing the story quest. You had to do other things in between. You had to do hunts, you had to do dungeons, you had to do fates, all things that you kind of did have to do a little bit in A Realm Reborn, but it was more exasperating. It was more of a problem in 1.0. It was part of the thing that kept people out of it, was that it was very grindy in a time where MMOs were pulling away from being grindy, where you were trying more, where the grind came more from the in-game content, not getting to the in-game content.
Yeah, that's what I could definitely say for sure. Someone who's played Final Fantasy XI as their first MMO, where basically it was a grind fest just to even get to the end game.
Yeah,
And
that was MMOs back then.
Mhm.
MMOs back then were about the journey, not the destination.
Right.
Nowadays, it's more about the destination and the journey.
It's like both at the same time. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
So I'll kind of briefly talk about my 1.0 experience, because I did play it very briefly. This was right around I was a pretty much a junior in high school, and I remember my dad got it and he played it, and he was like, he was having trouble with the game or whatnot. I was like, all right, Dad, let me go ahead and give it a shot. And so I got on. I played for a bit. And I remember getting on and basically leveling to level 7 Lancer, level 3 Blacksmith, and turning it off. Because I was like, how you do these things, crafting was a little weird. I was like, I liked it better than I did for Final 11, because 11's was really RNG, good luck. But like playing 14 is like, oh, I can actually be a little more like this. And it's just like, oh. And then how slow it was and how forever it was to hit an attack button. So yeah, I necessarily I think I was kind of happy that I kind of skipped out on it because it wasn't my cup of tea. Plus, I said to myself at that point, I already put too much time in 11. If I want to go back to MMO, I'll just go back to 11.
Yeah, no, that was fair, and that was pretty much my thing. Is I was in the middle of college, and that was like my second time around in college too. Like I had already flunked out of college once, so it was like I have enough time to focus on one MMO, and I don't even think I was playing that much World of Warcraft at the time when 1.0 was out. I think I was pretty sure I was either playing Terra or I was playing StarCraft 2. I think I was doing one of those two things if I wasn't doing schoolwork.
Oh yeah, okay. StarCraft. Ah, man, it's the one thing.
I used to be a big, until I met my my future wife. I was a huge StarCraft player. That's basically what I did in my free time.
Oh, okay, yeah. I never really got into that. I think like I never really got into Warcraft till much later. So.
That's fine. You're fine. You didn't.
Yeah,
I love the game. You didn't miss much.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about Warcraft 3 and such, not World of Warcraft. But I did play WoW briefly into Cataclysm, but well, that's not the topic here today. But yeah, we'll go ahead and get started, and now we're gonna get into the meat of things with the Realm Reborn. Before we do so, we're gonna take a little break here. So be right back, guys.
Go fill up my water.
Alrighty, folks, we are back. We are now into a Realm Reborn, where the game is rebirthed.
Playable.
It is reborn. Yes. Yes. So we kind of, with our next set of discussions and stuff like that, we'll go ahead and talk about, we'll start with some story stuff. Do you have any recollection of the job storyline that you did in A Realm Reborn?
This is where I have to admit I was kind of a very noob player. I do have recollections about the Dragoon storyline because a
Okay.
friend of mine corrected me when I was playing it, and I eventually did this correctly for um, Black Mage, but I I only have the recollection of the Gladiator storyline and mostly the Lancer storyline because
Mm.
I didn't understand the because okay, so jobs do not work the same way they did back in the day. Back in A Realm Reborn, when you did a job, you got to 30, you completed that job quest to get the next level to go from being a lancer to dragoon or a thaumaturge to black mage or
Mm.
gladiator to paladin. You had to get levels in a different class to level 15 to get to the point where you could do those. Paladin, I believe, was Gladiator and White Mage. Uh,
Mm.
Dragoon was uh, Lancer and Warrior, or Lancer and Archer. I think it was Warrior though. And Black Mage was Black Mage and Arcanist. Um, so I didn't do the Dragoon storyline because I didn't have the prerequisite 15 classes in either Bard or Archer or Warrior,
Yeah.
um, and kind of just plowed through the regular storyline as a Lancer until my mid 40s. I fought Titan as a Lancer, by the way.
Awesome. That's amazing.
A friend of mine, after we did that, was like, "Okay, I'm going to fix you." And we went and he helped me through the Dragoon storyline. So we did eventually fix that. And then because I knew about it in advance when I came back as Black Mage, I did do it. I liked the Black Mage storyline because the Black Mage storyline was the first storyline back in A Realm Reborn. Because I didn't know about Beast Quest, I just thought all Beasts clans were being considered like evil, and that maybe they would do something else with that later. Turns out Beast Quests have been a thing for a long time, and I just wasn't aware of it. But Black Mage was the first introduction where you interacted with goblins, Amajar, and I can't remember the other one, but you interacted with them in a positive light where they were helping you as a person, not just trying to kill you. So that
Yeah.
was basically my first interactions with that. I really liked the Black Mage quest; it kept me going on. Then I got to Heaven's Sword and did Dark Knight. We'll talk about that when we get to Heaven's Sword. But oh my god, that changed it so much. But yeah, that and I did Black Mage storyline. I remembered it very good, but I don't but again, it was definitely something that was different experience as I was a newbie back then.
Yeah, no, I get that feeling, and I mean, thankfully, I guess for me, since I played since beta phase 2, I kind of had things of like that came up.
Hmm.
So for me, I know like I kind of think thankfully I already kind of had the idea, but it's because I had friends that were already like blasting through, and I think in like week 2 with the release, they hit level 50 already, and I'm like, brah, I'm still like in the 30s. Like, what are you
Yeah, so
doing,
here's
dude?
the thing. As somebody who went through 3 classes in A Realm Reborn, it was hard to level back then.
Yeah,
It is not like it is today,
yeah, the grind.
because hunts didn't give you, because your experience bar was much larger back then. So hunts didn't give you basically a level of experience every time you completed one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Not hunts. Hunting log didn't give you like a level of experience when you completed one of them. You didn't get from like 1 to 10 completing like level 1 to 10 hunt logs. You got like 1 to 7 or 8 if you were lucky.
Yeah.
Gear was a little bit harder to get as well. And the biggest thing, and this is why I can't do, or why I struggle with Eureka and Eureka-like content, is the main way you level was fates. Because
Mm-hmm.
dungeons didn't give you as much experience in one go as fates would give you, and they were also harder to get into.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that was basically my struggle was I had to go through levels 30 through 40 in Costa del Sol twice. Because I did it once for Dragoon after I got my Gladiator to 30-something and stopped right before Titan when I quit initially for finals. And then I did it once again when I came back right before Heavensward dropped with Thaumaturge, and oh my god, that was so much harder to do as Black Mage than it was to do as Dragoon.
Dude, it was like I said, I would definitely agree with that. The grind definitely was very brutal back in a Realmborn. I pretty much leveled all jobs, battle classes specifically, to 50 at that point. And it was brutal. I'm like, thankfully though, I started support, so playing as a tank was like an advantage I had going through a lot of the content early on. But try to definitely do things as DPS and whatnot was brutal. Try to level up my monk, and I think it was like quite a few, like some of the other jobs too. Just like, dude, oh my god. But
yeah, and I was a mouse over macro heal main in WoW when I did healing, and that it was not intuitive back then, so I was not a healer back in the day. I could not select fast enough, and I just hated it. So I literally, once I got through Black Mage, once I caught up on the story with Black Mage, I just Black Maged the story for the longest time.
That is fair and valid. So we're gonna go ahead and we'll talk about real quick here. We did talk about some of the story stuff briefly. Well, actually, we'll go into the story of 2.0. What were your feelings about it?
Nowadays, my feelings are different than my feelings were back then. My feelings were, this is a really fucking long story. Oh my god, was that a really, really long story. You know, everybody is a huge fan of Haurchefant, and I, these days, am a huge fan of Haurchefant. That is mostly because of Heavensward. I fucking hated that guy in A Realm Reborn. Oh my god, he would not be your friend at all. He had like a 20 quest storyline before he's like, I trust you now. You're obviously a good person. He was like, it was so bad. And that's before you get to Titan's fucking forever in a day quest line. I quit the game on Titan twice, I'm fairly certain. I got there once as Gladiator, and I just got burnt out, and I was like, I have to stop. I have finals. I have several coding projects that need to be done. I don't have time for Final Fantasy and WoW and Terra, so I dropped Final Fantasy, and I think WoW at the time as well, to focus on my coding. And then when I came back to Final Fantasy, I was just like, man, I leveled up Dragoon, which was already another slog, as I talked about before, and then getting back to the Titan storyline after I did that was just another infinite slog. It was so rough. Once you get past I'm not gonna say Titan. Once you get past kind of Garuda, the story really picked up though, and it was fairly good. I would say my big complaint, which is an inverse complaint people have now, but as somebody who lived through the time, it's like, no, this is valid. You don't understand what was like was Castrum and Praetorium and Ultima. Because back in the day, when I did it for the first time, nobody stopped. What do I mean by that? Cutscenes were skippable, so people beelined it to the end of the dungeon. And it was an 8-man, so it was very easy to do. People just booked it. I basically had cutscenes interrupted by other cutscenes because I was trying to figure out what was going on in the story. And like, it literally got to the point where in Castrum where people circle back around, I was still at the beginning because the cutscenes were hitting that often. That was how fast people were burning through it. Praetorium was worse. I don't think I got past the part where you get to the Magitech armor before the dungeon was done.
Oh my god, dude.
And that dungeon is an hour long.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, because it was actually one of the things I was gonna ask about, because like I remember my experiences was Castrum, they just told me watch these cutscenes at the end. But Praetorium, I got very lucky because I had one of my sister and one of our friends from an FC I was in at the time offered to join me in a queue, so I could go and enjoy the cutscenes. Now remember, I'm a tank, so they kind of needed me, but like,
yeah, they couldn't do the cutscenes without you. Yeah, I was a black mage. They absolutely did everything without me.
Yeah, I was the tank, so they're like, can you please skip the cutscenes? Because I was like, no, I want to watch it. I'm here for the story, damn it.
Yeah,
I want my story, man.
I will have people know that the Final Fantasy community back in the day, and yes, this is going to come up a lot, was not, that is a phrase I'll be saying a lot, was not the same as it was, what I'm going to say as mid to post Stormblood. It was very different. They were much more brutal. And yeah, that was... now, I will say I had a very fun experience back with the old setup, where I tanked La Habrea as a scholar.
Yes.
back when La Habrea was absolutely the complete dumpster fire that he was. He was not a threat at all. Now I redid that fight recently. He is a challenge to do correctly.
Yeah.
He is not the same as it used to be.
Not to say that it used to be. I'm so glad they went and did that though. Like created like.
Oh yeah, no, it actually made him a viable threat, and I appreciate it.
Think of Cape Westwind too. They made him a viable threat.
Yeah, no, he's actually an interesting fight now. It was Cape Westwind used to be your favorite trial to get because it would be done in 25 seconds, and that wasn't even a joke. Like, that was my fastest clocked time on that fight.
It was fast. You were like, all right, I'm done now. It was crazy to get, but nowadays you're just like, oh, okay, it's done. Yeah. Okay.
It's done. Thank God, I don't have to do that again. I only have vague recollections of the post story. I think that was because I was in a lot more of a I remember doing it and having done it recently. I enjoyed it. It does still tend to go on for a while in comparison to the new way A Realm Reborn story is done, which I have done recently, and will say it's a much more better paced story than it was before. The .X storyline, I think they cut out a couple of the quests, but it's still a lot you're going through. And Heavensward had dropped about the time I was getting to that story, so I don't have the greatest recollections of them. I remember the Shiva storyline was interesting. I remember the other Ascian you fight was not interesting. And I remember dragons were cool. That's all I remember about those back in the day.
No, I gotcha. Yeah. So okay, it's definitely, like I said, it doesn't like hit you as hard back then because but like since we are kind of talking about it, do you remember basically the very end, kind of like what basically with the banquet with Raban losing his arm?
That
and it was right before.
Talk about a cutscene that really set up a lot of nothing.
Okay.
Not a negative stance. At the time when I did the cutscene where spoilers for those who might not have done 2.0 already, a game that's been out for over 12 years. The scene where Nanamo dies, and at the time I thought she had actually died. And Raoban, who had been an active ally and somebody who worked really hard for you, lost an arm, and the Crystal Braves betrayed you, was kind of a big deal. And having gone back and recently done the storyline, I know a lot of people do not like, for reasons we'll get to in the future, do not like, God, what's his name? Crystal Braves guy who cuts off... Isbird, yeah. I know people don't like Isilbird a lot, especially after all the things he did and all the betrayal he did. They set up his betrayal, in having done it recently, they set up his betrayal really well. You really don't know that he's potentially about to turn on you until you get to that sequence. You might have picked up on a couple of weird things that he did, but he was pretty at your back for most of the .X storyline where you're working with him. He's very honorable facing and very much the one. I was mostly believing, and I recalled this being true, that Yu Yu Hase, the Lalafell, was the troublemaker, which he was, but it wasn't. You didn't realize that he was just somebody working under Isilbert, and that really kind of was something that caught me off guard when I did that storyline back in the day.
Okay.
So I think that was, again, I've done it recently, so I have a little bit of a changed bias, but it really was an interesting way that they handled it.
Yeah, no, definitely for sure. Like going back and revisiting, because we remember that a lot of the quests, or rather a lot of the story, because back then it was like, oh, because everything kind of goes differently. But now when you go back and revisit, it's like, okay, this all makes sense, or oh, okay, I see why they were doing what were they doing here, that kind of thing. So next up, I do want to ask the Crystal Tower raids. What are your opinions about them?
All right, so this is another newbie experience, I need to admit. I didn't do blue quests back in the day a lot.
Okay.
I didn't do Crystal Tower or Manderville, I think, until mid Heavensward.
Oh.
And it was fine. Back then, I don't have the same burnout as I do with Crystal Tower. It was a very interesting series of dungeons back in Heavensward when I was doing it regularly. Even though people were more geared, the mechanics actually mattered a little bit more. Some of them still do. People still mess up the final curtain a lot. But it's still, back then, mechanics really felt like they were more impactful. Nowadays, it's just a chore. And I get that people say that, but it was interesting, and I'll be fully the first person to admit I forgot about Grahatia by the time I got around to him showing back up again.
Actually,
it was not he.
Yeah.
And maybe this might have been just my experience, so take this with a grain of salt. It was not that he was the most forgettable part of it. It's that I was more focused on Nero coming back and my interactions with Nero specifically. So I was more on, what's this guy who's competing with Sid going to do? I'm curious to see where he's going to show up again, and my experiences with Nero going forward. So that was pretty much where I was with Crystal Tower. And again, I did that a little bit late as well. So
okay.
But it was really fun.
Yeah, I guess I remember, like I said, like I know when it first came out, it was actually a lot different, especially when you did the first part, which required 6 tanks instead of like 3, and just having to do all these the mechanics were so different back in the day. So like, you just remember you had the 6 tanks. I do remember, like, for the Bone Dragon, you actually had each tank kind of take the skeletons, each one tank each, and then you had one tank focusing on the Bone Dragon. And then you had Cerberus.
Yeah, I don't even think when I did it, there was even 6 tanks. I think they were already down to 3.
Yeah, I think it got, because they did at one point make it easier so they could do it with 3 tanks as opposed to doing it with the 6 when they first came out. I was like, huh, this was very, it was a very interesting time, but...
I get what they were going for.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm glad they changed it.
Yeah, I'm glad too. It's like, you know what? I'm glad you guys decided to do that because now it's now easier for folks. So, another kind of like an oddball question here. Were you around when they decided to release Ninja around, like, I think it was like 2.4?
I started the expansion around the time they released Ninja, and I think it was a good idea that they did it, and I don't even mind how they did it, because it was relevant to the story's progression and very specifically the Dolmen showing up. I'm glad that they have decided since to put all the classes at the beginning of the expansion and not at the end of an expansion, because it definitely felt like when Ninja dropped, it felt like something was missing from the game up until they dropped it. But it definitely was okay, I get why you guys did it. Don't do it again.
Yeah. No, and I think it was a weird time, and I kind of found it was odd, because to me, when I'm used to a lot of my other MMOs I play, everything would drop on the expansion. Final Fantasy XI did that. Yeah. Like, you got everything, the next expansion, it had jobs, the jobs were there. If they didn't have a job, they waited to another expansion to release them.
Right. From what I gathered, they always wanted to include Ninja, but because of how the A Realm Reborn process went, and I'm gonna phrase it like that because that feels like the correct way to phrase it,
Yeah.
because of how A Realm Reborn's storyline was built up. And I don't mean storyline like the game story. I mean the storyline like the story of how we got from 1.0 to 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was one they had intended to release when the game dropped, and they didn't. So they had a development team working on Ninja in the background, and then they worked the story to make it make sense for them to add into the game.
Mm-hmm.
That is what I remember being talked about for it, and it makes sense that that is kind of how
Yeah.
Ninja like feels. It feels like something that they meant to have it always be in the game, especially when you look at the Rogue quest line that came before Ninja. It really does feel like this is something that was meant to always be there, and it wasn't there because it wasn't ready. But the way that they released it was, in my opinion, they released it very elaborately, um, in a way that didn't seem like it was shoehorned in. Like it felt like its release had purpose. It was
Okay.
impactful in where you were at in the storyline, why this became something that happened now and wasn't something that existed earlier.
You know, that's a very interesting point to bring up because, again, what I actually remember is like, yeah, like I remember when they started releasing Ninja, it was indeed when it came around that point. But what was so interesting to me was like the whole idea. I remember talking to Mr. Happy was doing a stream, and this was around the time that Ninja was coming around to be released. And I went and asked him the questions of like, you know, we don't really learn, like, our character, our Warrior of Light, doesn't really know about ninjas until basically around that point. Why
Mm-hmm.
is someone able to suddenly at level 10 go and become a rogue and become a ninja? But
Yeah.
the way you brought up, like, and now think about the rogue storyline, that's a really good point.
Mm-hmm.
But like he was bringing up the idea, like, you know, you want to make sure the class is more accessible and stuff like that, because that's what we kind of more talked about, like mechanically of the game, made it more easy
Yeah.
to get to ninja without needing to slog through a whole story just to get to it.
Right. And
So
that was the thing, is like having experienced it as it released and then experienced it and then played through the Rogue storyline and Ninja storyline, which are good storylines. Not my favorite, but definitely up there on enjoyable.
yeah,
Like it's the Rogue storyline slots in well before you become Ninja. Ninja does feel like it slots in weirdly as a post Shiva um story release, but if you were playing through the game as it was going on, it made sense in the perspective of where you are in the story, how playing Ninja unlocked. A lot of people might not get that these days, but having lived through A Realm Reborn as I did, it does make sense. It does. It
yeah.
feels like it fits in as it should.
Okay, yeah. Well, I definitely. Alrighty, let me go and just ask a couple more here. Before I ask this specifically, have you been part of where like you had to shout for groups back in the day? Before Party Finder?
I was part of that. I did. Party Finder, I do believe, came out before the end of Realm Reborn, but I was
It was
playing
around.
back when I had to go to.
Yeah, it was
I
around.
would go to Ul'dah to look for parties.
Yeah, so it was definitely around 2.1. It was right like after it was the first patch that came out. They came up and used Party Finder, but it wasn't like cross world or anything like that. It was mostly just your world specifically.
Mhm.
So, you still had to like, yeah.
I was lucky because my friends basically stayed up and got me into Balmung at the time, which was one of the most popular servers. So I was able to get dungeons quickly. But it was back in the day when every class was kind of a little bit more even on trying to find dungeon material. That being said, that was part of the reason why doing Fates was faster than doing dungeons, because you didn't have the same downtime of waiting for Fate to find people for dungeons.
Mm-hmm.
Even after they introduced the system for queuing and the Party Finder system, it still could take a while because the Party Finder was not cross servers
Yep.
for a little while. It was just your server. So if you had a very low pop server, it could take you a while to get dungeons.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I do remember that. And the fact that with all that and whatnot, I think definitely was one of the coolest things. I mean, at least it added so it was something a little easier, so people weren't like necessarily having to shout all the time. So they were like, oh, you need something specific, you had that party fighter. But obviously, again, as we said, at that time, it was only just for your world that you were currently in.
Yeah. It was better, but it had room to grow.
Yes.
I mean, it still has room to grow. They're growing it again in the next expansion.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, my God. Oh, that's gonna be, bro. Or they're just trying to release it before the next expansion, but you know, that's the time.
I did hear that one too.
Yeah. So did you happen to touch the coils at all when?
I did not touch coils, and because I was told coils did not end up in the normal raids rotation, I don't think I touched coils until Shadowbringers.
Okay, that's completely fair.
I will say, in retrospect, I kind of wish I did, because I always wondered where the hell Alize went. And she really doesn't show up unless you go do that set of quests.
Yeah, and
that's not there.
Yeah, and that's the biggest issue, is that you wouldn't know that, because also the worst part about Coils of Bahamut, it was pretty much like your Savage raid, because in order in order to get the story, you had to actually do the mechanics and such in it, but it's like it was on more like a Savage level. So I know it would like discourage people from like going and checking out that storyline.
Yeah, more people were more interested in doing Crystal Tower than they were doing coils. Like, there were people who did coils, don't get me wrong, but more people, like, it felt like even though you needed 24 people, Crystal Tower was more accessible than coils.
Yeah, no, definitely for sure. Yeah, because you definitely want, you know, the nice little story as somewhere. Did you happen to, did you try any of the extremes on content?
No, I did not do any of the extremes on content, and I got carried through the hard modes for the most part. Okay. I just to get a heads up, I didn't do. I will explain why as we get to Stormblood, but I didn't exactly do end game content until Shadowbringers, like extreme level plus content.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, you're
I
good.
started doing normals and mid Stormblood.
Okay. Hey, sometimes it may take a bit before you get there. I know people who don't jump right in immediately to the raid scene, so that's totally understandable. I know I said for me, I definitely jumped into raid scene as soon as I could. That was just something I was really determined to do. Something different than, because obviously in 11 there was raiding, but I couldn't raid because it was all end game. To get end game, I would need to be level 75, and I wasn't even 75, and people were inviting me to stuff, and I'm like, I can't. I'm only like level 65, level 60.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I can't do anything about it.
I will admit part of my reason for taking so long was due to personalized drama that came from a different community that I was a part of that really off-put me from wanting to join another community. This is not something that is it happened in World of Warcraft, but this is not something in particular that is normal even in World of Warcraft team circles. Basically, and I don't want to stick on this for too long, but basically I was part of a guild, and the guild was a very roleplay guild that we were trying to get more into raids, and I was one of the officers in the guild, and I didn't even want to be an officer, but because I was just so active at the time, they had me be an officer. And after being an officer, running a few events, and basically, and again, I was still in college. Basically, a long story short, I was somehow one of the few people I know who has ever gotten kicked out of a guild for being too nice. Yeah, no, that is the reaction I get from most people. And so when you have that kind of, hey, you're too nice a person, we don't want to be around you or associate about it. And yeah, Contagion was with me at the time and warned me that this was going to be a problem. But when you have that kind of people interaction, it really off-puts you from wanting to join another group of people, to the point that I didn't try it wasn't until Stormblood that I wanted to do the raid scene, to be fair. I also just didn't have time because I was in college during most of Heavensward. It wasn't until Stormblood that I really wanted to do the end game content, especially when Kefka dropped. And it wasn't until Shadowbringers that I started trying to get into that content.
Okay.
Because I was still trying to get the courage to get past interacting with people in a gaming community again.
Okay. All right. I'll just ask this one last question here, and then we'll go move on to Heaven's Ward. Did you happen to touch the PvP at all in Realm Reborn?
Nope.
Okay. I just had to ask because you never know.
I touched it one time. I don't even remember how it went. I literally played it once and went, I like PvP and WoW better, and I just didn't touch it again until, except for, I didn't touch it again until Stormblood, and I only touched it for daily experience. I wasn't even, like, really interacting with, like, I would play the PvP, but I wasn't interacting with the PvP.
Gotcha. Yeah. It just isn't, yeah, exactly. Man, it's about 5 minutes before ads. I was trying to time it right. Damn it.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're good. I was just like, because I want to make sure the break happens so that if we're in break, people don't miss anything. But I do have, actually, you know what? I'll just throw this out here. Ally Society quests. Did you ever touch them?
I didn't, but if we're going to try to talk about quests I did touch that were really interesting, I want to talk about how much fun the developers had with the Manderville quests. I know that it might be more relevant when we get to Endwalker talking, but even back then, some of the funnest quests before I was allowed, like my friends, IRL friends who got me into the game, before I was allowed to continue into Heaven's Ward, I was grabbed and chucked at the Manderville questline, and they were like, "You are not allowed to leave here until you pass go." And it was, by and far, I appreciated the gesture because it was the funnest set of quests I've ever had in any MMO to date. I get that for some people, the comedic break in what is otherwise a rather serious storyline is not appreciated. I am not one of those people. The Manderville quest line, I have regretted that I have not done the Manderville quest line for Dontro yet, because the Manderville quest line up until in every like, I missed it in Shadowbringers. I was sad we did not have more Manderville in Shadowbringers.
I mean, the only Manderville appearance in Shadowbringers is literally a dungeon we could talk about later.
Yeah,
that's his only appearance.
And that was the only interaction we had with him. And I did get it in my first one, which was great.
Oh, that's
but
awesome.
Yeah, no, I was so upset about it. But yeah, no, the gentleman zombie interactions was great. Godbert Manderville's suplex from the heavens was fun. Battle for the Big Bridge with Greg was probably one of the best dungeons I did in Realm Reborn. I still think it's one of the more interesting ones, but I almost never get it.
I know, it's so good.
I don't remember if Squid Boy was also Realm Reborn.
Yes,
or not.
Yeah, it was towards the end. It was him.
Yeah, the first one.
Yes.
Yeah, they were also really fun. So yeah, it was I always tell people, I'm like, before you go into Heaven's Ward, make sure you go do your blue quest, and make sure you very specifically go this blue quest.
Yeah, because Hildebrand, and I feel like that's the point of Hildebrand, is definitely need that more comedic storyline. Because
right,
we run
especially
because like especially the fact that your always deals so dark, like a lot of stories around are really dark. So having that nice little funny haha moment storyline on the side is I laugh. I mean, see, the entire time I was laughing.
It's so cathartic. It's
yes.
so cathartic. So enjoyable. And yeah, there's a lot going on in that sequence that just feels good. It feels nice and enjoyable. Because it really does break the mold and allows your character to kind of have almost a slice of life comedic moment outside of all the craziness that happens within the 1 year of Final Fantasy storyline supposedly we've gone through. And I'm not going to get into my complaints about that today, but you cannot tell me the world has almost ended 5 times in a year. I'm sorry. Give me a little bit of a break.
Give me a little bit of a breather room, guys. Come on. God damn. No, definitely for sure. Like, I love the whole thing with Reborn Up. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead now. We're gonna go ahead and jump into the next section, which would be Heaven's Ward. We're gonna give it.
Looking forward to talking about this one.
Oh boy. But yeah, with that, we'll be right back. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and now we're into Heaven's Ward. As a little fun fact, just for a little thing from me, my end, Heaven's Ward tends to be the most impactful of probably all the expansions, and it's mostly because the song that comes from it, Dragon Song. Dragon Song actually has lyrics that really hit me hard because I actually left a cult around this time, and the song talking about truth and what is this truth. And so it hit hard because I was like, ow, like, even though it wasn't really talking about, like, you know, religious at the time, it's just the impact that it had, like, I was going through something similar, like, whoa, wait, what is this truth anymore?
It has applicable nature.
Yes. Yes, exactly. So for me, it was like, oh my god.
No, I so get it. I so get it.
So, the first question I do have to ask here, is we probably touched base on it early on, but did you happen to touch Dark Knight as soon as it came out?
I played Dark Knight shortly after it came out. I would say I did the majority of the storyline as Black Mage only because I was trying to get my Dark Knight caught up in between doing the story.
Okay.
I was also trying to catch up to the story with friends as well, so it kind of pushed Dark Knight to like the back corner. But I was playing Dark Knight by the end of Heaven's Ward. Like Dark Knight became my main until basically Shadowbringers, and even then, by the end of Shadowbringers, I would say it was back to being my main until I made a raid team. And Sage dropped.
Sage.
Yeah, spoilers for the future.
Yeah, right. So for since it looks like you did play Dark Knight, what were your feelings about the storyline of Dark Knight?
It is my favorite storyline of all time, especially because of the time of my life that I was in, trying to come to a few personal acceptance things of myself, of which are private and I'm not going to get into.
Right.
But the duality of Frey and you, the Warrior of Light, and how you react to people around you was fascinating. The fact that depending on when you were doing the quest, it was even back then when you were doing the quest, if you were Dark Knight and you read your quest text, it was different than when you were a different class reading your quest text, which I didn't find out until I was about 40 something. In level, not age. I'm not 40 yet, thank God. I'm already old enough. But yeah, the quest line was like fascinating. It was so good, and then everything after Frey was also pretty interesting because it was like getting back to your cult conversations. I was not a part of a cult. I was part of a religion, but I was also having a lot of questions with my religion, and especially with the storyline going in and around Heaven's Ward, the storyline with Sigurd, and I can't remember her name. I always forget her name, but Sigurd and co. And around his idea of protecting her from her mother was just good. It was also really good and really interesting. I'm also a sucker for adopting small orphan children in D&D and roleplay and everything else, so I was just like, yes, please, I will protect the child.
Give me child, I will protect the child. It's my precious.
Give me child, I will adopt this child, and they will become home.
It will be my precious child.
Yeah, so Dark Knight was really cool. And also, Dark Knight back in Heaven's Ward was the power fantasy. Oh my god, it was so fucking busted.
Oh man, we can talk about it for hours. The power, yeah, because we have the power of Dark Knight and Warrior. And I was a warrior main
Dark
at that
Knight
point.
has not hit. I would say Warrior in terms of DPS was higher. I would say Dark Knight in terms of just being a better tank was just, oh my god, it was so gross.
It was so nice to have, because that was basically what we did back in Savage terms. Like, it's basically you would have a Dark Knight main tank and a Warrior off tank, just because the Warrior was just DPS, was just crazy.
Oh god, it was so Warrior DPS was better than I believe Monk and Ninja in Heavensward. On an average, I think the only reason that you never worried about the Ninja was they also brought the thing that made the Warrior's damage better than it.
Goat, or if you had a bard that prevented the use pay on, which basically would prevent the pacification that we used to have. When you use Berserk, I go Berserk, and then 6 seconds of auto attack, auto attack, auto attack, and I'm like, I hate that.
And then Bard was, as somebody who's been playing a lot of Machinist, I do find that they, I didn't play Machinist back then, but I do find that Bard has just always made Machinist feel a little on the offside.
So actually, since we're talking about this, this was the era of the Fizz Rage caster. What were your feelings on that? If
as somebody who played caster in A Realm Reborn and only played a little bit of Machinist, it was weird, but like I managed it fine. I'm glad it's not that way anymore, though. Like, like I, as somebody who was watching Scribbleliz's content at the time and was really getting hyped into the game, I could tell you I understood her complaints about suddenly having mobility and then no longer having mobility. It really felt like 14 was trying to turn all the ranges, was experimenting with the idea that all range classes, caster or Fizz range, would be like all melee classes where they would be one grouping, and it just didn't. It really messed with the feel of the Fizz range, the Bard and the Machinist. They just didn't feel like they were playing correctly in comparison to a caster who it made sense that you would stop and cast your spells.
Yeah, because that's what you do as a caster. Like, hey, I need to cast my spell. Okay, I'll now slide cast and go woo.
Yeah, I'm still not that. I've been raiding for 5-6 years now. I'm still not good at slide casting.
Slide casting is still something I struggle with too, and especially my plans, which we'll get into for Evercold later. But yeah.
Yeah, so I would say that it was an interesting but failed experiment.
Honestly, that's the way to look at it. Okay. Next up, we'll go ahead and talk about briefly. I know we talked about this in the beginning, regards to your feelings of you've basically been like a lot off for life. For the most part. Did you happen to touch Aura for a brief moment?
I did not really touch Aura until Shadowbringers, where I made a couple of different alts with Aura. It took me a while to come around to Aura, and not because I feel like Aura as they exist now are bad. I feel like the problem I had with Aura is I saw a lot of the concept art that they had for Aura, where they were more draconic looking and more demonic looking, and that was so much cooler than what we got in Heavensward. I still feel that way, but I've come back around to Aura being like, with time and growing used and accustomed to how they look now, I have grown to love their look as it is. As you saw when we were on break real quick, I sent you a quick picture of the Aura that I have that I play on my alt. I do love them nowadays, but back then I will admit I had a much more negative opinion about them because of what they could have been, not what they were. I now appreciate them for what they are.
Yeah, definitely for sure. And it takes some time after a while to, because I think even like it was disappointing, but also like I was like, oh, you know what? And then later down the line I was like, okay, this is too cute. Okay, I'm keeping this now. And just Stormblood, I was like, that's it. Nope, not make a race change unless somebody wins a Fantasia. Alright. Next year, we're going to ask about, we're going to talk quickly about the Alexander raids. Have you touched them?
No, I didn't touch them until later. I do think the storyline for them was interesting. I think they were still trying to be too much World of Warcraft back then, though, because I do remember the Alexander quest line or dungeons have mobs in them that are hit a little above their weight class. Um, and I do believe that was the last time they experimented with having mobs before bosses, and I'm kind of glad they're just bosses now. You just get to go and fight your
Yeah.
boss, and if you want to do something that's more World of Warcraft style of raids, you have the Alliance raids for that. So, yeah, I did a lot Alexander later in my playtime of the game series.
Hmm.
I enjoyed the storyline. Because I'm a huge Final Fantasy nerd, Alexander is a cool um, concept to make an entire raid tier around. And Brute Justice is in my top 3 favorite raid songs of all time.
Oh, they're so good. Now the Alexander Raids are so
Just
good.
suddenly trumpets is the best
Yes,
thing
dude.
to ever happen in a raid fight.
Okay, it's like, yeah, hell yeah.
Just suddenly trumpets.
Oh, it's so good.
It's so good.
I remember back, also, this is about the time they actually did introduce 2 difficulties. You had your normal one and you had your Savage raids, which to me, I always will say was a great choice because that now allowed access for those who just want to do story. They had the story. And if they just wanted to do the,
if they just wanted the challenge, they could go do the challenge.
The challenge, but they had to still do the story part first before they do challenge. But for the most part, that was kind of like the idea, which I thought was, again, a nice touch.
So I do have a question for you because I didn't really interact with that part of the storyline, but it seems like you did. Did they treat the raid like they do nowadays, where the normal tier came out for like a week or 2 before the Savage tier dropped, or did both drop at the same time back then? Because that would have been the time where that experiment could have happened and it could have been different.
If I remember right, I think they were. I know they even did it in Stormblood. But I think I think it was about a week. You got a week later, I think.
Yeah, so it's about how it standardly is nowadays.
But like even then, back in the day when Savage even came out, world races were struggling with the first tier. Like nobody could get a clear of it. It took about I think 1 or 2 weeks to get a clear of the raid, and it was mostly because of A3S Living Liquid. That was the nightmare.
Yeah.
That's where the memes do come from. Because, he was a nightmare and people were struggling. And a lot of it was, apparently, it was, like, gear locked as such. Because, like, even if you had, like, really good gear.
I remember there has not been talks of overtuned raid fights since Stormblood.
Yeah.
I don't think a boss has been nerfed since Stormblood. But I do remember Alexander fights being nerfed or gear locked. I remember... and that was also early raid experimentation, so some of the mechanics they put in the fight were just straight up unfair.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and that's what it came down to. So, like, it was definitely the time of experimentation. They were still experimenting because it's like, Savage, maybe we can make it a little more difficult. Now they kind of learned what they can and can't do. So, it's one of the unique parts, like, earlier in the game. It's like, this is their time to experiment still. Next up on the list we'll bring up is the Weeping City of Mach series, or aka Void Ark series. I call it Weeping City for some reason in my notes. What were your feelings on those?
I can't believe they locked it behind unlocking flight. As somebody who did, again, I was still having a lot of newbie tendencies in Heaven's Ward. So I didn't unlock flight as I was going along in the storyline. My current playthrough, that is not a problem, and I'm definitely looking forward to when I get to Weeping City storyline, because I know I'm not going to have as much trouble unlocking it. I had to go back and hit every single area again because I was just having such a problem with doing it. I had to double back and go and do it, and that added like an extra like 3 hours of time. Now back then I was working as a delivery guy. I was just out of college, or I was flying through college, so I had a lot more free time because I was Heaven's Ward was my last few years of college. I had just wrapped it up. And then I was moving out into living on my own, and I was living with my wife. So when I was between different jobs, I just had more free time to do this work or to play that game. So 3 hours was not as big a deal back then. I just hung out with my wife and did it. But
Right.
yeah, it was. I still just remember being so pissy about it.
Damn it.
I was so butthurt about it.
Like, damn it, I forgot to do the flight.
Yeah, I didn't even know. Well, the problem was I didn't know it was a thing until a friend of mine was just fucking carrying me around on a 2-seater mount. That's how I did Weeping City. I did it on a 2-seater mount, and then I went back and unlocked all the flying myself.
Right. Yeah, actually, yeah, the flying was released around that time, and usually I don't talk about it very often because it's just so nowadays. Like I always forget. Yeah, flying was unlocked in Heavensward, and I never asked people's experience about it, and I think it's just because it's so ingrained in the game nowadays.
It's so ingrained, people don't think. I will say, as somebody who has done a couple of playthroughs where, both Heavensward and Stormblood, I basically completed the story and then went back and got it. Stormblood was I actively did it. Heavensward I reactively did it. Like Stormblood, I made the conscious decision I'm going to finish the entirety of the story, and then I'm going to go back and unlock flying in an hour.
Oh, the fights. Okay, yeah.
Heavensward, I did the entirety of the storyline up to like 3.3, and then went back and started getting them unlocked, and it was definitely having gone back recently I'm in the middle of my current playthrough of Heavensward, and I've been getting the unlocks as I'm going along, and I will give this super credit. While they didn't just give you flying for free, they basically did give you flying for free in comparison to some other games, but because they didn't give you flying for free, but they made it so it would unlock after you finished an area. Like if you didn't need flying for an area, once you completed a section of the storyline, you just had flying. That was it. That was you were done. That was nice. That is so nice because it is Final Fantasy XIV, I think, has one of the best ways of introducing flight, in that you do the storyline in an area, and if you do the storyline in all the blue quests and you grab all the aether flows, which are almost always just slightly off the path of directly to where you need to go anyways,
right,
you will have flying by the end of an area.
Yeah, and I think it's nice because you also explore the area more, so it kind of makes you have to like learn the little crevices.
Yeah,
and
it makes you actually see all the hard work these artists put into the world.
That's like the most beautiful thing about it. Though sadly, as obviously we'll talk about later, is that when the new expansion comes out, they cut that by half.
Yeah,
but it makes sense so people can get caught up in story and stuff like that. They're not wasting too much time on it. But, you know, when the first release comes out, you can be able to experience it all and see everything. So they want you to be able to do that. So, before we go into MSQ, another side quest series, the Warring Triad. What are your opinions about that?
I did it. I don't really have an opinion on it. It just kind of... As somebody who likes Final Fantasy VI, the concept of it was interesting, but I don't know why the execution just kind of fell a little flat for me.
Okay. No, that's completely fair.
Yeah, I get why other people really like the experience. I do believe, if I remember hearing about the extremes were a little overtuned, but I don't have an opinion about the Warring Triad. They exist. Occasionally I have to go do it during my daily roulettes, but yeah. I just didn't have a strong opinion about it. It felt, I guess I would say my biggest complaint is it felt disjointed from the rest of the storyline. Like it didn't feel like it fit in. I get that it was supposed to make was it Az's Law, I believe is what it's called, feel more full out, but it just didn't feel like it was related to the rest of what was going on in Heavensward, except for that it existed in Az's Law. Okay,
gotcha. So actually, there is one more question before the story, because I'll have to end the Heavensward stuff with story. Party Finder, with Party Finder, it got the upgrades. Now you can do things in cross world.
Best decision ever.
That's okay. Yeah.
Thank God you guys did that, because it made it, because I got off of Balmong either around that time or shortly after that time, and it was still nice because it was much easier to find dungeons in less populated worlds. So good decision. I have not really had a complaint about it since then. I like that they have expanded upon it more as they've been going through the years.
No, I think definitely for sure it was one of the best things that it definitely needed. Though I always will say one of my experiences, this is going to be talk real quick about Extreme, and we'll talk about Thorin and himself, whatever, in the story. The EX, I remember going in when it was still not cross-world at that point. It was still like, it was still in your server. And I remember I was trying out for a static. And in said static, we were missing our tank that night. So we had a party finder and another tank. And I was the warrior. So I was going to be warrior for the group. And I just remember as soon as the person that ends up joining our party is Xenos. And we went through the dungeon, we went through the party, and it was just my trial. I had no idea what I was doing during the EX, by the way. Just wanted you to know that. And so I realized that Xenos was streaming, so I jumped in one of his streams just to check it out. And I was like, as I was kind of doing my cags, doing my thing, I hear him go, "What are you doing?" And I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm sorry. I'm thinking to myself, I'm sorry. I kind of just got thrown into this. I wasn't expecting this. Okay. And so felt so awkward, but like, we did get the clear though. Like, we did get the clear, and I got in with the static, but it was like, what? It was one of my weirdest experiences. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I've heard a lot of people that finding statics back in Heavensward was it was simultaneously a trial by fire and a trial by how can we not talk a lot to each other while trying to do this.
Well, the thing is, actually technically it was my FC. I was part of a free company. We're all FC static, and even our tank that was missing was in the FC. I was just somebody on trial because I needed a tank, and I was like, okay, cool, and did stuff with them for the longest time in Heavensward until the end. That I won't go into too much detail because a certain ex of mine in my life literally just made it very difficult to stay with a group of friends for so long. So I constantly was jumping around. I never really stood in one place for more than like maybe 6 months to maybe at most a year. It was not a fun time. But with that though, we're gonna go ahead and ask the big question. We're gonna talk about the story now. The story of Heavensward. What were your feelings?
I'm going to start off by quickly summing up everything with one sentence first, and then I will elaborate.
Okay.
Heavensward was the storyline that hooked me into 14. These days, I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but it's definitely in the top 2 to 3, depending on the day of the week. But Heavensward actually hooked me. I liked, as somebody who I was promised myself I would go as long as I could without making a Warhammer reference. I made it about an hour and a half. I'm so proud of me. As somebody who's a huge fan and was a huge fan, especially at the time, of Word Bearers, who are a group of Chaos Space Marines in Warhammer who lost their faith in the Emperor during the Horus Heresy. I found and somebody who has also themselves had lots of internal struggles with their own faith, I found the whole interesting dilemmas and lies and deceit and trickery around the Heavensong War to just be absolutely brilliant. I have been going back through, like I said multiple times already, I've been going back through the storyline of Heavensward, and I'm currently like in the middle of it. We just got through the vaults, and Hashifon's death, which was already sad the first time around, and now that they added Alphino to that bit of quest line, is somehow even more sad.
Honestly, I'm glad you mentioned the vault, because that is like somebody kind of skips over, so I go, I got one word. And then people go, oh no, you reminded me.
Yeah, it's such a sequence. It's so proved that the Final Fantasy XIV team was really invested in their story being great. Also, no offense to Sam Riegel, I love him to death, and he actually was not a bad Alphino, and I really like him as kind of arrogant Alphino, but the change in voice actor to can't remember his name. Let me go look it up real quick. Alphino's voice actor. Colin Ryan. There we go. I knew it. Colin Ryan. He does an excellent, more regretful learned Alphino, I feel. And all the characters, voice actors being changed kind of also helps them be a little bit stronger. The characters had more impact. I am a huge fan of Amarik. I think outside of Kane-sana, Amarik is probably my favorite region leader. I don't know how to phrase it. But leader of a Eorzean city-state. I think everything leading up to defeating Nidhogg and defeating Thordan was fascinating, and then the sudden but inevitable fall of Vistinian, of which I did predict immediately upon him getting covered in blood, even back then. He got covered in blood. I'm like, dude, you need to clean off your armor. That's probably going to do something bad for you. And then he falls to evil. I'm like, oh no, the guy who went from being dressed in black armor to red armor.
Oh my god, it's the revenge.
Evil. Who guessed?
Oh my god, it's the revenge of the Horde.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
I guessed that immediately.
That's great. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's like, dude, you need to clean off your armor.
Clean it off for bad.
It was.
It was for that time. Remember that when the patch that came out for it was called Revenge of the Horde. And so and you got like the World of Warcraft people going, wait, Revenge of the what?
I was just like, oh no. I remember that. I was one of those people.
I was. But yeah, continue.
I think they might have changed it to be easier, but I also remember and I might be. I feel like I'm crazy. I feel like it's one of those weird effects where you remember something but it wasn't true. That like Estinian used to have a bigger part in the dungeon with Nidhogg in it, where he used to hold up the eye to defend you and you had to protect him from all the little dragons attacking him while he protected you from Nidhogg doing everything. I don't think he does that now. I think you just kind of go through the fight sequence and it kind of, because I did that recently and was like, wait, where the hell is Estinian? He just literally wasn't there, and I'm like, well, Nidhogg's dead. Where the fuck were you?
The only thing
to be fair, I did that one with a trust, so he was there, but
yeah, I think he's probably what it was.
Yeah, I think they turned. I think it's like, oh, he's a participant if you're doing the trust properly.
Yeah.
And oh god, I could talk about the Heavensward story for days. I think wrapping it up is just, it's a really, really good story. And I know that you shouldn't have to play through 50 hours of the base A Realm Reborn for people who do get bored of A Realm Reborn to get to the part where the story gets good, quote unquote. But literally once you get to Heavensward, it just hooks you. It really... It was okay. Kinda just corrected me. I'm not crazy. That was a change when they added the duty support. Okay, cool. I'm not crazy. But yeah, Heavensward is when Final Fantasy XIV story really starts to get good and really starts to hit its stride. It's also when you start to realize that Ascians are the root of all evil, or at least the root of every single problem that ever goes wrong in Final Fantasy.
Yes.
I feel like the Ancient Aliens guy. I'm just holding my hands up. Ascians.
Ascians. This is the problem here. Ascians, man. They're the ones doing this stuff. Now, I will definitely say for sure the 3.x series was really good. And you bring up a really good point. Because one of the few things I definitely like to mention, if you get through the slog, it's kind of like thinking of it as a long grind. If you get through that long grind of A Realm Reborn, and you get to the point in Heavensward, you're going to be like shocked at how the story goes. Whoa. But you got to have...
If you break up the story as reading a sequence of novels, and somebody tells you need to read book 1 to understand book 2, and then the story of book 2 is when the story starts to get really good, I understand you saying I don't really want to read book 1 to get to the part where book 2 is good. However, I will say you will miss an experience if you do not
Yeah.
do the Heavensward experience. It is
Yes.
worth your time and energy.
Oh, definitely for sure. All right. With that, we'll actually go ahead and wrap up the Heavensward portion, and we'll get ready for Stormblood. So we'll be back, folks. if I can hit buttons. There we go. Alright, everybody. We're back. And now we're into Stormblood. Just a quick experience for me. This is about the time I kind of fell off from Final Fantasy XIV. I did experience things for a bit, but this is kind of where I actually focused mostly on story and normal raid type stuff, so I kind of was in the burnout phase, you could say. But yeah, and I came back towards the end because I was excited for the next expansion. But I still came back and I started appreciating Stormblood a lot more when I came back to the game. But yeah, with that, we'll get started. The first question I have here for you is, this is about the time that Red Mage and Samurai were released. Did you try them out as soon as they came out?
Yes, I tried. I tried both when they came out. I gave both a couple levels of trying. It took me a little bit to. I will admit this is definitely a me thing. And it was a definite needed just to spend more time on the grind with it. I was not understanding Samurai. Like, I got the basics of it, but really sitting down and maximizing it, like, I did not get how people were hitting as high in numbers as they were with it until much later. Now, Red Mage, that replaced Black Mage as my not Dark Knight class I was playing. Once I figured out how Red Mage worked, it was just what I played all the time. I will say I had a little bit of, while I wouldn't say I got fully into the end game yet, I was starting to try to get more into Final Fantasy XIV. This was around the time fully done with college, starting to pick up on my personal career, really getting into streams between I didn't really watch them stream too much, but getting between videos between Drac and Scribble-Liz and Mr. Happy and other people. This I would say Stormblood was when I hit my Final Fantasy XIV stride as, like, okay, I want to do more in this game. I didn't, because I was still suffering from my PTSD.
I got you.
Insert cat gif of Vietnam War stuff. But yeah, this is around the time the 14 community started to change. But they hadn't quite reached it yet, and I wasn't quite ready to give them a chance yet. But I was still mostly playing Dark Knight, and I would say Dark Knight was my main for the vast majority of Stormblood, but playing a tank was rough in Stormblood. So I often played, especially because Dark Knight went from being arguably the best tank to, no question, the worst tank.
Yeah, it went up and down the spectrum.
Yeah, it went completely down the spectrum. And so what I did a lot of content was I did a lot of dailies on the daily, and I did a lot of the normal raids, and I did a lot of the alliance raids. And most of the time I was playing Red Mage, which has not really changed from its current class dynamic since Stormblood. And that's okay. It plays very wonderfully. It's a very well designed class.
Yeah, no, definitely, for sure. Speaking of, since I think you might already touched on based on this with Dark Knight's class storyline in Stormblood, because I thought that's when Secret came in, or was that late?
No, Secret came in 51 to 60.
Oh, okay. So we have. Let's talk about the 61 to 70 of Dark Knight. What were your feelings on that person?
Awesome. It's a good capstone for what happens, because you end up, I can't remember the name of it. There is the other you, the regret is what I call it. I can't remember the name of the character right now. But there is basically this tiny blue-haired Elizin that everybody has inside them, apparently. That is the manifestation of your regret. And it kept trying to fix problems, which was very missed, thank you, Lynn. Which was very interesting character. And it was interesting to have this part of yourself that was just like, do you not regret all the people you killed? And my response every time I was interacting with it was, no, kills problems.
No,
but the final I disagree, Lynn. It was amazing. The final, like, section of that fight where it's you and Frey, who, again, from 30 to 50, was basically simultaneously working with you, but also being kind of a little antagonistic with you, working together to resolve this other manifestation of you that is now being your negative part, and resolving kind of this regret, this you got your simultaneously like your regret, your resolve, and yourself all in a room, fighting over each other.
Yeah.
And the ending of that sequence where you come together as a whole being is kind of a little fascinating, and I think that was an interesting part of these of the Dark Knight storyline.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely very. I think I said for me. I mean, I did all of them obviously down the line. But yeah, that definitely is some memories bringing up. I'm like, oh yeah, that was a thing.
Yeah. And then on the similar boat, the Red Mage storyline was really fun with Cat Dad and his adorable here daughter, and trying to teach you how to reach balance between white and black magic to create red.
Yeah.
That was fun because it really differentiated how red mage and red magic worked in comparison to black mage and white mage, which at that time the story I had already done. And it's like, oh, this is an interesting mix of the two to kind of being its own thing, where it doesn't go too far down the black mage path, but it doesn't necessarily have as much of the elemental flow of the white mage stuff, and instead kind of reaches its own balance between the two.
Okay. Yeah, and it's all the story. It's always like fascinating because as I'm going back and revisiting the Stormblood stuff, I was like, wow, I missed so much in regards to the storylines. I guess like class storylines at least. We'll talk about the main story here shortly and my feelings on that, but we'll get there. Next,
Fine.
Yeah. So next up, did you touch the Omega normal raids?
I touched them towards the end of Stormblood, and that was more. I think there was a time period where I had not necessarily paused playing 14. It was just I think this was right when Legion in World of Warcraft was also out, and that was my last major time with that game. And so I was spending a lot more of my time in World of Warcraft than I was 14. Not that I wasn't playing 14, I was just way more into World of Warcraft at the time. And it was towards the end of Stormblood that I did the Omega story, and it was really fun. Alpha was a very interesting little side character that you got to interact with, that you still get to interact with, that you still can find Alpha out in the wild, which is fascinating.
Yeah.
The interactions between Sid and Nero and Omega, and you being trapped in Omega and Omega trying to like gauge your quote unquote power level it was an interesting way to present a series of raid fights. And I always find myself impressed with how 14 manages to present their normal raids. Even though when you think about it in a gameplay perspective, it's you going into a box room and fighting a thing. Or alternatively, maybe a circular room and fighting a thing.
Right.
But 14 always manages to find a way to make the story leading up to that very interesting, and the fights very uniquely kind of their own thing. I would say that the only consistent raid tier for that would be Alexander and the current raid tier. I don't know why I want to say Alphascape. That's not correct.
There is, well,
I have it right here.
There's Deltascape. There's Delta
AAC. The
AAC.
The Arcadian.
That's Arcadian.
Arcadian. Yeah, because Bahamut, yeah, you kind of fought a bunch of dragons, but I don't really count that as like kind of raid tier. It's more like an additional storyline that is hard. But Alexander, all the fights you're fighting are kind of themed around different parts of Alexander. So you're fighting a bunch of robots, and Arcadian, you're fighting a bunch of wrestlers. But like Omega, it's a bunch of different boss fights from old Final Fantasy games, and Shadowbringers, it's a bunch of different elemental things you may have fought before, but they're so different, and a lot of the boss fights in between there tend to be different things that are going on while you're trying to get these elements in play. Pandemonium was different monsters stuck in a jail, so it's really I think Stormblood had a very interesting raids here with Omega, and a very diverse set of things that you fought.
Okay. Yeah, of all the things, especially Final Fantasy V for the first raid tier, Final Fantasy VI for the second raid tier, and then Omega kind of in a sense was its own. The only thing difference is that you had Chaos from Final Fantasy 1, but like the rest
Yeah.
of it, like Midgar Somer, then you
It was
had
14.
right, yeah, 14 related. You had the regular Omega, and then you had your Omega.
Then
and
you
that
had
fight.
Leather Mommy and Leather
That
Daddy.
yes, right after, which always was like very fascinating with the whole like idea of like the first two tiers talking back in the day, just testing your skill, and then Omega himself's just like, you know what, I'm now gonna test your skill, and then he tests their skill in Monster Hunter.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a different thing. That's a whole other.
I haven't quite. I'm looking forward to when Len and I get to their own Monster Hunter Wilds, but we haven't quite gotten there yet.
It's fine.
I will say, I think Stormblood, Heavensward was when they started understanding how they wanted to do the raid tier. I think Stormblood was when they hit their, okay, this is how we're going to do it going forward. This is how we're going to plan out our fights. This is how we're going to integrate the story of these fights into the sequences. And I think that's when they really hit a good stride, and fights started to become less of a gear check and more of a skill check. There was still a gear problem. I do believe there were still several fights. I think God Kefka got nerfed twice before the end of Stormblood, but yeah, it was a lot more manageable than Alexander, if I remember correctly.
All right. Next up, we'll talk about the Four Lord story: Byaku, Suzaku, Seiryu, Genbu. What were your feelings on that?
So my feelings for them were the opposite of the Triad storyline, which was that this actually felt like it. So I'll get into this more when we get to the storyline of Stormblood. Stormblood really felt like it was 2 expansions crammed into one. And I think the good part about the Elemental Lords was it really expanded upon part of the storyline that didn't really feel like it got enough TLC while you were doing it. It was simultaneous. Like the Doman storyline felt a little, especially when because I did it as it was coming out. The Doman storyline felt a little short and brief, and the Elemental Lord storyline, as well as the .X storyline as you went through it, kind of expanded upon it and added a little bit more. So I actually really liked the Elemental Lords when I did them. I thought the dungeons were a little gimmicky, but not in a bad way, just a little gimmicky. And I felt like so I felt like the dungeons were a little gimmicky, and I felt like the storyline was a bit it was a bit well-trodden path, but that didn't necessarily make it a bad thing. I would say my biggest complaint was Sun Wukong could have had a much bigger impact in the story, in my opinion. But they didn't want to make it all about Goku, so.
Yeah. We don't need Goku and another Goku going floating around, man. Imagine that. Imagine that coming around and just see Goku and his little like.
I wish he was. I wish he wasn't a final boss of a dungeon fight. I wish he was a trial fight. That's kind of my complaint. Otherwise, it's fine. It's fine.
Gotcha. Okay. So next thing I like to ask, continue on with story stuff. The Evilise raids that kind of referenced Tactics in 12. Right. What were your feelings about that?
I'm going to. So as somebody whose favorite game of all time is Final Fantasy Tactics, and like fourth least favorite Final Fantasy of all time is 12, I have mixed feelings about the Evilise raids. So on one hand, the raids by themselves, everything you interact with, everything you do, the stylistic choices they made, the fight choreography and mechanics you had to do, the lore blurbs you picked up along the way, in all of them, fucking Construct, I believe it's 9, not 7, because I think 7 is the actual Final Fantasy Tactics one, and 9 is the Final Fantasy 14 boss. I loved all of those things, and all culminating in the final raid tier fight, Orbone Monastery, was just a cherry on top. Like that final raid was made for me. However, Ramza, my beloved Final Fantasy Tactics character, and Ramza, the fucking bitch-ass punk boy that we got in 14, were not the same person, and I have problems with this.
Oh, yeah.
I do not like the 14 interpretation of Ramza. I think it doesn't help that the Tactics version of Ramza is just absolute peak character for me. He is basically a guy who is just trying to do his best with a shitty situation. And then 14 Ramza is a rich boy whiny bitch pants until Orbone Monastery, where he becomes slightly more tolerable.
Oh my god.
He's a theater kid, but not in a good way.
I see. Yep. But yeah, I'd say definitely it's definitely at the time I never really touched Tat. I think I remember for 12, I only really got to like one of the bosses. It was like the one like the judge on an airship, and that's all I remember. And then I blank out for the rest of it. And Tactics I briefly touched. But I did find the storyline a little bit fun. Not like fantastic or anything. I feel like there were better ones, but like it definitely was like a okay one to me. But again, I never really had the love of like Tactics or 12, so for me, I just couldn't like resonate with it as much as a lot of others could. But at the most part, you know, a bit of fun. Like, but that's kind of where I can go with that. But also, again, I do appreciate them more than I did before, though. That's for sure.
That's good. I'm glad.
Yeah. All right, and we do have to ask about the Monster Hunter World collab. Your feelings on that?
Post actually going and playing Monster Hunter, I like it. I think it was an interesting concept for a fight. As somebody who was starting to get their feet wet with actually healing, I was starting to play Astro a bit. I would say that I was a little disappointed. That was like my first quote-unquote hard fight. I didn't do the extreme version, but I did the normal version. That was my first quote-unquote hard fight that I did as a healer. Only to learn about halfway through that you stop being able to heal. You have to use potions.
Yeah.
So in the moment, I was not a fan of it.
Yeah.
Post playing World, I had no problem with it, and then post playing the game yesterday, Rathian could go fuck himself. Go fuck himself. So just cut up. Yesterday we were doing mount farming for me and my raid team. And I think I did Rathian about 50, 60 times. I saw 2 mounts the entire time and about 20 chests. And as a raid lead, you're not allowed to win mounts before everyone else in your team does. So I still have not gotten the Rathian mount, or Rathalos mount. I've just been just not a fan of this guy right now.
Okay, I see. Yeah, no, definitely for sure. I know some people were like talk about like the mechanics in that fight, like how basically the 14 latency versus like the Monster Hunter mechanics itself.
It was a very good experiment in learning what they could do for raids later, I think it actually opened up the possibility of some of because some of the mechanics we see in that showed up in that fight first come later. M7, the Arcadian 7.
Yeah.
When you have to kill all the plants, and then you have to hide behind the plants to avoid getting hit with the stun and killed, is the same thing as killing the elephant and then hiding behind the elephant before Rathalos' fire kills you.
So I'm going to actually throw a fun fact for you. Back in Coils, with turn 7, you actually kind of did something similar to that as it is. You actually had to freeze one of the big, I think it was the Cyclops or something like that, and she would cast the thing called Shriek. And if you weren't behind it, well, you would die.
That's where Shriek comes from.
Yeah, Shriek comes from turn 7.
Yeah.
And I can remember vividly because I used to remember back in the day, we used to have our bar tank the so-called ads, just because the way the mechanics worked at the time. Because yeah, if that thing hit you, it hit shot you, even if you were a tank. So you were like, yeah. So the bard had the best way of like kiting. So yeah, if you kind of like know about that and whatnot, that would be, yeah. So you kind of like see those kind of mechanics and kind of started from 7, kind of figured it was like, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess that kind of also exists as someone. I think that kind of also exists as something that existed in Crystal Tower. Now that I think about it, with I can't remember his name, which sucks because we're going to be talking about him soon.
Yeah.
But with the totally not Bard best Bard hat fight.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Because you also had to hide behind the crystals.
Yeah. So there was a lot of, yeah, they were around for a bit. Actually, back in the Realm of Born, that would be Fenrir. Fenrir, you had to hide the crystals before you got hit. Or
That's true. That's true. I forgot about that fight. I don't think I did it outside the one time I needed to do it for me.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, that's completely
I did.
fair.
Nobody does that bit of story, and it's like a high-end level content. So unless you're doing the high-end raids, you're not gonna see it, or high-end dungeons, you're not gonna see it much.
Okay, so to kind of backtrack away from story stuff for a bit, we're gonna jump into some some things that kind of were released during Stormblood and things that kind of were coming up. But we're going to first talk about Blue Mage. Blue Mage was introduced towards the late Stormblood and came up as a limited job. What were your feelings on that?
As somebody who never cared for Blue Mage, like in the original Final Fantasy games, I was not one of the people who was asking for it. And having done very little Blue Mage content since its release, I'm still not asking for more of it. I'm a little bit more interested in the Beastmaster thing, but that's just because one of my main classes in WoW was Hunter, so I like the idea of going and catching pets. I also like Pokemon, so
completely fair. I mean, Pokemon's great. I get it.
But I'm not a massive fan of the content. I am glad it exists though, because it gives a lot of people a very different and interesting thing they can do. I know several of my raid team members are big on going and doing the Blue Mage raids and stuff, and I actually like watching that content. I like watching other people do the Blue Mage content and watch them do the raids and fight. I've even popped in a few times to swap between classes so people can get the proper tank, mage, healer grab you need to do as Blue Mage. So I do find watching that content fascinating. I myself am not one of those people who want to participate in it, though. Maybe in the future. It's just not one of those things that has gripped me personally.
Exactly your cup of tea. Okay. Yeah, no, that's understandable. Totally understandable. This also was the time that swimming and diving was released. Actually, beforehand, it was for released in 4.0. What were your feelings on that?
I did not realize there was an entire dungeon sequence that you had to go underwater for. As far as it being a mechanic, I think they implemented it very interesting to show you different things. I don't think they've really done enough with it, though. I think there are things they could do with it, with you going and diving, that they seem like they started trying to do in Stormblood, but because they didn't get it right the first time, they've just sort of... It comes up occasionally as a gimmick you have to deal here and there in the storyline, but it's never something that seems to be committed to fully, and it just feels like a damn shame that something that could be really interesting just kind of doesn't end up being that way.
Gotcha. So the next thing I'm gonna ask, this is a bit more of a I think that came up when this was revealed. It was kind of like a big deal. Basically, Stormblood introduced a way for new players to immediately jump into newer content. We're talking about the story skip and the level boosts. What were your feelings when they started adding these to the game as early as Stormblood?
Thank God I have money. No, straight up, as somebody with ADD, a lot of the classes that I didn't already have maxed out, I do remember boosting up in Stormblood, because Stormblood also was the first time I think they added the experience squished and also increased the experience you get from dungeons, which made it a lot easier and a lot more accessible for you to get into it. Now, I don't think I did too much of that in Stormblood. I do remember it was introduced in Stormblood. I think I waited for Shadowbringers to come along because I knew I was going to be playing, because they introduced it, I think, around the time they also introduced, or was very shortly, they either said they were going to be talking about the next expansion, and I was like, okay, I'll just wait on the expansion. It's not like I was playing the game a lot. But it was also around the time that I was starting to get further and further away from World of Warcraft and further into 14. So I was like, oh, this is a good way for me to catch up with a bunch of my classes, so I can really experiment around and see what classes I want to go and enjoy and what classes I want to, are just not for me.
Okay.
So I I think nowadays it's a much more appreciated aspect of the game, especially if somebody who's in multiple raid teams that might need to have multiple characters. It lets them be able to skip ahead and not have to go through. I'm pretty sure there's probably like easily 200 hours of story content just to go do raiding.
Yeah,
and that's not including all the side stuff you need to do for it,
mm-hmm.
and relic grinds and individual things you need to do. So I think overall it's people might not like it. I don't like it's as expensive as it is. I do think that it allows the game to be more accessible for people, and that's why I appreciate it existing.
Okay, all right. So with that, the next thing we'll go ahead and start talking, because yeah, I will say definitely from my end, I'll briefly speak about is I definitely found it weird they're adding it, that I still felt like it was still kind of early in its cycle. Mostly just because the game was only getting level 70, and with all the new features and stuff was okay. I think you could still kind of still get there to that point. But I definitely do appreciate it for those who do play a lot of rating alts. It helps them be able to go, okay, I don't really want to go through the story again on this character. I just want to boost it, get raid ready. Because, you know, you want to have, people might want to raid multiple times throughout the week, so you needed multiple characters to do that. Otherwise, you were stuck on one character waiting to next week to raid again. Kind of thing. So, or, you know, you wanted to help a friend, but you couldn't help a friend because you're part of a static, or, you know, all
Right.
that kind of thing. So you want the ability to have another character help out. That's something I did in Dawn Trail, the first tier. But we can definitely talk about when we get there. But yeah, definitely I found it to be an interesting time to be added into the game. I kind of thought it was a little too soon, but that was me.
I think, yeah, and again, I do not necessarily disagree with you. I think that was especially for the time, that was a very valid statement for people to have. But I do think in retrospect, especially now, and this I might just be biased to my nowadays point of view, but I do feel like nowadays it makes the game more accessible, and I'm always a fan of greater accessibility over blocking people's way to enjoy the game.
Yeah, of course. There's always multiple, and I agree with that. There's always multiple ways to enjoy it as long as you do what you enjoy. That's one of the biggest things. I just personally think it's your first time playing through. I want to do, but again, everyone's gonna have a different point of view, different point of things of what they feel like doing. I feel like it ruins the experience because I actually have PTSD of doing that with Guild Wars 2. I level boosted the character to 80. And I never played the game before, and it was my.
You probably missed a lot.
I missed a lot of story and a lot of not just story, but a lot of information I could have played through to understand the mechanics of the game better.
Yeah.
So
no,
and you miss. So that's kind of like I always mention. Like I always say, for your first character, like your first character, just like right. Oh yeah, don't
enjoy the game.
Enjoy the game first, and then worry about level boosting and story skipping later on. That was I was trying to say. Yeah. Brain was like, no, you can't say it this order.
I got what you're putting down. As a counterpoint to that, though, I did have a friend in Endwalker skip the story, who got into the game with Endwalker because all of us were talking about it, and he wanted to see what we were all hyped about. So he watched a 12-hour lore video, bought the game, bought the story skip, and then went into Endwalker with a vague understanding of how everything was going on. And I will admit that there was some things that just didn't impact him in the same way that other people did, but it did let him kind of be able to keep up with all of us who had been playing the game for a while. So there are some small reasons to enjoy the game, but you don't have to. I do still am firmly in the camp of, yeah, I get it. If you have a reason why you want to skip, don't.
Yeah, it's one of those things. And also, it also helps you mechanically later on. So, like, if you're jumping in a dungeon for the first time, it kind of
at most skip ARR and go no further. Like, go through the rest of the story, and if you need to. But even then, I'm still in the camp of play through ARR.
Yeah, you might as well see how it goes. You know. That kind of thing.
See where you go and where you're going to end up.
Yeah, exactly. So with that being said and done, we are now going to wrap this up with the the MSQ that we were talking about briefly earlier.
Yeah.
So what were your opinions about this story in
Yeah.
4.0?
As always, I'm going to start with my brief summary, and then I'm going to go and expand upon it. So my brief summary is, I loved the Stormblood storyline. However, it really was two expansions. It could have very easily been two full expansions, kind of crushed into one. And I feel like Stormblood is flawed for that reason. That being said, there's a lot of things that I feel are done really well in Stormblood that kind of set up for things that kind of needed to happen those junctures and at those points. For instance, as the Warrior of Light, we have been steamrolling people until we hit Xenos. A couple of different friends' opinion about Xenos being incorrect aside, Xenos was the best thing that happened to us as a Warrior of Light because it was the first time we found somebody who was literally the brick wall. They literally were like, "You are up against the wall, and I am the wall." we had been very much at a point in the story where we were not necessarily threatened by anything. I did not feel threatened by Thornton, and the Heaven Sword, even though they were kind of like baby primals. Thornton being just a full-blown primal. But Xenos was the first time I had felt like, okay, this is not a surmountable problem. This is something that has to be solved, and it shouldn't be solved until the final fight of the expansion. And it wasn't, which was great. I actually really liked it. I actually had problems with the first fight of Xenos. I had to do it twice. I ended up dying before I got to the end, which was maybe had skewed my prospect of like, this is actually really good. I really like this.
Okay.
But it felt like he added something to the storyline we hadn't had up to that point, which was, here is a legitimate threat to us that we cannot easily handle. There have been certain threats. I mean, in Heaven's War, the giant fucking airship from the Empire shows up with the Emperor, and it basically blows up something right in front of us and goes, "Oh, hey, it's lucky you didn't die there." And it's like, yeah, there were threats that could have ended us, but it never felt like, especially at this point in the game, it never felt like we had hit anything that actively felt like a threat to us. Even the fused Ascian between La Habrea and the other one, I always forget about this because they're just subsumed into La Habrea existing again. Just didn't feel like an active threat in the same way that Xenos did to me. I think this also was the first time they started throwing more fights, more boss fight themed fights in cutscenes. Like, not that we didn't have some like cutscene action moments up to this point, but they didn't feel like they had the same impact that Xenos brought. But this does lead to my problem that Xenos is kind of carrying a lot of Stormblood on his shoulders, and if you didn't attach to the Alamegans or attach to the Domans in one way or another, Stormblood does fall really flat for people, and I get why. However, I did attach to basically all three, and found the story really fascinating. It didn't help that part of the stakes included Kryl being kidnapped, Kryl being my most beloved of Scions, and I will not hear any slander against her. So having her kidnapped was basically like, oh no, I have to go save the Kryl. Quick, the waifu is in danger. So yeah, I was just really invested a lot in the Stormblood story, but it did feel, it simultaneously somehow, and I don't get how this happened. Stormblood feels like there is too much going on, and also it's really fucking empty.
Okay, yeah.
But overall, my experience for Stormblood continued to solidify my enjoyment of Final Fantasy XIV and the MSQ, and my acceptance at this time. I basically, because I think I was still playing WoW, but I was definitely playing 14 more, And I started to accept, like, whenever I was trying to get other friends into 14, I'm like, WoW is a game you play when you want to enjoy the gameplay of a game. 14 is the MMO you want to play when you want to enjoy the story of an MMO. And WoW has long since passed its story being enjoying, at least for me at that point. And again, this isn't me bashing WoW. I still find beloved love of my interactions with this game, even colored with the negativity of when I ended up quitting the game entirely. But
Mm.
14 just had a different approach to story that not a lot of MMOs tend to have. I would say the closest MMO I've interacted with that has this kind of push to story is Guild Wars 2, and even then it still feels like it fails a bit in comparison to how 14 treats its story.
I mean, definitely one thing for sure is one of the biggest selling points of Final Fantasy in general is literally the story. That's like the main thing they advertise in all their story. So like, you know, because that's what brings, that's like the coolest thing of like anything that we played. Even Final Fantasy 11 was like that too. The story was its element. There was a lot of story, but there was a different expansions. But what was unique to Final Fantasy 11 versus 14, which I'll just kind of bring up briefly, is that with 11, you could kind of jump in, like, you get to some points of the story, and then you could kind of jump into other expansions if you wish, without the need of actually having to jump and do the previous, like, expansion to see the next expansion, because each of the stories weren't, like, there was some connection between them, but it wasn't, like, a huge connection to where you could branch off to experience different stuff.
And World of Warcraft had the same thing, where, like, your questing and story experience was in World of Warcraft was what you made it. And even when they started making the story a more central part of the gameplay experience, you very much ended up in a situation where you could, you know, until recently, you would just basically complete however much you needed to move on to be at the right level to move on to the next expansion, and then you would just move on to the next expansion. You wouldn't even finish the story. And 14, if you do that, you're going to miss a lot of like just a lot. Like there's not a shortage of things that you are going to be confused about as to why this is suddenly a big deal going into the next expansion.
So we've talked about,
and I think no expansion does that more than Stormblood into Shadowbringers.
Right. Yeah. No, I will definitely say, because I want to come back to a point you talked about how you felt like basically it was two expansions crammed to one. I kind of almost felt, that's why I kind of almost felt similarly with 4.0. With Stormblood, my issue was that it definitely didn't feel like we spent enough time in these places, and they were building Garlemald to be this big threat, but it didn't, like, after how so fast that we freed Doma and Alamigo, it didn't make Garlemald even feel like a threat at all. I felt like you could easily, oh yeah, you know, Doma and Alamigo were under Garland control for so long, and we just came in and swept up and said, hey, you guys are free now, congratulations, have fun. And you're like, what?
It really felt like, it feels like what they were trying to set up for Endwalker could have been set up even better had they just made a Doman expansion and an Alamigan expansion.
Okay, for me, I kind of felt like you could kind of get some more information in a couple more expansions, so like, or not expansions, patches. Like maybe up to like, we just kind of focused on, let's say we were, you know, we kind of got introduced to both nations, and then in Doma, we focused on Doma, maybe to like 4.1 or 4.2, and can kind of like get that, like, you know, just kind of be the focus for a bit, and then we jump over to Alamigo and kind of can finish off by like helping Alamigo, and then kind of getting a decent setup for like Shadowbringers or something like that. It just felt like, again, like those two nations didn't really feel like they got a lot of development. There was so much potential, because I do like the Asian one, you know.
There's even more. There's one I have to go try to dig out my notes for it. There's an area, and I know Lynn is going to do bring it up, because it was like a big part of the storyline for my alt character I've been working on. There's an area you go to, and I believe Shadowbringers, as part of the weapon fight between when you fight Sapphire Weapon. I can't remember the name of that place, but I know it's going to pop up in chat very shortly. But like, that location could have been a whole area of storyline we could have did in either I believe it's closer to Doma, but it could have been a whole like World. Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Werelight or Welt. I don't remember exactly how to say it, but that location and locations around it that were conquered by, like, you could have had the whole Stormblood's expansion could have been a whole expansion where you were dealing with the Alamegan resistance in different areas in Alamigo, expanded upon further as areas instead of just these two like very generic looking areas. You could have had like four generic, not generic, but four more standout areas like the rest of the Eorzea has for different things you're trying to do to work towards buying Alamegan space. And maybe you come to realize that Alamiga is being too focused on by the Garleans, so you need to go to Doma as part of the Doman expansion, and that's what the 4.x storyline is. And then 5.0 you're in Doma and you're trying to distract people over here, and you're going to different areas like Doma and Welt and evil the place where Damaska. And those areas around there to try to build up more for what you're dealing with going into Shadowbringers. And I feel like if you had done that, you could have built up more of why Garlemald is this just overwhelming force that can't be beaten directly, but has to be beaten through 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, and it would have helped to develop more of the other characters we saw in Stormblood too. I mean, we met with Ida for so long, and she became Lys. Be able to maybe get more detail about Lys and what felt so important. There's just a lot of things I felt that Stormblood could have done so much better. And the reason I brought this up was actually, funny enough, I watched Sonomic Scribe was talking about it through there was a video he has about writing. And his writing about Stormblood, and I was like, I kind of resonate what he's saying about the the writing of it, because it definitely felt like it was, and the whole thing, it definitely does feel like a lot was trying to be crammed in Stormblood, and it's like, could have spread it out.
I don't want to say Stormblood is the expansion of wasted potential, but Stormblood was definitely the expansion that somehow felt like it had rushed potential.
Right, yeah, exactly. And with that, though, I think we're going to get ready for Shadowbringers.
Woo! So, look forward to talking about this one.
Yeah, we'll be right back, guys. Alright, everybody, we are back, and now we're into Shadowbringers. Honestly, this has been the expansion a lot of things have been, kind of new things coming out, and then kind of cutting the old. And them experimenting with some stuff. And I say, definitely, hype with the story, but we'll definitely get there when we get there. The first question I have to ask, and you already know the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Hrothgar male and female Viera came out. Did you have interest in those races?
I had interest in Viera. I am a longtime Final Fantasy fan, and like I said, I did play 12, I did play Tactics, but also I played Tactics Advance, which was kind of the first time, maybe not the first, I don't know if it's the first time or not that Viera showed up, but I think it's the first time Viera showed up. And I fell in love with the bunny girls immediately. Unfortunately, I was just so attached to, that was when Lucia really, as a concept and character, came together in Stormblood. So that's when she became my main, became a character in and of herself. She wasn't just a remake of a previous character from World of Warcraft. So I played with the idea of swapping her. I think I even got a couple Fantasias. I made a version of her that was a Viera. I didn't really vibe with it, and then I just swapped back to Lalafell before the hour was even up, and was like, "Yep, I'm just gonna stick with this Lalafell. I like her. She's cute the way she is." I think I changed a couple small things on her, but it was not the biggest deal. Male Hrothgar and when we get to Dawn Trail, female Hrothgar, I'll just go ahead and say I've had zero interest in either of them.
Completely fair. All right. Next up, Gunbreaker and Dancer were released around this time. Did you try them out as soon as they came out?
Oh God. Okay, now I have to go be sad.
Oh no. Okay.
So Shadow to give some context, Shadowbringers was when I finally decided to stop letting the past keep me from enjoying deeper aspects of 14. I started role-playing a lot more. I started trying to find a raid team. And one of those classes that I played was Dancer. I will admit, this changed after I played it myself and kind of got used to it. Mm-hmm. I did not like that Gunbreaker was a tank. Mm-hmm. Mainly because I also didn't like that Samurai was a DPS.
Okay.
Samurai in previous Final Fantasy games was a heavily armored class, and I believe even in 11, Samurai was supposed to be a tank class. People just didn't play it that way because it did really good DPS.
And so later on, the community swapped it around. Ninja became the tank, and Samurai became DPS.
We could talk about
that.
My whining about that another interview maybe. I didn't play 11 a lot, but I had complaints about that one.
Right.
But I did play Samurai tank back in the day when it was a tank. And I almost always, whenever there's a Samurai option in a Final Fantasy game, I always have a character be one. So I had some minor complaints about Gunbreaker because it really felt like Gunbreaker would have been a really interesting DPS class. Instead, it was a tank class. It's still a really interesting tank class. I think once it grew on me a little bit more towards the middle point of Shadowbringers and a little bit more into Endwalker, I think I really kind of came around to it as a tanking class. But go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, so for me on my end, I honestly, I probably forgot to switch outfit, but basically, I was originally gonna want to be a machinist, and that's why you saw me as machinist, but because I thought I was gonna be the main machinist in Shadowbringers, because robot. I saw Queen, I was like, yes, robot, give me robot, and then I was like, Gunbreaker, nah, I don't want to try it. I don't want to be another squall while the me. Mm-hmm. And well, I went to play it, and I said, fuck, I actually like this class. And I think it was just because of the complexity of it when playing it as a tank. And just kind of 3 DPS and a trench coat beam here. But,
I remember that.
So, but to me, that's my experiences. I really did think Gunbreaker was really, now Gunbreaker is just my favorite tank, no matter what.
Yeah, no,
But
I was kind of the same but opposite. I wanted to be a Squall wannabe, but I felt like a Squall wannabe would have had high DPS, not be a tank.
I see. We on the opposite end of the spectrum, but the same
Yeah,
result.
opposite end of the spectrum of why we don't like Gunbreaker.
That's great. I mean, don't
but
Squall's a
yeah,
cool character, but I'm like, I don't need to be Squall. I want to be me.
Yeah, actually, my first official Lucia art was her as a Gunbreaker, funnily enough. But now we have to get on to Dancer, and I did Gunbreaker first because Gunbreaker I just wanted to get out of the way. It's like, yeah, this is my opinion of Gunbreaker. It's my second favorite tank. I'm still a huge hype fan for Dark Knight. It's still my go-to tank, but Gunbreaker is probably definitely second. It competes with Warrior on which one I'm liking in a particular day.
Yeah.
But Dancer, I actually was trying to be a Dancer main at the start of Shadowbringers. I got all the way to my very first Lahi as Dancer.
Lahi?
Yep, that one. I got to Ritatika Forest, I believe it's called. I got there, and I was playing Dancer, and I was really enjoying Dancer. I was kind of having a little bit, because in the story, I don't know why, I always like the feel of when my character pulls out melee weapons. I wasn't having too much problem with it as Dancer, but I was noticing a little bit of disconnect from myself personally from it. It's something I got over by the time I got to Endwalker, but it was something I was still struggling with in Shadowbringers. But I was RPing as a Dancer at the time, and there's a certain community of RPers known as erotic role players. And I was randomly just RPing out in Balmong, as you sometimes do. And I still have friends on Balmong, so I was server jumping over there to play with them and roleplay with them. And I basically just had the worst experience you could have as somebody who is just not interested in ERPing, which is somebody trying to ERP with you when you're not interested in it. And it had just such a weird impact on me because they very specifically were looking for a blue-haired Lalafell dancer. I was just like, let me go level warrior.
Let me get out of this now.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump out of this now. I'm gonna go be a tank main. Unfortunately, I had gotten so this is around the time when the 14 community started to become a lot more approachable, and I was really kind of excited as the community changed to become part of that change. And by part of that change, I mean actually participate with the community.
Right, yeah.
Give me one quick moment. I'm just doing something I need to pay attention to real quick.
Yeah, you're good. So meanwhile, I did end up pick up Dancer, and I actually really enjoyed it as my range, Fizz range, and it became my main Fizz range. Because I always had the objective, always have one tank, one healer, one melee, one Fizz range, and a caster. So I always had something to fall to if somebody needed me to play something specific. And
well, not only that, but Shadowbringers encouraged that playstyle because the class quests, which I think you might probably touch on later, but the class quests basically wanted you to have one of each of those anyways.
Yeah.
To be able to do more of the Shadowbringers storyline, which I'm sure we'll get to that later, but that's actually not a bad one to do it. And Dancer was... I love Machinist right now. As somebody who's trying to debate going into Fizz range, it's really hard to find a group while Dancer exists. I feel like, and this is not me having a problem with Dancers. I love Dancer as a class. I love my Raid Statics Dancer. He's a great guy. I will say Dancer as a concept, though, kind of just makes the other ones feel really bad to have, much like Ninja was a problem for a while because Ninja just straight up had Trick Attack, and it was like, yeah, it didn't matter if you were a mediocre Ninja, as long as you hit Trick Attack at the right time, you're good. And it feels like that's the same problem that Dancer has, is it doesn't matter if you're quote-unquote a mediocre Dancer, which mine is not, thank God, but if you hit your tech step every time it comes off cooldown and your other step properly, you're good. You're playing the class properly, even if you're not playing the class properly. You're at least a mediocre Dancer.
Right.
So I love Dancer, but I feel like it it messes with the viability of the other Fizz range classes. I'm pretty sure if there was like a metric out there, which there probably is, I just have to go find it. If there was a metric out there for the Fizz range classes, after Shadowbringers drops, Dancer probably becomes 50% plus of the pick all of the time.
Probably, yeah, but I think later on there might be a chance that the other two might finally come back into play based on some information we got, but we will talk about that much later.
Yes.
But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna jump to the next part. So
Right.
this is the point. If you remember, the first 3 expansions had tactical points, and now this is when they removed it from the game and basically just set the MP to like 10k. What were your feelings on that?
Man, Spire hasn't been the same. Spire's been in a weird place. Spire, the Astrologian card, has been in a weird place since then. No, as somebody who would regularly in Stormblood troll his monk friend by giving him the arrow card and then holding the Spire card till he was out of TP, good riddance. I'm glad it's gone. As somebody who played Black Mage for a long time and didn't care about TP except for that I could sprint with it, good riddance that TP is gone. It was... I honestly feel like at this point we could almost do away with MP as well, or alternatively, if we wanted to do something with MP on melee classes, we should treat it like it was TP, which I feel like they didn't do. That is a personal, like, somebody who likes keeping up with game design and has a degree. I just told you this during break. I have a degree in game programming, for those who don't know. I think they could have merged TP and MP into one and done something with MP for martial classes, which I feel like all of the melee DPS will grab their pitchforks and knives and threaten me. That's fine. You're allowed to threaten me. I totally agree that you guys will appreciate what they did instead of what I feel like they should have done. And as somebody whose favorite class is Reaper, I don't necessarily agree with myself either. But I feel like it makes MP existence on melee classes that aren't Dark Knight. Like, I feel like Dark Knight and Paladin get more out of MP existing and an interesting activation sequence with their MP that other melee classes, I feel like we could have more interaction with it now that TP is gone. Okay. That being said, good riddance. Don't come back. We don't miss you.
We don't miss you. Yeah. And so this is actually also the expansion. They introduced Trust. So if you didn't want to use Duty Fighter, now Trusts were available. Of course, this is only available for Shadowbringers dungeons. So from 71 all the way beyond that point. What were your feelings when they added Trust to the game?
How to phrase it? I like it exists. I don't engage with it, but that is by personal choice, not by inclination. I have, with my playthrough while I'm streaming, my playthroughs of Heavensward, since they added Trust, I have noticed I used it more and more to interact with the storyline a little bit more. I feel like Trusts add a little bit more from the NPC's interaction with the storyline. That being said, there's just something about an MMO that removes the ability to be the multiplayer part of the MMO that feels just a little off to me.
Gotcha.
And it definitely doesn't get better as they expand upon Trust usage in later expansions, which we'll get to when we get to it. However, again, and I'll say this, I weigh accessibility more than I weigh personal opinion, and I think Trusts add flexibility to people, especially as somebody who was going through went through Shadowbringers. I played Shadowbringers the first day it came out after the expansion dropped, but I was watching Twitch streamers while it was dropping, and a lot of them were using the Trust to continue the storyline because most everybody was playing most everybody who was getting ahead were playing tanks, so you just had a vast majority of tank players who were getting to dungeons faster than everybody else, and the Trust kept unlocked the ability for them to keep going ahead and enjoying the storyline in a way that, and it did the same thing for DPS players who now had to wait for tanks and healers who had gone ahead to queue for their daily roulettes in order for them to come back and help you get through these dungeons.
Right.
The trust adds more accessibility for DPS players and players who are very far ahead on the storyline to sit down and actually go through the storyline. I actually imagine a world where people could actually potentially world race an expansion. Probably not the best way to do it, considering that the expansions are based around story, but for people who do tend to just want to get to the end of the storyline and get to the end-game credit, I could see there being an interesting watch of seeing how people get through and use the trusts to get ahead in the storyline.
Okay.
I think that'd be a neat thing to see. But yeah, I think trusts add accessibility without taking away too much.
Absolutely. Though it always does feel like you're still going to go faster with regular people. So if they ever did a world race, they'd probably be like, okay, a group of 4 people, we're going to get together, we're going to go.
Right.
Because at that point, you guys are all going to work together and just go kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, that definitely is a good point as well. It could be a world race where trust only can be used. You can't be with other players. That'd be a little interesting. Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
Next up is we're gonna talk about. We touched on this a little bit briefly. We now know that classes no longer had unique quests. So Paladin didn't have its own quest line. Neither did Dark Knight. At least from 71 to 80. Everything now came together as one role quest, and each one got a role. And at this time, I believe it was only 4, because I don't think they made Fizz range and Magical range separate till Endwalker. You had all tanks in one, melee in one, ranged in one, and healers in one. What's your opinion about that?
At the time, I didn't like it. Now, I need to preface this. Most of the story quests for the individual classes at this point had kind of reached a place where they felt complete. So I can't complain too much about it, because it really did feel like, okay, where am I going to go in the Dark Knight storyline from here? I mean, I've already kind of resolved Frey's storyline and Mist's storyline and Sigurd's storyline. What are we going to add to it? Are we going to just have a new set of Dark Knights that we interact with in the first, and that's just kind of what we're going to interact with over there? Same thing with Red Mage, same thing with Astro. I feel like I would have liked to have more, not less, but the quality of the individual class quests in Shadowbringers felt good. The tank quest line felt like you needed to be a tank to manage it. The Fizz range felt like you needed to be The ranged storyline felt like you needed to be a ranged character to manage it. I think the ranged storyline might have wanted you to be a caster more than a physical range, but I did it on Dancer and I didn't feel too out of place.
Yeah.
The healing class, which by and far best, I'm not biased at all. It was just actually the best one. This is objective fact. With Giat was just a very fun bit of storyline and flavor to it, and the melee one was there. No, it actually was really good too. I had no problem with the melee one. It was like all of them were interesting. All of them interacted with the Warrior of Darknesses that you have interacted with previously in a very good way. And not only that, because of dungeons that showed up later, you actually got to interact with those characters again, and they were to have done all those storylines with the characters that you went through with the class quests, and then come back to them again later, felt good. It felt like it was something I didn't like at first, but when it came full circle, I was like, no, I appreciate this. This was really good. And when you completed all 4 of them later on in the expansion, we got a 5th storyline that completed the circuit, that gave you another interaction with somebody else who was there, who had been helping you and watching you the whole time with the I don't know why I want to say dark elf, the Elizin, who was the barkeep. There was the interesting interaction with her. and what you get later, and how that story evolved even further as you went along in the storyline.
And it's funny fact, you talked about the Outlaw Zone. Technically, I think if you look at the 1.0 trailer, they do make an appearance, like the same appearance and all that. So it kind of gives you...
They're a to steal a magic term. They're a planeswalker. They are not from the first, but they are on the first.
Right. Yeah. But you see,
they're Ascian adjacent.
Yeah. It was really interesting to watch. But did you happen to remember also they also had for all the jobs, and they did have a level 80 quest. That each of them had their own ends. Did you have to check any of them? Like, especially...
I've done most of them. I don't think I've completed all of them. I think I'm still missing Paladin and Bard and Samurai. But I've done most of them, and all of them were a very good wrap-up to what existed.
Okay, yeah. Because I think Dance is one of my favorites. That scene is always beautiful to watch.
Really nice I wish they would do that more. I wish they continued that in later expansions, where you went back and got like here's an update of what all these people have been up to while you were doing saving the world.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Because I'm not gonna talk about much of the story stuff just yet. I want to ask about your opinion about New Game Plus. It came out as a feature.
Amazing, great, wonderful. I haven't had a chance to use it to its fullest effect, but it has allowed me to go back and experience certain bits of storyline I wanted to do. I actually was trying to use it initially when I was going back and trying to replay through the storyline, but it didn't feel the same having a level 100 Dark Knight trying to go through the storyline.
Yeah.
So it has some things I wish were expanded upon, but I'm not going to complain about it. I think it is very wonderful for letting you re-experience parts of the storyline without needing to make an alternate character if you don't want to. I made an alternate character because it didn't feel right to me, but that didn't mean I didn't enjoy what I did with Lucia while I was going through ARR and trying to create a role-play playthrough with my character. In fact, I still want to go back and finish that. It just feels a little weird doing.
Right. No, definitely for sure. And I said it definitely is, like, because I even tried to do something because I wanted to do something for my Iron Man challenge and I wanted to test it. But the problem I ran into was I tried to midnight level, try to see if I could sink down to the level I wanted to using the gear I was wanting to use, and I just couldn't do it properly. So it's like, oh, I guess I need to really go through this story on a new character to get like the feeling for it. I'm like,
Yeah, no, you just at level 100, you're still hitting above your weight class.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if you're in lower gear.
Yeah, even if you hit level 42, you're like, yeah, this ain't gonna work. So I have to definitely try something else here. Even with all the gear I sink down to, like level 15 gear, I think I was using, and I'm like, still hitting too hard. This is not good.
Yeah, but overall, I think it is a positive addition to the game. Especially good for streamers who maybe forget to hit the record button at the right time.
Maybe to go back. Oh, let me get this. So next up on our list here is the we talked about the party fighter and it became cross world, whatever. This one actually talks about more about being able the ability to travel between worlds now, because that's what it was introduced in Shadowbringers. Did you use that system a bit?
Yeah, again, I used to use it to go hang out with my friends and roleplay with them on Balmong. But still be able to hang out with the new guild that I had joined at the time. I use it a lot. I think it's a really good system. There's a system in World of Warcraft where all the worlds kind of overlap. I kind of wish 14 did it, but I understand that their network code is just not capable of doing such work, and I accept it. But it is still nice to be able to get up and go to a different world and see my friends and their houses, or interact with the different roleplay communities. Like, overall, it's a very good experience.
Okay. All right. Next up on here, Restoration of Ishgard was a thing during Shadowbringers. Did you think it would help people get into crafting if weren't crafting already?
As somebody who doesn't do crafting, it got me further into crafting than anything up to this point had.
Okay.
So yeah, I think Ishgard and later Restoration of Ishgard and later iterations are a positive impact, and I need to go to the moon at some point and actually get my crafters done.
Yeah, no, definitely for sure, and I think that's definitely something. The addition of these were very nice, because I said even for me, I started slowly getting into crafting. Mostly though, I still wanted to make sure I could repair my own gear. That was like the main reason I leveled. But at least, yeah.
At this point, not repairing my gear and using a mender is a meme within my team that I almost am too stuck into to resolve.
Just level all your crafters to 90. It's fine. Smile.
Yeah, just never repair my own gear. Still, I can still have all the crafters to 100.
Right. Yeah, that's what's
I just
fine.
still use the mender. It just becomes an even bigger meme.
Now, I do remember you mentioning at some point that you might start touching a little bit more like on the harder content in Shadowbringers.
Yep.
With that being said, did you happen by chance to give the relic grind a go this time around?
So I'm a flip it where I'm gonna talk about the doing harder experience first and then come back and I'm gonna do the relic. I'm gonna talk about getting into the end gear and then doing the relic grind because one leads to the other, and it's gonna lead me to coming back around to Eureka afterwards. So, I started early in Shadowbringers trying to find. I joined a new FC. I up until this point in my Final Fantasy XIV playthrough, I was playing in an FC that was just me and my IRL friends and all of our alts.
Mm-hmm.
And various girlfriends they had picked up along the way that had left the team shortly after they all broke up. So that was the kind of FC I had been at up to that point. It was safe. It was not getting me into in-game content, but all the people I knew personally at this point and interacted with the storyline personally at this point. I eventually left that FC and left Balmong to go to Coral. I might not even have been Coral. It might have been a different server. But I left that to join a different FC. I joined a different FC and slowly integrated with that FC. I was trying to become a raider. I was working on warrior and basically like, hey, dark warriors got a little easier. They no longer have the threat issues they had in Stormblood. For those who don't know, in Stormblood you had two combos as tanks: your DPS combo and your inimity combo. If you weren't doing enough, if you were doing enough DPS though, you didn't need to use your enmity combo. I was scared because Dark Knight required me to play at a certain level that I was not comfortable with and not as experienced with, so this is why I didn't try to do this in Stormblood. And the community was not open to you being a fuck up or you being somebody playing a class outside the meta, and Dark Knight was far outside the meta. I mean, I do believe at one point the meta was 2 warrior tanks. Like, it was just actively better to have 2 warrior tanks than to have even a paladin backup, but the meta was warrior paladin, and Dark Knight, you had to be a certain skill level for people to debate bringing you if you did not personally know them. And I
Right.
just and that was part of the reason why I changed to warrior in Shadowbringers, was warrior was just easier to manage. But they had gotten rid of the enmity combo in Stormblood. Instead, they just made you generate more enmity, period, as a tank. You put your tank stance on, everything you do is generating 500% more enmity than it used to. And that's what I was like, okay, I can take now. I don't have to worry about it. Half the combos are gone, and I just need to focus on doing the mechanic properly. Tried to join the raid team. That FC didn't work out. The person who I got close with in that FC ended up leaving the FC. Everybody else who I was in the FC with was constantly deriding that person, which made me leave just quietly. One day I just quietly just left the FC while nobody was online and swapped servers to Coral. And I ended up, this was also when I was getting into Drag, and I joined Sophie, who was one time part of Nest. I joined her team because her team, her personal FC seemed a little bit more approachable. I joined the FC. I ended up joining their extreme raid nights and getting into it. And as I got further and further, and I learned more about this game I had already been playing for years, and understanding and going from kind of a noobish casual player to a more hardcore player, that's when I started being like, okay, I let my friend Zaid drag me into Boja, and I started doing Boja, and this is the problem I have with Boja and Eureka, is it's very Boja's story, of which I have watched videos of outside of actually doing Boja, is very interesting.
Mhm.
I do not like fate grinding. And that is like a vast majority of what you're doing is grinding fates. I could not get into Boja. Well, I don't even think I started doing it until Endwalker for a very specific reason we'll get to in Endwalker. And I just like pushed into I did the first 2 stages. I did the first stage by going into Boja and doing what I needed to do to unlock the stages. Then I did the second stage, which I believe didn't require you to go into Boja to do, and I did it outside of Boja. And then the third stage required me to go back into Boja, and I just didn't do it. I just didn't bother with it because it's like, I have to go back and do all the stuff you needed to do in Boja in order to get to the point to do the things you needed to do in uh you know, if they were going to make the third part required to do in Boja, they should have just made all of the second part also required to go to Boja, and that has always been my complaint with the Eureka style content. Is it's always almost tied to your relic. It's not content that I typically tend to enjoy, and there tends to be part of it that tends to have you leave the content for a while or have the option to leave the content for a while and do something else, but then the next part requires you to come back to the content and do it here. And that has been it's like, why even give me the option if I have to come back? Just tell me I have to finish this so I stop while I'm ahead.
Right? Yeah, dude. Like, come on, man. Just like, like, come here. Like, some of the relic was because I also, well, what's funny about it is that I did end up getting all the first stage relics for Baja. I just never finished anything beyond the Gunbreaker one, which I did all for Gunbreaker, and I remember going, wow, yeah, I remember gonna go between Baja and doing other fun things, like go back and forth, like, yay.
Yeah, I probably could go finish the Baja relics nowadays pretty easy because I have a lot of stuff lying around and get the Astro Globe, but I'm just like, yeah, I'm good.
yeah, no, that's fair. Unless you really like it for glam, it gets to that point, So, like, I get that.
The Astro relics always tend to be very pretty.
All right, so next question I have here. Now we're going to talk about some of the story of some of the raids. We're going to start off with the Eden normal raids. What are your feelings on that?
I like watching my children make bad decisions. The Eden raids I liked because they were tied very directly to the growth of the story. Like the growth of the first. It was not something that was kind of self-contained. It was self-contained, don't get me wrong. You could totally skip it, and aside from Gaia showing up later, I don't know why she's screaming at me. I just see it. I'm like, I don't know why she's yelling at me. But Eden was very much like, yes, it was quote unquote skippable, but it felt like you lost a lot of more of a really excellent story by skipping out on doing the story. It felt like everything that was involved with Eden had a purpose and an interaction. And every part of it was oh, she's not mad at me, she's mad at Rain. Okay, good, valid. But yeah, everything involving the storyline as it stands was excellently managed and done in a way that kind of it wrapped up a bow very nicely for like a niche story within a story, but the ending of it is like it adds more. And like I said, Gaia shows up later in Endwalker as somebody you interact with, and if you don't interact with her, she does not recognize you or know who you are or why Reen is interested in you, which is kind of a neat little like alternate path ending. But if you do, she pretends like she doesn't know you, and then she just, I'm pulling your leg. I remember.
I remember exactly who you are.
Yeah, which is fun and an interesting interaction that they didn't exactly do with Crystal Tower, because Crystal Tower, Shadowbringers actually forced you to go back to Crystal Tower 4 because you needed to know who Grahatia was.
Yeah.
Of which, by the time I got to that point, I had forgotten.
Right? Like, damn.
having done 2.0 and did the story before Shadowbringers, I had forgotten who Grahatia was.
Right? Because you don't think about it for that while, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, I would definitely say for sure, like, what about the mechanics of the fight, too? Because we know we talked about the story, and then we know it's really... The story in it is, regardless, like, it's definitely a fun story. What were your feelings about the raids themselves? How basically we created these raids.
I did the normals, and then I watched people do the savages, and I would say, having done the savages myself since then, that Eden was, if not perfect raid designs, is probably the best raid designs from tier to tier to tier, in comparison to any expansion that has come before and since. I think the fight designs are the most interesting. I would say that my one complaint is the one complaint I have, which is like I wish all tanks had more to do in the fights. But that's a that's a Final Fantasy XIV problem, I feel. The vast majority of the sequences, though, the fights feel good. They look like all the mechanics look like they make sense. They're built upon previous introductions of mechanics while also introducing new mechanics that were interesting and fascinating.
Okay.
It felt like the difficulty increased from fight to fight to fight. It wasn't a complaint that I have is sometimes the third fight in a raid series does not feel as hard as the second fight in a raid series. So I never always get why that one came after a raid fight. But in Shadowbringers, I did not feel like that was the problem. It felt like the first fight was the first fight for a reason. The second fight was the second fight for a reason. The third fight was a third fight, and so on and so forth. Like the difficulty stepped up between each fights rather than kind of seeming all over the place, with first being the easiest, the fourth being the hardest, but the second and third being in weird positions. And sometimes the second fight was even easier than the first fight, so it's just like, why were you in this order?
Right, and I mean with even when I was saying with PAL, I've definitely noticed that experience still with the second tier. I know E5 was definitely a interesting take. E6 stepped it up a notch, and then I remember going to E7 and going, okay, that's not as bad as E6 was. I'm like, this is a beautiful order, but hey,
I know a lot of people who struggled a lot with E7.
I know E7.
E6.
For me, yeah, I struggled more with E6 than I did with E7. Our group was stuck on E6 for a long while.
That is still...
Yeah, but like
that's so fair.
Yeah, but like E7 was easier for us, and then just trying to do E8, which I never completed on content. Completed it much later, but never completed on content. It was like literally, I think we got halfway through that fight.
Yeah. Titan on the normal level was my white whale. I could not read him at all. It was my first nervous interactions with the normals, and I was just like, I cannot read this at the same level I can read everything else.
Oh my god.
It always made it tricky.
Yeah, right, dude. It's like, this is a bit rough here, you know? But no, like, I mean, definitely all of them. All the it was, in essence, about the time I came back into raiding, Savage-wise. Because I did all the Savages. I did the Coils of Bahamut on content. I did Alexander on content. And I did only O1S in Stormblood. And that was because we had party findered it. And then I was like, okay, yeah, no more, bye. So a lot of that, and then I did, and I tried to get back into the raid scene again here with Eden Savage, the second tier, because I didn't really touch the first tier.
Yeah, I was trying to get into Savages. I did not end up finding anything until late Shadowbringers, but it was not due to lack of trying. Again, I joined multiple SCs trying to find raid groups to join, and it wasn't until I was just like, well, pull the Thanos at the end of Avengers 1. Well, I guess I'll do this myself, and puts on the Infinity Gauntlet.
Yeah.
I'll make my own team.
I'll make my own team. I guess I'll do it this way. I feel that for real for a Rumble board, because that's what happened with me. Like, I wanted to join a raid team, and I wanted to join my ex's team at the time, but they were still having they kept people for a while. I was like, screw it, I would go make my own team, and then eventually they lost. They lost Right. I ended up losing our tank much later, already after I made my group with my friends. And I was like, whoops, oh well, too bad. But yeah, no, definitely that was kind of my experience. And then I think in Shadow, I was raiding in 2 groups at the last tier. I was Summoner for one group and my Gunbreaker for my main group at the time.
God. Talk about things that happened to me. So I started trying to be a tank. I was just straight out the gate. It's like the last thing I did for raiding was tanking and WoW. I'll continue with something that I'm familiar with, something that I know. And then I ended up swapping to Brain, come on, you can function. I ended up swapping to Ninja because the person who I was friends with, who had their own raid team, they were quitting their raid team because they were quitting Final Fantasy XIV for the time, and they were like, hey, maybe you can come replace me. So I went to try to learn to play Ninja. I actually got Ninja pretty well down, but back then my internet was a lot more consistent. So I actually had it down. I didn't grab it too often. I had a pretty consistent playthrough, and I hit the trick attacks when I was supposed to, and then that team just completely fell apart, so I ended up not joining that team. I started learning Summoner just for fun because I was watching a lot of Larry Czar, and he was talking Summoner up a lot, and I actually do think I miss old Summoner. I know there are people who will tell me I'm wrong, and that's fine. I fully agree with your opinion to have I fully agree with your opinion to have a class that does feel like you're actually summoning things and not that you're playing a warlock from World of Warcraft. That's fine. However, I do miss the old dot interactions and rotations, and it felt like it plays a lot better than Bard dot rotation does. So I learned Summoner, and I actually had that one down, and I was getting ready to join a group, but that group just never fully manifested. It got up to like 4 people, and then like 2 of the people ended up on the other team, and the other guy, I don't think he had a strong opinion about having a new player on his team, so he didn't keep trying to find people with me. So I just ended up kind of in this weird place until again I joined ANET, and I ended up making a raid team at the end with, you know, Lindsay Lou, as she points out in the chat, and several other members of ANET at the time, and creating the Cozy Tatoes. And we did a little bit of 09 to kind of try to teach people and learn how to do savage fighting versus extremes, which is what most of us had done up to that point.
Okay. Yeah. That's always a nice little feel and touch. But yeah. Next up, we're gonna go ahead and go to the next topic of the Nier Alliance raids. What are your feelings on those?
I was not the biggest Nier fan. I bought the game after I did the Alliance raids, though. It was fun. I liked them. I think they were interesting Alliance raids. I think it was the first time that 14 experimented with. Well, no, I guess Orbone Monastery was kind of like the first time they really experimented with making Alliance raids tricky to do, and Nier really expanded upon that, where they made the Alliance raids much trickier to manage, and have a lot more not unfair mechanics, which happened a lot in the Heavensward A raids, but making them where people need to be paying attention, and at least 5 to 8 people need to be participating in the mechanics in order to keep everybody else from dying.
Yeah.
They were overall good, and the outfits were cute.
Yeah, definitely for sure. I will definitely say, someone who played Nier, I did enjoy them. Because I did play it before it came out. I think I had a friend back then who was really adamant of me playing Nier, and I was like, okay, because I ended up streaming it on Twitch, and people watching my reactions, and I'm like, dude, this is just, oh my god. This story is
I need to
brutal
go
at
back
all.
and I need to go back and do some Nier now that I'm done with the Dark Souls series.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, it was good. I think I was already used to outfits being a little bit more out there for like non-14 kind of compliant outfits, is what I'll say. Just being used to that. So when they put the Nier outfits in there, I'm just like, yeah, these are just cute little outfits that you can do a lot with. And I will admit, I still feel that it's weird that the 2B bottoms makes everybody's butt look bigger. And I don't, and when I mean everybody, I mean from Lalafell to Rogadin, from male to female. You put those thigh highs on, your butt's getting bigger.
Oh, you know why? You're Kataro. Come on now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Come on now.
Absolutely.
He's holding on me. Come on now.
He held a gun to the designer's head, so he's like, you gotta make that butt slider go up.
The main reason, man. So with that,
Bad
next, yes, the bad lad. Your opinion about the weapon series, Ruby, Emerald, Diamond.
This is going to come up later when we talk about Evercold. I am not the biggest Final Fantasy VII fan. Now that
Okay.
that context is out the way, I love the weapon series.
Okay.
I love the return of Nail von Darnus. I loved the Sapphire cutscene fight where you're fighting around in a giant fucking Gundam, fighting another giant Gundam. I liked the Emerald weapon and the interactions with that, and the storyline around the different Aura and Gaius, and it actually felt like the first time in a long time where it was like, oh hey, Gaius being alive has a point, because we get to learn more about how Garlemald acted. That, again, going back to my complaint that we could have done more with Garlemald back in Stormblood, it felt like it added a lot to prepping Garlemald for being a central focus in Endwalker. And then I'm gonna get on and shout from the heavens that Diamond Weapon was the first time that I led a raid. I was doing ANET. I was putting together raids in ANET. I was getting people together to do raids in ANET. I was running people and teaching mechanics and what they needed to do and how they needed to work. And Diamond was the first fight I had done where I had taught consistently the same 4 or 5 people and myself the fight, and we were able to complete it. And I think we completed it in like 3 weeks to a month, and it was the most satisfying feeling on the planet. So
that always feels good when you can do something like that and you achieve that, you know.
And the whole storyline is just really good. I hope we come back to those characters in the future. I don't think we're going to see them anytime soon, because Evercold is not going anywhere near that location, but it would be neat to see them more.
I will say, just one character, maybe I'm glad he returned. That's it. He's a disgusting fucker, but that's all.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he's dead, so I don't think we have to worry about him.
Exactly, he's dead now, you know? Alright, so we're going to go ahead and wrap up the Shadowbringers one with the story, the MSQ itself. What was your feelings?
Yep. Summary time. Shadowbringers was the best storyline Final Fantasy XIV has ever had. Which I guess means we're all downhill from here for the next few expansions, but don't worry, we're still going to be positive in the next one. But Emmett Selk and the Asians had been such a villainous group, and while it didn't feel like the ends justified the means with them, I do not look at an ant and think of it as a living thing 999 times out of 10 when I step on one.
Alright.
And I get Hades' point of view, is all I'm saying. I don't agree with it, but I understand. And I think the interactions with the storyline there, the stakes, the reveal of Grahatia, who I did not remember at all, and the interactions with the stakes that were not just, hey, if we don't stop this realm from falling to light, it's not, you know, you and everybody you know are going to die. Not just that, though. Even if you do stop it, everybody around you, you know and care about, are dying before your eyes, and we need to solve that problem too.
Yeah. It's like...
it like, the stakes in Shadowbringers were always high, but always close to home. It's like, it's hard to quantify the world or the universe ending. It's easy to quantify everybody you know and love dying, though. And I think, while I think Stormblood's extended story with the Elemental Lords and Omega kind of really enhanced things that were going on in Stormblood, Shadowbringer's storyline the weapon storyline and didn't add much to Shadowbringers, but it didn't need to, because Shadowbringers had everything it needed in the story. It's also the first time you didn't skip a dungeon from 61 to 69.
Yeah, you're right.
I haven't brought that up yet, but up to this point, every time you went and did a dungeon, there was usually one dungeon that was an extra one you had to go out of your way to find. I do believe in Heaven's Ward, it was the 51 dungeon. In Stormblood, it was the 63 dungeon. Shadowbringers thankfully stopped doing that. ARR, there's just like 5. I don't even want to talk about ARR.
There's so many, and they kept
there's
adding
so many.
They kept adding so many dungeons when they back then too. I'm like, bro, stop.
Yeah, but Shadowbringers kept it all, like all the dungeons and trials were tied together. There was aside from the weapon fights, everything was there, contained within the story, and all of it felt like it had a place. And the interactions with Emmett Selk, the interactions with Themis, and I can't remember his title. I just keep calling him Themis because I just know him from, I was in Pandemonium for a while, and I love my boy. Yeah, Elidibus, thank you. Mm-hmm. Themis was my boy in Endwalker, spoiler warning. But yeah, Elidibus was the interactions and conclusion to his storyline were peak. The build up with Xenos getting his body back and the clown returning to be a problem that he set the stage for in Endwalker, as well as setting the stage for Endwalker, was just great. And the feeling of when you see Graha Tia coming back at the end of Shadowbringers as somebody who's going to be sticking around with you for a while he deals with his own individual problems of having 2 souls in one body was fantastic. And I really just, I don't have anything negative to say about Shadowbringers because there was not really anything I interacted with from the story's perspective I found to be problematic. Oh, no, wait, there's one. There's one.
Okay.
There's one problem I had. The old monk guy being Xenos 2.0 was really frustrating.
Oh, Rajit?
Yeah, Rajit, thank you. Like, Xenos felt like a legitimate threat that could kill you and was choosing not to. And it was to his mistake when you finally, like, surpassed him. Rajit never felt like he was... It felt like they were telling you he was that and not showing you that he was that. It never... Like, every time that you interacted with him, it felt like you just dominated him. And it really... Yeah, Ranjit was so forgettable. And it really felt like he was supposed to be Xenos, but for Thancred, but he was also supposed to be your problem too because you're the main character. It's like, just make him Thancred's problem. Like, he could just be a guy who, every time I show up, he has to leave, but every time Thancred is dealing with him, it's a problem.
Right, yeah.
That would have been much better.
Yeah, it definitely, I could definitely agree with that, because he definitely was, the only reason you kind of remember is this, the only reason I remember was because for a while I did Fru, you got Thanjit. So of course you're gonna remember the name, but otherwise. Even
then, the Thancred part of Thanjit is more memorable than him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just like just stuck in my head. I'm just like, oh great. But no, I agree. I definitely felt like Rajit was definitely. You look at it, definitely kind of forgettable because you're like, how often do you interact with him? Yeah, I am this cool guy.
And like at the end of every area, he pops up to be like, I am a threat. And my little interaction is, the army behind you is more of a threat than you are. I can defeat you anytime.
No, I like to make a meme, just a meme, and just say, she says, I am a threat. Poosh.
Yep.
just poof.
Yeah, poof, I'm gone.
Poof, I'm gone. I'm a threat. Poof, disappears.
Yeah.
That's where Reggie lives in now.
Yeah. Whereas other characters you interact with in the story who try to be a threat are a legitimate threat. Renji just feels like he's there.
He's just there. He just exists.
Yeah, but that's like my only negative. I had to dig out a negative for the storyline to be like, yeah, this part, I don't like this. Everything else is great, though.
Yeah, there is a definitely. I said, I mean, obviously not everything's perfect, but like definitely for the most part, though, I definitely do feel like Shadowbringer's story is definitely up there in at least the top two, top three. Just because it's just so, it's just so emotional. You get attached to a lot of things, even things you
Yeah.
weren't even attached to for very long. You felt like you were attached to so quick. You're like the
Oh yeah,
fuck.
Emmett Selk for me is like the perfect embodiment
Yeah.
of that, where he is literally a character that's just like, yeah, you are the one that are making me think much
Right.
more deeply about this storyline than I could.
Yeah, I think for me, it was definitely the beginning, and one of the characters, like Tesla, I think it was, who basically just becomes like a sin eater real quick. She was like very protective, trying to help one of the children out, and just
Oh,
becomes.
that was a moment. I was just like, oh yeah, no, this happens. I'm looking forward to when I get to that on stream, and I'm like, I need to censor this. I'm sorry, everybody. I think I'll get demonetized if I don't.
If I don't do it this way. All right. With that, we are now getting ready for Endwalker. We're gonna take a little bit of break here, and we'll be back.
Ready?
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are returning now with Endwalker. Endwalker is, of course, the end of the Hidden in the Zodiac story. And, of course, we try to get into some kind of new story and whatnot, but also some other fun things were introduced as well. With that, we'll go ahead and get started here. First thing I have to ask, we probably know the answer, but we're going to go ask it anyway. Male Vieira were revealed to be a playable race. Did you change immediately?
Nope. This is actually the first expansion I think I didn't even experiment with a Fantasia. I just stayed Lala.
Okay. With that, next up is basically Reaper and Sage came out around this time. Did you unlock the jobs immediately when they came out?
I first day level 70'd Sage.
Okay.
Not level 70, level 80'd Sage. I went into Boja, which I did complain about before. And I got to work. I spent an entire 6-hour stream in Boja leveling Sage, and I got Sage to a 80 by the end of the day, and then the next day I started the storyline.
Hey, you
Which,
know.
having done it once, it was a fun experience I will never do again. If there's another class I'm going to do, I will level it alongside doing the story quest, because oh man, it was so painful watching people get ahead for me and talking about the storyline while I'm spending my first 16 hours of the new expansion just sitting in Boja content I hate, trying to get to level 80 as fast as possible.
Oh my god, right. Oh my goodness. Well,
And then shortly after I finished the storyline, I unlocked Reaper, and Reaper has been probably my main melee up until M10 for a very specific reason.
Okay. So I guess Sage, Sage really stuck out to you then when you saw it.
Sage was the first healing. Like, I was playing Astro off and on all the time. By that point, I would say Shadowbringers, I might be saying Dark Knight was my main class, but Astro was actually the class I played the most. If I wasn't playing Red Mage or tanking. Like, Astro I played the most unless the party I was working with in ANET required me to play a different class, and then I either played tank or as Dark Knight, or I played Red Mage. So I was already interested in doing healing because I had fallen in love with playing healing with ANET. So when Sage dropped, I fell in love with it immediately, and since my co-healer that I had gotten with Lindsay Lou is a white mage fanatic, it super worked out well for me because it meant that I could go play Sage. Now, what didn't work out was when they decided Astro was going to go back to being a pure healer only. Well, not finally going back, when they just decided that Astro was going to be a pure healer only.
Yeah, and, right.
I was a little upset about that because Astro was still my second favorite healer through Shadowbringers, but I made it work and instead just played Sage the whole time. And overall, love Sage. I would say Sage is probably my class that I know inside out the best, even now. Like, even playing a bunch of other classes, when I'm just doing comfort play on this character specifically, I will pull out Sage and just play it.
Yeah, oh yeah, I could definitely see that for sure. Because I have interest for next expansion. We'll talk about it a little bit later. Next up, I'm going to ask about. We know you started kind of doing a bit of the relic grind last expansion. Did you happen to touch this relic grind?
I have almost every Manderville weapon.
Okay.
The Endwalker relic grind, I had already said before, I love the Manderville quests, and I did most of them almost completely to the end. And as somebody who, especially nowadays, just does not have the time to spend into the relic grind between all the other games that I'm interested in, having streaming, having a wife, I don't have the no-lifing for Final Fantasy XIV I used to. And I know a lot of people complained that the relic grind didn't give them as much to do. However, as somebody on the opposite end of the fence, the lack of a grind let it be so much more approachable for somebody in my shoes to sit down and go and get all the relics and be able to enjoy actually having the relics at the same rate as everybody else in my party was. So I actually have all the relics and even use a good portion of them as cosmetics in 14. It's really nice to have.
Okay, because on my end, I definitely remember doing the grind. I got pretty much all of them to the final stage, just because of how, it was pretty easy to do. And I a lot of my streaming time is focused on 14, but I do a lot of I try to stream other content outside of raids, but obviously I raid in Party Finder, so I just Party Finder. If I don't feel like Party Finder that day, I have to say, okay, I'll go do something else in the game. It's just what my mental is at this point. But yeah, definitely the grind itself was it was definitely nice to have a change, especially for people who needed a more casual approach to it. I think a lot of people were just upset that it became more of a real a full-fledged casual content to them in their opinion, and they really wanted more to it, which I kind of get, but I'm also kind of glad for people who may not it. As you said, not a lot of people have all that time to grind out MMOs these days. Time is very precious now, so we need to place it. We need to put it where we can and where we need to.
I think if a Boja, if a Eureka, I don't know why I keep saying Boja, it's because I did it the most. If there was Eureka content, even if there wasn't a relic attached to it, you'd still see a lot of people go and do the Eureka content. And I think the developers fear if they don't tie the Eureka content to relic content, that nobody will go and do it. And I do think there'll probably be a significantly less group of people who go and do it, but there's still people who enjoy that content, and I think they need to stop being afraid of doing that and instead do, because the thing is what made, I think they can do it a little bit better. I think the thing I like about the Manderville relic quests was it felt like the story of the relics was the thing that was focused on. To be fair, it was the story of the Manderville family line, which I was again very invested in by this point.
Right.
But I think if we had like this current tier of relics, it doesn't feel like the relics are relevant to the Occult Crescent. It just feels like something you're doing while you're also exploring the Occult Crescent. And I feel like there's a missed opportunity for these, for the weapons to have their own deeper storyline than we could have, instead of it being tied to the relics.
Okay.
Or instead of it being tied to the Eureka content.
Right, yeah. I'm gonna bring this up a little bit briefly, since we've gotten into basically we've gotten into the racing stuff like that. Like, I don't know if you recall, but basically this is the expansion which they did is squish down on stats. They squished them down by around 80%. What were your feelings on that?
As somebody who has worked in coding, the numbers were getting too big. It's really hard once you start hitting 7-8 digit numbers, or having like 14-15 digit numbers for health. Computations start to legitimately grind down. I would not be surprised to hear there's going to be another stat squish, if not next expansion, the expansion after that, because it is just a computer problem. And that is kind of the thing that people have to understand, especially while Final Fantasy XIV is tied to consoles, is it will continue to be something that is a problem. I mean, World of Warcraft, an MMO that is like famously PC only, it itself also has limitations from large numbers, and regularly does a stat squish every 2 to 3 expansions, and I just do not see that changing for 14. So it's, for me, it's a nothing burger. It's just like, as somebody who is a coder and a game programmer, I just understand how it fundamentally is a part of the system, and it just needs to happen every so often. And I think anybody who makes a big deal that their numbers feel smaller is missing the point of the adventure.
Yeah, no, and I think that's actually a good point. And, at the end of the day, I guess that's a question that came up because people were really, I know there were people that were afraid or upset when they heard about the stats being squished down. To me, I did the same approach as you. I kind of because I don't have like a degree in it, but I did do quite a bit of programming. I do have a little bit of coding knowledge and such. In order to make sure the game can still be manageable, you definitely need to make sure that your the program is able to keep up. If you have too big of numbers, then yeah, it could cause some insane things to happen, and you may not want that. So
yeah,
definitely
it can come some processing and RAM issues that the typical person would not be necessarily aware of.
Correct. Yeah, there's a lot more that goes behind the scenes. So as I said, it sounded like you said you with the coding knowledge. I figured this was a question that I could ask because it was like, you know what? Hey, that's a nice little insight too. Because again, I have a little bit of programming knowledge, but not that deep. So it was really cool to hear that information. It's like, oh, that's unique. Didn't know that there's a certain numbers that could cause a lot of issues. So I appreciate that little input.
Yep.
Next up, I'm going to ask is the removable belts. What are your feelings on that?
Since I didn't really start gearing hardcore into Shadowbringers, or into Endwalker, I started gearing in Shadowbringers, but it wasn't the highest priority until basically Let's see, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 5.0. I think Shadowbringers was 5.0. Yeah.
Yeah.
Till like basically 5.5.
Okay.
So,
oh, that's fair.
So for me, belts were just an item I had that didn't even show up in my glam. So it disappearing kind of.
Just
Again,
no.
that's fine. See you
It's
later.
fine. See you. Bye. I don't need you. Bye.
Bye. I won't miss you because you're one
You were-
less thing I need to go pay for off the market board.
And also fall by the fact it didn't even like show up anyway in your like character.
Yeah.
So like, you know, what was the point?
It wasn't even showable glam, so
Right.
there was nothing. There was no missing it. Now, if it was something that could be glammed, I probably would have missed it more because I've always enjoyed glamming characters, but
Right. Yeah.
it isn't. So
no. It is what it is, right?
Mhm.
So next I'm going to ask about is this is when DC travel came available. So now you could not within your own DC, you can go over and say if you're on, let's say you're on Aether and you want to hang out with your friends on Primal, etc., etc.
Yep.
What were your feelings on that?
At first, I kind of did not have a strong opinion about it. It was just more accessibility. I was already doing server travel, so data center travel was just like, oh, hey, cool, I can go a little bit further. Or I can go visit friends a little bit more farther afield. I wish this came out in Shadowbringers when I went and made a ninja character on a completely different data center that I never ended up following through with. Nowadays, especially because for multiple different tiers now, I've had team members on different data centers and on different servers on my team, or people from different data centers coming and supporting my team when there are people who are absent. It is a feature we should have had a long time ago.
Yeah. Now, considering for me, I definitely feel that because I used to run back in the day, I used to run 2 Mount Farm groups in Shadowbringers. And so I had to have 2 characters at the same time playing. So I would play with one group on Primal, and then I had a group on Aether I would be supporting. So I literally was going back and forth between both groups, just to help them get their mounts. And it was like very useful to be able as one character transfer one DC to another without having to worry about that. Because unfortunately, the one group I had, I only had really Dark Knight and Summoner leveled on my alt. So literally, if we needed a healer, it was like, well, I can't switch to healer. I was really stuck between Dark Knight and Summoner for one of them, and obviously my main had all the jobs and was better geared.
Yeah, and now that's just so much easier to do. I've even gone to one of my IRL friends who started the game in Shadowbringers. I've been able to jump on his server occasionally on weeks that he needs support, to be like, hey, if you don't mind losing out on some gear, I can come heal for you. I know how to do the fight. So it's always super nice.
Super nice. Next up, we'll talk about Ishgard housing finally opened up around this time. Did you have any feelings about that?
Ishgard house still. I actually actively got an Ishgard house, and the problem is I have I'm in a friend of mine's FC, and my IRL friend's FC in Balmong. I'm still on it. I get emails of it being destroyed regularly, so I kind of ignored it. I didn't realize I hadn't gone into my house on this character in a while, and I actively lost my house recently, and I'm just a little upset about it. I've been punishing myself by not going and hunting for houses again, which sucks because I really, really liked the house. It was in a nice position, lets me look over things. So yeah, it was great, and I think it also had a double effect because it also was a full circle moment for the Ishgard restoration by acting like, hey, we did all this work for the restoration, and now there's housing here. Good job, everybody! Everybody claps each other on the back. Great.
Yeah, right. You did great.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Right.
I'm hoping that the big housing talks they're talking about in Evercold does a similar thing with the moons, or the planets we've been visiting.
Soon. Hashtag maybe. All right. Next up on the list here is, did you happen to try out Island Sanctuary?
No, I did not. It was more it wasn't so much I didn't have interest in it, I just didn't have time for it. I heard it was very grindy, and I was already kind of I was doing a lot of Final Fantasy 14 content, but also trying to expand my streaming to be a little bit more than just 14. So I just didn't have the time to work on it in my spare time between grinding, uh, raiding, and doing the content I actually wanted to do.
That's completely fair and understandable. Um, Next up, the Fall Guys came to Gold Saucer. Did you happen to try it out?
I tried it out. I play it on occasion. It's fun. It's a nice change of pace, like anything in the Golden Saucer. It just
Okay.
gives you something fun to do. Considering how bad Fall Guys is these days to actually go and play, it makes me happy that I can still go and enjoy at least a portion of it in the game. For those who don't know, at least the last time I checked on it, Fall Guys is really full of hackers and botters, and it makes it very hard to go and enjoy the game when you pop in and people either instantly pop to the end of the race course or bots just swarm and circle around you and keep you from going forward while the person who's controlling all the bots goes and wins automatically. It's kind of really annoying.
Right. All right. Next up here on the questions is, where is the yes, the variant dungeons. What were your opinions on those?
I like them as a concept. I was supposed to be trying to do the Criterion Savage. So, as somebody who my last major content I was doing in World of Warcraft was Mythic Dungeon Keys. For those who don't know, Mythic Dungeon Keys add random effects to dungeons, and also increase the difficulty of the monsters you're fighting in the dungeons based on the level of the key. The higher the number, the higher the difficulty, and also the more randomness that gets thrown in based on certain thresholds of keys. Variant Savage felt like a first step in trying to do something like that. Well, Criterion Savage felt like the first step in doing something like that, and it seems like content that I would enjoy. Unfortunately, and we'll get to this a little bit more when we talk about Dawn Trail, I'm a little burnt out on the game, and I was also getting a little bit burnt out on, again, trying to do more 14 content all the time. So I did the variant dungeons. I enjoyed them, but I never got as deep into them as I wanted to do.
Gotcha. Okay. Did you ever think about revisiting them at one point and just
I
kind of?
do. I was supposed to be actually visiting them with Lindsay Lou while she went and did all the Criterion Savage content recently, but like I said, I'm just burnt out on the game. I might go back to it in the future myself, but right now I just don't have the energy for it.
Completely fair. I mean, it's just what it is. Next up on the list here, the Myth of the Realm Alliance raids. What were your feelings on those?
Myth of the Realm Alliance raids were the best Alliance raids. Yeah, full stop. I liked Ivalice as a Final Fantasy Tactics and Ivalice fan. I loved the Neo raids as just somebody who just enjoys cyberpunk aesthetic. But no Alliance raid in a while has added as much to the lore of Final Fantasy XIV, I feel, or went into a section of the lore that has desperately needed more expansion than the Alliance raids in Walker. I loved going and facing the different gods of the different members of the 12 and facing them down as a unit of gods to handle. And every fight is an interesting mechanic you have to manage. Every boss has there are 13 bosses and 12 bosses, and every one of them has an interesting and unique mechanic you're trying to overcome. None of them are the same except for the final boss, who is, spoilers, all of them, and their unique thing is that they're all of them. You're doing all of them at once. Have fun.
Right, have fun. Go do your thing, whatever, Oh,
Yeah.
shoot. With that, because did you ever, how did you feel about fighting your Odette whenever you chose the very beginning?
Valkyrie Mommy was the best fight. I loved her aesthetic. I'm waiting with bated breath for Lindsay Lou to finish the G pose art that turns Lucia into a servant of Halone, and
Yes.
yeah. So I'm just full here for it. It was such a great fight. I was not disappointed, and yeah, it was just all of them were good.
Yeah, they were.
There's not a single one I think was bad.
Yeah, all of them were really enjoyable. I really did like Thalic. Thalic was actually my deity that I chose. And when I was gonna fight, I was like, oh wow, look at him.
His was fun. I would say my only complaint, child, and it's again not the fight's fault. It's just other people's fault. Is Nathal. I do not like instant death mechanic for somebody being an asshole.
Oh yeah.
It just takes one person to be like, all right, last second, I jumped to the other side, change the weight values, and we're all dead.
Lyman. About Lyman when you do a dote, and if you throw you don't.
I would if there was one change, I would say I wish they would just change it so you take you drop down to 1 health.
Gotcha.
That way there's a recovery chance you can have right before the boss starts beating the shit out of the main tank again.
So when you fought the Navigator, did you do the whole blow kiss towards them and see what happened?
Yes, I did. It was great getting my.
Hey, knock that off.
I didn't even think she. My thing was I didn't even think she was the most attractive one, but I did like that it was a mechanic that you could have happen. That was fun.
I mean, if you actually, there's apparently a story behind it. If you didn't read the story, that's why they didn't like that.
That's probably what I'm missing. I was missing the context for that.
There was that's something I actually learned. I think yesterday. I think someone brought it up yesterday. I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it makes sense because you would think if you were doing for what most people would consider conventional attractiveness, that Nafika or fire dancer chick, I can't remember her name, that one of those two would actually end up doing it. But no, it's the Navigator, and if there's deep lore to it, okay, that's fine, perfectly acceptable. But,
yeah. So next up, we're gonna go ahead and talk about, actually real quick, did you touch the crystalline conflict by chance in the PvP?
I did. This is actually the first time I interacted with the PvP in such a way that I actually liked. I actually like PvP in 14 now. I still, if I'm in a PvP mood, I tend to go to Guild Wars 2. If I'm in a PvP MMO mood, I tend to go to Guild Wars 2. But that being said, I think Crystalline Conflict, I didn't do ranked, just because I don't want to deal with the angry people in it. But I find Crystalline Conflict is a nice change of pace in 14 when I want it, and it always tends to be an interesting battle, and I like that every patch or two they add a couple new interesting battlegrounds that change up how the play happens. So yeah, I've done it a lot. I think it's fascinating changes. It's made PvP more accessible, in my opinion, and more enjoyable.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. CC definitely was I think a much needed thing. There are times, though, I will admit with Frontlines, I do miss one Frontline. I wish they would bring it back. Just bring it back, Square. All I'm asking is to be able to slaughter people, okay? That's it. Just slaughter. That's all it was called, Slaughterhouse, and I miss it. That's the only Frontline I miss.
Occasionally go in one of our stream team members, Brian Ricardo. He does a lot of ranked Crystalline Conflict during the week. I like to watch him play. He's really fun.
Yeah, he's really good. I like to watch this. If I'm in the PvP mood, I need to watch the PvP. Yeah, I definitely pull him up.
He's definitely one people should check out.
Yes, definitely. So next up on the list, before we talk about the MSQ, how about the Pandemonium raids?
So this was my first raid tier, and I believe I jumped into the 15-foot into the pool without floaties. Now, that being said, I saw the 4th tier of every fight up to that point, in Pandemonium. I managed to, through progression, get through Fire Chicken, get through the tree, get through Themis, and actually see Dracula, Daddy, and Mommy respectively. So I earned my casual tier water wings by the end of the tier. But oh my god, this Pandemonium's story was fantastic. It added a lot to the lore around the Asians, and very specifically Atheris, and what happened when the things you can create, when you can create anything, become out of control. And also what happens when you look at Greek lore and go, yeah, I can butcher that. I don't have a major problem with Athena being the villain as Athena being the actual Greek god of reasonable fucking activities.
Right. Especially
uh,
that meme of her, by the way, and she looks like you open the fridge, just looks at you, that weird like
nope,
the side
close
head.
it. Close it. I see. I didn't see that meme. The meme I saw was the crazy girlfriend one. And
Yes.
it just imposed her face over the crazy girlfriend meme. But yeah, um, the that the expansion was very the raid tier was very satisfying, but it was definitely one of those ones they were like, all right, people had a really good time in Eden, let's take it up a notch. And they
Mhm.
didn't realize that taking it up a notch made it difficult for people who join the the tier. People didn't realize it made it just painful for it being your first time. Hooked on Phoenix was a fight that we won, and I think we had to clear it twice, and we cleared it twice, and we never touched it again. We always just
Yeah.
found a skip, and if we couldn't find a skip, we just took the week off.
That's
we did extremes instead.
fair. Yeah, no, it definitely is. That is like the worst fight that go through. I mean, for me, for my Savage experience, I pretty much
My,
like the last two tiers. I saw the final boss, but in the first tier, I actually cleared the whole tier.
mm-hmm.
And I think we beat that on week like 6 or 7, something like that. It was kind of like pretty
my
early
my
on.
main tank has red at the time for Phoenix had red color blindness. We literally had to change the entirety of our callouts to tell them specifically where to go because they physically couldn't see where to go in that fight.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh, that's brutal. I was the off tank in my group, but yeah,
Mhm.
that red and orange all together. Oh, it was brutal. Like that was really
Yeah.
rough. And I will say
Yeah.
that for someone who hit it on that. Thankfully, I didn't
Uh,
have as bad of a job as other DPS and healers because I was just
yeah.
doing game.
That was my first time healing, and I also learned that Pineax prog is what happens every time you do P4. It is not a one and
Yes,
done thing.
correct. Yep.
um,
You have
we
to.
I would say P4 was the most stolen fight for me. We literally had a bad call out on the last pull of the last week before the next tier dropped,
Oh
and
no.
that one bad call at like 1% cost us the clearing on time, and I was
Oh.
devastated. At P8, I think is my least favorite fight of the tier, but that's just because P8 Savage, all the cool mechanics and interesting mechanics were in the second half of that fight.
Yeah.
Um, and all the first tier mechanics randomly came at you. There wasn't a consistency, so you couldn't. If you explained a mechanic to somebody, if you explained dog to somebody or snake to somebody, you had to hope that dog or snake also came up first again, so that they could get some experience with it, or else you were just having to wait until you gotta hope you
Yeah.
clear the fight so you can do the next one. And
Yeah, that was absolutely brutal because you never necessarily got the same mechanic each time, so it was definitely rough.
no,
I think
I
we,
never even saw the second half of that fight. And
I
then
think we got, yeah,
Athena's was it chained theory or unchained theory? I think one of our raiders was just getting so burnt out in the game at the time that I think we progged past it once. We got to the second one of those, and they were like, no, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. We're done for the tier.
and
And I'm like, yeah, that's fair. Well, the rest of us are all burnt out too.
yeah, no,
To be
definitely that's
fair,
about, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
that's also coming after 10, which was a trial in and of itself.
Oh, 10 was definitely brutal. I remember when I was still
Mhm.
part of my static, they definitely had a tough time. Though I went out and cleared it in Party Finder with my also 2 other people at the time, because we were all pretty much like, I was a co-leader for that static, and we had
Mhm.
another co-leader, and then one person led it. And well, actually, we all just kind of agreed that we're all leaders at the same time. And so we just kind of like, as we try to do with our group, we'll usually do a group Tuesday and Wednesday, And then right afterwards, us three would just go off the party fighter and just start playing the party fighter the rest of the tier for the final one. But yeah, 10 was a struggle. Definitely harrowing hell was the worst, because especially with the healing check, and you had to make sure that your tank knew how to LB at the one point, just because the healing, it would help make ease for the healing, but you're just like, damn, I could use that for DPS, but you can't.
Yeah.
Because you need the extra mitigation from the tank LB. So I definitely will say, definitely the third tier is definitely a rough tier.
And the entirety of the tier was
it was rough.
Too. But
I mean,
I would not trade the experience for the world. I
Yeah.
loved Endwalker raids with my team, and we managed to get through it and still be together as a team, so it obviously counts for something.
Exactly. I mean, that's really good, because it's very rare nowadays for statics to stay together for so long. Because people do come and go, but like if you're able to keep a static for so long, it's great. I mean, on my tiers, unfortunately, I think the longest static I've had was literally probably a tier, maybe like all of Coil probably. And the first
I've had members come and go. I think of the original team members, we only have half, and even then, one of them had to step away for a bit for IRL reasons and came back once they had time. But, I've had 4 team members total, a 5th team member who's been with us since basically the start. They were kind of our constant fill when people were out, and then when somebody quit the team because they felt like they were sandbagging, which they weren't, but that wasn't, not sandbagging on purpose, but like holding us back. They joined the team permanently. They've been around. They've also still been on the team since basically the first tier. But yeah, it's been a trip. But I think that's the other thing, is my team is very casual. We're there to complete the tier, but it's more important we have a good time spending time together than to me at least, than it is that we complete the tier.
Yeah, and that's the point. As long as that's what when you make your group, you know what you want at the end of the day. See, I'm one of those people who wants to go out and now I used to be like, I can kind of hold off and this and that. But the more I joined a lot of statics, because I think a lot more people were focused more on just having a good time going through, I was one of those people like, I want to beat the tier. I want to finish this. I want to go. And that's just my mentality. So I'm just like, I just kind of like jump in. And of course, I wouldn't mind jumping in and filling and helping people. Nowadays, I just don't mind if I jump in, help people, maybe get like through mechanics and such. Because that's what I actually did for Dawn Trail, but we'll get into that. But like for the first tier. But that's just been my thing. And that's why you'll see me party fighter a lot when it comes to raiding. It's just my mental state's a bit different. I've thought about doing statics and such. It doesn't work well for my head. Yeah, it doesn't mean a bad thing. Yeah, that's not a bad thing, because I love it when people are able to do statics and stick together. Because when I hear those stories, like, I'm happy for you, because that's important.
Yeah.
Because I see y'all all the time. I do come in and jump into a couple of your guys' streams and lurk, and I'm like, y'all all always having a good time, and I'm like, good. This is what you need.
Might be failing a lot, but we're having a good time.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I don't hear like that. Man, how dare! It's more like I'll make a joke or something.
We have had those weeks before where it's like, okay, lock in. We're really close to finishing the tier. You need to lock in, especially when we were doing M4. But we'll get to that in the Dawn Trail.
But yeah, all right. With that though, we are gonna go ahead and we're gonna wrap this up with the story, the MSQ of Endwalker. What were your feelings?
Endwalker's story was a very excellent and respectful send-off to the Zodiark Heidelin story, and I very much love it. It competes with Heavensward as my second favorite bit of story. It has a few flaws. There's a couple of parts that I think, I don't want to say go on for too long, but the cutscenes start to really drag while you're going through them. And there's a few things that didn't feel like they were properly set up ahead of time. Like, the end days felt like they were set up ahead of time well, and some of the things that were pointed out as along the way with the time travel stuff was handled very respectfully and really kind of had a very good impact and like impression. But there were some sections like the rabbits on the moon that felt, I don't know, off. He's like, I'm happy we're going to the moon. This was not foreshadowed in the slightest until this point. Like, like, the moon was always a really important place, but why the fuck did I never see a rabbit with the 50 times we went up here with the Asians to see what was going on?
Right?
It's I didn't even understand that Zodiac was locked on the moon, and that's why the Asians kept going up there until later. And I guess that could be like some mild foreshadowing. I thought the Realm of Darkness was where Zodiac was, and that's why they were hanging out there. They were hanging out close to their primal. But that's again a little nitpicky. I'm being about it. I'm being a little more negative than I should be. The story was overall great. I liked that Xenos was not redeemed. I liked that he stayed while he had enemy of my enemy syndrome. He never changed from the path of I wish to fight the person who defeated me and defeat them in turn.
Right.
And it made the final fight with him much more interesting. I will say I went back and redid that fight as a completely different class because playing as Sage felt so weird, seeing that cutscene and myself throwing hands as somebody wearing a cloth leather jacket.
Yeah.
And a lab coat and nothing else. It's like,
right.
I'm dressed like I'm a scientist throwing hands with a dude in freaking huge scythe and fleshy armor. I went back and did that one as Reaper, and it just felt so much more enjoyable. But yeah, there was the overall sequence for Endwalker, I think, was really good as something that wrapped up, and the fact that it wrapped up the story at the end of 6.0 was great. And the 6.1 to 6.5 storyline kind of being itself self-contained, with the exception of the parts where Wilclamont shows up to basically prelude Dawntrail coming, which Final Fantasy XIV is very big about. The .x storylines usually try to lead and prelude into the next expansion, so I'm not going to complain about it.
Yeah.
At the time, I was much more open to Wilclamont and this exploration, so I didn't have as much of a problem with her as Existence as well, and I think that it was a very satisfying way to introduce Dawntrail while also containing an important self-contained storyline and introducing the 13th as why the Void Sent are the way they are, why the Void Sent are as hungry to come into our world and consume ether in the ways that they do. It's just, I think it was a very good presentation of what it did. I think Zero was a very interesting character, along with everything else that happened. I was so terrified Kryl was going to die the entire time I was going through 6.0. That little Lala was carrying around 17 death flags for days, and it's like when Heidelin is, if Heidelin dies, Kryl is going to die because she keeps acting as a conduit for the god. Oh no.
Oh my god, right? Oh. So I should ask beforehand, before we kind of get too much into the post-patch stuff, with the 6.0 story, I know we talked about Xenos and whatnot in the ending fight. What were your feelings when your body was snatched? You did the body swap episode.
That was such a awesomely horrifying thing to happen. You know what? It's been 2 hours. I can make another Warhammer reference. It has very big, like, obviously you get your body back, but it has big, like, Trazen the Infinite feels of I imagine the horror of something or a demon, like, taking over your body in Warhammer. It's such just this horrifying thing that I, as a fan of Warhammer, like, really gel with. This concept that your body can be taken from you. Very casually, mind you, and used to hurt those you care about. Oh man, I was ready to throw hands with myself. I'm like, all right, put them up. I'll kick my own ass.
Dude.
Yeah, especially when Alize and Graha was like running forward to greet you. I'm like, no, you can't hurt them. I'll throw hands with myself. I don't care.
Xenos,
That
no.
that section was great. The time travel section and getting to know the side of Emmett that was much more reasonable was also very, very good. And I want to touch on it briefly. I felt like most of the role quests were tied very well into the Endwalker story. I would say my big thing I don't want to that I did was it didn't feel like all of the roles were properly tied to the role quest. Just like tank felt like you needed a tank because you were acting as a bodyguard for Kane-sana.
Yeah.
Healer felt like a healer because you were actually going and actively healing corruption inside of people's bodies.
Mm-hmm.
But all the DPS felt like you could take them, shake them really hard, and throw them at any of the other ones, and you would have not noticed that they were a different. That Limza was now magic. That Ishgard was now ranged, and that Domo was now magic. Like I feel like you could have done that, shaken it all up, thrown out, and nothing would have been noticed between those. It was, in my opinion, is probably the weakest of the role quests.
Okay, no, that's fair. I mean, I know they try to mention something in the story, probably just because you're like, oh, Yagiri, you know what? Hey, you can go be we need a Fizz range for this, or hey, this is for this character. Maybe we go and have you do this. Like, oh,
it's it has very passing. Oh, we're gonna give you a mild explanation, but it doesn't feel like they fit.
No, and that's honestly completely and utterly fair. Like, I mean, when you really think about it, I didn't really think about the role quest too much, but I think it's also my brain was like, hey, what happened to the nurse again?
The best part about the role quests there was the redemption of Daddy Leveler.
Yes. Oh, that one was really
in Garlemald. That was a really good series of quests where he comes out as he's a sage, and the sixth quest as it is. That one came together very well, I think.
Now I think about that, I definitely agree. Like the big finale of them all together and how it all played out was really nice. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. Anything else you wanted to say about post patch or anything about MSQ?
The Final Fantasy IV themes of the entirety of the post quest sequence, as Final Fantasy IV being my first Final Fantasy ever, made me squee like a little fangirl in ways that other parts of this game has never done before.
Like, yay!
we were fighting Zeramis. I was having like big moments. Freaking Golbez showed up. I was having my moment. It's like every time we did anything that interacted with the Final Fantasy IV, with one exception, and that was Barbarisha, and that's because Barbarisha ruined Black Mage for me, and I'll never be the same. I swapped from healer to caster because both our casters left the team.
Mm-hmm.
I have never been more punished for something than trying to Black Mage Barbarisha.
Oh no. Oh dear. But no, I agree, because I was actually what I ended up doing, because we found out that FF4 references were coming to Endwalker, so I actually went back and played FF4, and I finished it before Endwalker came out. So when they came up with the post-patch stuff, I was actually more appreciative of that too. I was pretty excited. I was like, oh, we're getting all this? And I always felt like Zeroma's got a better introduction here than in FF4 itself.
Yeah, that's because it was hyped up the entire time, and in FF4, Zeromus just kind of appears and exists.
It just says, hi, I'm here. I'm like, what? Man. Alright, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and get ready for the current expansion for Dawn Trail. We'll be right back.
Yep.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, hello. We are now back with Dawn Trail, the current expansion. If you're watching this and ever called, well, this was the current expansion at the time of this recording. Anyway, with that, we'll go ahead and get started here. So, Female Rothgar were released around this time. I'm going to assume you still stay in Lala fully, right?
Well, I'm sitting across from you as a Lalafell, so yes, that has not changed.
Alright, that's completely fair.
What has changed is I started playing more of my alts who were not Lalafell, but Hrothgar were never one of the options that I brought up. I have my Aura, I have a female Viera, and I have a Cure kicking around. Or I have my Elizin in reserve for when I'm allowed to change how her running animation looks.
Okay, that's fair. Alrighty, next up on my list here is that Viper and Picto were announced. Did you pick them up when they were available?
I have both of them. I have Picto leveled. I don't have Viper leveled. I like them both. I did not pick them up immediately because I knew I was going to be healer, and I was going through the storyline as Dark Knight and Reaper because I started doing my role playthroughs where I was playing through the story, kind of like what would Lucia act like in this situation, because I finally had the character kind of like solidified. So
Right.
I did more of that than I did, and then I went back because after the experience with Sage at the beginning of Shadowbringers, I'm like, I'm not doing that a second time, even if I end up pictomaning, because my team was kind of going through a little bit of a problem where we were trying to fill in a couple positions that had opened up. So it was entirely possible I might have ended up going caster or melee, and I knew I was going to be Viper because one of our melee had already pre-called it, but I might have gone Picto if I ended up going caster, just to change it up from doing red mage at that point.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so for me, where we sold Viper to me was definitely the Twin Blade style. Twin Blade's been my favorite thing. You need Darth Maul with the double bladed lightsaber. You have Grove from Soul Calibur 6. A lot of unique Twin Blade styles I probably can think of, but those are the two that come top of my head immediately.
Yeah.
So I was like,
the swap between two separate swords and then the dual-sided sword as a mechanic was a very interesting way to take a dual-wield class that gave it its own expression separate from ninja.
Yeah. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and talk about real quick here. Beastmaster has reached Final Fantasy XIV. Of course, we don't have the job is not out yet. What are your actual feelings on it?
I'm a little bit more interested in it than I was Blue Mage. It's not the kind of content that I'm into, but I kind of am still taking a look at it and keeping an eye on it.
Okay. Yeah, I guess to me, I'm in the same boat. I definitely would like to see where it goes. I'll probably end up just doing the same thing I did with Blue. I'll probably max out and probably do some content of it, but not like everything. Because that tends to be my thing. Like, oh, I'll go do this thing now. Okay. Whatnot. I mean, I get here and there. I did this Blue spells. I get a few of them here and there that I can get on my own. And then, like, for Beastmaster, it'll probably be the same. Like, I'll get everything I can on my own. And then, like, when I need a party for it, like, if I got people interested, cool. If not, I'll kind of just keep it to the side. That's kind of where I'm at with it.
Perfectly fair.
Yeah. So next up, this is the point where, obviously, Glamour, now we're to a point that you can use your Glamour and, like, regardless of the job. So if you want a warrior on a paladin, you could do that. What are your feelings that now you can pretty much glam anything on any job?
At first, again, accessibility, I didn't particularly care one way or the other. But now when I've been experimenting more with different glamours and putting them together, especially with my playthrough with my Aura, where I'm very particular about her outfit at every junction of the story. Like, in Ishgard, I'm wearing a very cold outfit. When I go to the Dravonian Highlands, it changes from being a thick coat to a slightly thinner coat. And even as Lucia's story evolved, her outfits have changed too. She still especially because her initial storyline was her being a Dark Knight. I don't feel like she would change from wearing heavy or heavier armor, so I tend to still put her in fending gear, but she tends to still carry around a scythe and a reaper, so I am getting a little bit more as I experiment with the different builds and storyline stuff. I am also adding more to the way that certain characters' outfits look and stuff. It also lets me be able to wear certain different outfits I like a lot, like the glam that I was for this tier. I'll put it on now, which was this outfit from Vanguard was pretty much what I wore for most of the expansion, and I wore it once they opened up the glamour tier for anyone. I basically wore it no matter what class I was playing.
I see.
'Cause I just thought it was a nice one.
There we go. Okay, there we go. I see. Now is the perfect time. Here's the glam. Now it appears. This is when idle camera was like, yeah, now you can see it.
Yeah.
It took a bit. That's awesome. That's really, really cool.
Mhm.
Obviously mine was actually based off my VTuber, my 2.0 remake, and that's kind of what the outfit is as close as it can be to what I actually have. So that's what I have it based off of. But yeah, I mean, that was really nice that now you're able to do it for multiple classes. I think that was a nice change.
Also, glam colors.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
All of them being just kind of 2 to 3 different types of colors, rather than it being like my inventory having 20 different inks at any one time. It's so. If they're not going to give me more backpack spaces, making my current backpack spaces more efficient is going to go just so much further.
Right, exactly. Like, it's a nice little, that was a nice touch, especially, yeah, all the dye is now 3 different channels of dye. And the fact that right now, some of the gear is, 2 channels of dye. So if you wanted to change certain aesthetics of your, like, pieces, you're like, oh, I want this to be kind of look different. You can hit that. Now, obviously, it isn't perfect, but it is really cool that you can now double dye, like, a piece of gear. Next up on the list here, as you probably recall, we pretty much are now to the point that with the trust system, now everything from Rumbleborn all the way up to basically Dawn Trail has trust involved. Now, they recently did an update with the non-MSQ dungeons, like Cutter's Cry, Arm Vale. What are your feelings on that?
I have... So, my feelings kind of tend to be a little bit continuous of what happened with Shadowbringers, but a bit less kind of reluctant to use it myself. Having used it a little bit more myself in my casual stream plays when I'm just going through the story and enjoying the story myself, I have found that I like using the trusts to not have to wait around, because my main character, Kikyo, my alt character that I've been going through the story, is a monk main who when she gets to Stormblood, will also have Gunbreaker. And my other character, Deja, who is Viera character, is just a mage character all the way down. So queue times can be really painful for DPS, especially the closer we get to an end of an expansion.
Yeah.
And her being me being able to just go in with trusts and do the storyline and not have to worry about finding somebody in the middle of a stream is really great. So again, it continues to be I like the accessibility. I don't like taking multiplayer out of the MMO. I don't like taking one of the M's out of the MMO, but it no longer acts as a roadblock for people who might have problems finding queues, or who might not be interested in the multiplayer part of the game, who are just like, I know I have a friend who's like, to him, FF14 is not a multiplayer game. It is a single player game that he has to interact with other people. He's not interested in doing anything outside of crafting, doing the story, and then doing stuff like Eureka and Moja and that content. Like, outside of that content, he doesn't play. He doesn't raid. He doesn't do the he only does the alliance raids to get gear. He doesn't do the alliance raids because he wants to. He just does alliance raids so he has gear for the next set of quests, so he's not gear blocked, and that's all he does with it.
And yeah, so sometimes it's how it is, like some people will, and and I agree that definitely this stuff unfortunately does take out, because as you played WoW, I played Final Fantasy XI. Community usually is a big key with a lot of MMOs in general. I mean, with Final Fantasy XI, back in the day, they gave you vague hints on what to do, and it was like, okay, and someone had to spend hours and hours just to find something simple as, okay, how do I do this one quest from here to here? And it was a story mission, and it would take weeks at times.
I remember in when I discovered modding in World of Warcraft and did what was it, Quest Finder or whatever. It was so nice to just grab a bunch of quests, have something to point me where I needed to go, do them all real quick, and then come back and turn them all in, rather than trying to figure out which specific boar in the barrens of these 5 different boars did I need to kill for the one item I needed to give this one random Tauren in the middle of Crossroads.
Right? God.
Just for him to give me the next quest to go fight the next set of boars.
Oh my god.
It's
yeah, definitely an experience. So strategy boards actually came in this expansion. What are your feelings on it, and did you jump on the memes?
First of all, yes. I don't know if you want to. This has been my favorite one, and I know you're in the passive mode, but if you want to show it off for a second, this one's just perfect.
Yes, please go ahead. I will. I'm okay with that.
This would be share with party.
Yes.
as the locals I boss you Panic Bird, I have appreciation for this one.
Everything birds. There you go, guys. Just real quick to see the chat. That's great.
But unironically, the strategy board is really great, especially for my team, where we regularly there's a few members of my team who have side jobs. One of our team members is part of a symphony. One of our members is a teacher who occasionally has to go on field trips and take his kids to like X place and just doesn't get back in raid time. So the strategy boards have been really nice because they give us, here's the strategy we're going to be using. Here is your position in the strategy we're going to be using. Here you go to catch up. Now that you know exactly how we're planning on doing it, we're going to go and practice it a few times so you can get it under your belt, which really helps those members who are not in as frequently as some of the other team members. And I think I am honestly ashamed to, like, I didn't know to copy some DBZ abridged stuff. Never have I known that I wanted something so badly and didn't have it until I received it.
Yeah,
I didn't know I wanted this as badly as I did until they finally gave it to me, and I'm like, yes, we should have had this sooner.
I do. Now I have it. Yes.
Yeah, it's so just perfect, and you can even update it in real time to show the strategy of, oh, this is how it's going to move. So you can actually show it in real time while you're explaining the mechanic to somebody, and you can talk it through and be like, hey, this is how this works. This is how that mechanic is going to move, so that you're paying attention, that you're seeing it, you're understanding where you're going to go, and it's just so good.
All right.
I could keep going on for a while.
Strategy boards are great.
I know we're already running past time.
It's okay. As I said, we're here for the fun of it, so I'm all good. Next up on the list here, we'll go ahead and we'll start now talking about actual content that's been added to the game. First thing we're going to talk about is Cosmic Exploration. Have you touched it?
I have not. It's something I know I need to do for crafting, but I have not touched it. This is kind of going to get into the thing with Dawn Trail. I'm not so much burnt out on I am getting burnt out on FF14 at this point, but that wasn't the feeling at the start of Dawn Trail. But I definitely have found myself being very uninterested in a lot of the things added in this expansion. To preface, this is when I'm going to start being a little bit more negative and critical of Final Fantasy XIV.
That's okay. I mean, at the end of the day, we hit those moments, and then sometimes, as I said, like, I was very critical back about Stormblood, but I revisited and I kind of have a better, fresher perspective. Now, there's still moments, things I still don't like about it, but I'm more appreciative than I was before. And sometimes it's what it is. You just need a break, you need to walk away from it, and then come back and you get a little more of a fresh appreciation for things that you might have missed out on. So, next up, Occult Crescent, or some people like to call it Croissant. Have you touched it?
Croissant.
Croissant.
I have done enough of it that I'm nearly finished with my tier 2 of my relic. I really, really hate this content, and I can't believe I've even gotten. I'm impressed with myself to even get this far.
I see. So since you did bring up tier 2, are you still working on your relic weapon? Is it more on the slower side, or?
I'm at the point where I need to do, and this is more of a personal time thing. I need to do the high level dungeon quests for Aether Everywhere, which is the last thing I need to do for the second tier. I want to finish it. I don't know if I'm going to go past tier 3, but I really want the tier 2 Astro weapon. So I also really want the tier 3 Astro weapon, though I want the tier 4 machinist weapon. So I'm not looking forward to farming all those.
Well, the good news is
tombstones.
Well, the good news, it's to be tombstones, but yeah, definitely the grind after that. Next up on here is the Monster Hunter Wilds collab. Did you have to do that fight?
I did the fight, and then I recently did the Savage, and it was fun. It's a little wild because it has the Monster Hunter in 14 problem. It's just a really hard to read fight while you're trying to do it, but it's no harder than any of the other extremes. In fact, I think I've had more trouble with Inuo than I had with Inuo and Doomtrain than I had with that fight specifically. But
okay.
I think it's harder than Sphene or Valley Garmanda.
Okay.
Of which I call Valley Girl Amanda because of somebody else in my Discord. Yeah. Hey,
oh
hope you're doing well, gay.
Right? Like, Yeah, no, I know I touched it briefly. I still did the EX like one time. I haven't gone back in, but I have done the normal mode, and I think I've gotten it a few more times. Right.
I wasn't expecting him to actually be in the goblin thing.
Oh my god, that's great.
That was great.
That was good. So next up on the list, I do have to ask, the new variant dungeon, Merchant's Tale. Did you have to touch that?
I touched the variant. I haven't done the Savage. I like the storyteller aspect of it. I think it has an interesting story to it. It still feels kind of, I don't know, maybe it's because I haven't done all the paths yet. It feels like to get the correct ending, you have to do all the other endings, and then you can go get the correct one, which just feels weird. So yeah, I'm still working my way through that, but it was still an interesting addition to the game. Again, no complaints. It's content I feel like I would really love. I just need to find time for, and I just don't have time for.
Yeah. Because I think at the end of the day, as long as you look specifically carefully, you may miss on things for those. I have all the notes and whatnot. I haven't done Criterion or even like the Savage version of it, but yeah, that's a thing for me and my wife will do. We'll jump in, we'll do like variant dungeons together, just because it's nice little casual content, gives a little bit of a challenge, especially this time, because when I did the first set of variant dungeons, I was on Gunbreaker and she was on Summoner, and then since I main Viper throughout this entire expansion, I was Viper and she was like on Bard or Summoner. And half the time she'd be like, "Oh, I'm taking hate from you." I'm like, "God damn it, let me hit this voke button that I have to make sure." And then I just have cure from well, actually at that point I end up just making sure to have like the Rampart ability just to make sure I don't die to tank busters.
Yeah.
The little fun things you could do with that.
Yeah, I've always found the little additions to be interesting and just a nice touch.
Alright, before we actually talk about the raid series, have you, the Alliance raids, what we call the Echoes of Vana'diel, what were your feelings on the ones that you have done?
I've done all of them. I've done all the content for the Alliance raids. I was not as super big into 11 I definitely played it more like once every 2 or 3 months with a friend who was just really into it.
Mhm.
So I didn't have as much context as I wish I had for them, but for my experiences from the raid tier, I enjoyed myself. I thought it for a character who um I'll get into this when we get to the storyline. For a character I feel like didn't deserve a redemption arc, Zoruja being tied to the Alliance raid and showing his
Oh,
why he
that'd be butt
actually
cool.
did deserve his redemption arc was
Uh,
was actually a very nice and very
it'd be
enjoyable
Baku Jaja. Saraja
Bakul
was,
Jaja.
yeah,
You're
Baku
right.
Jaja. Yeah, Saraja is the one we had to fight it and never keep in. Yeah, that
Yeah, which I'll
guy.
get into my
Yeah.
quote unquote again somebody be trying to be justified on what they did, still not being good, and I'm just have to
Yeah,
get to that
no, I
story
get you.
part.
No, I get you. Yeah, for me, definitely Alliance raids were definitely a lot of fun. For me, who's also played Final Fantasy XI in his childhood, I remember when it first was announced, I was hyped because I was like, holy shit, Final Fantasy XI is getting its own Alliance raid series. And I'll be real, I thought that wasn't going to happen. I thought that would never be a thing. Because I'm like, people know about 11, but they're not going to really care for something like that. But then when they announced it, because they were doing it for the 20th anniversary, I'm like, well, fuck yeah, now I'm in this.
Hmm.
I was like, this is now worth. Oh my god.
Yeah,
So,
it was
but
it was
yeah,
good.
I really enjoyed
Again,
it.
I don't have the context, but the fights were just they were good and enjoyable, and
Yep.
from what I understand, a few of them were even memes on things that happened in universe or
Yep, and there
in the
was,
games.
and yeah, and actually the best part is a lot of the dialogue you listen to through Juno is stuff that actually happened, said in shouts and stuff like that. So that's like a fun little tidbit. And I was like, yes, they did the thing. Dragoon, Samurai, looking for party. Yep, that was real. That was real. So it's one I could be here about forever, but we got other things to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
So next up, since we talked about the Alliance raid, we're now going to go ahead and talk about the raid series, the 8-man raid series, the Arcadian. Your
Right.
feelings?
In terms of theming, Arcadian has the best normal tier raid theming. Period. I like there is no callbacks to anything. There's no like like standing on pomp and circumstance. Here is you being somebody who likes to go get into fights, going and throwing hands in a wrestling arena. Every fight had its own music. Every fight had its own story. They were very, very like I'm not the biggest wrestling fan, but I had friends who are wrestling fans, both in my raid team and in real life, talking about how well presented the Arcadian did the different themes for wrestling in them. I think they were really well done. I think the normal raid was the perfect level of a perfect blend of very casual difficulty, but not necessarily being overwhelmingly difficult like some of the other fights can be. Like I know I brought it up with Titan earlier, where Titan was kind of like my white whale in terms of difficulty for a while.
Yeah.
I don't feel like any of the fight, and maybe it's just because I'm a more experienced raider at this point, but I didn't feel that way for any of the fights in it. I would say my big complaint for the normals was that you could tell for the 12 fight, even though it had the coolest music out of any of the fights, you could tell for the 12 fight that they had saved everything cool for the Savage, and that disappointed me a little bit because it was the ultimate final normal fight. Give me some challenge. Give me some challenge. That fight was not a challenge.
Right.
I
Now,
say having regularly still doing it and watching people die all the time.
yeah, right. Yeah, I definitely think for sure they definitely did well. I used to love wrestling as a kid, but later on, of course, I kind of grew out of it, probably around the time high school slash probably like, or maybe the brief college time that I've had. And, I thought the story was it was fun. It was a lot of fun. All, like I said, like all different themes. That was what made it really hype, was the fact that it didn't feel like I was going into it and I was like, every single one had like, one or two had the similar songs, and then like 3 or 4 were different. Like every single battle was different. even all the Savage phases were different.
and even the 3 songs that overlapped, M1, M4, and M12 Part 2.
Yeah.
Each of them were individual to their fights. They just had overlapping tones to them.
Tones and melodies. Yeah, you could definitely tell. But it was still one of those really, because you can, like, at first, I'll be real, I didn't really even hear it until people kept saying it. I was like, what? About M4. Like, oh, it has, like, M1. Oh, you can hear, like, M4, you know, in it. And I was like, what? Yeah. And I wasn't keen on it till I kind of went back and listened to it a few more times. I was like, oh, okay, you know what? I now can see the connection. It just wasn't clicking to me right away. I was like, what connection are y'all talking about? And then I went,
but it's there. Considering that it's the sibling fight, it's like, it makes sense that that's the way.
Yeah, it should be right. Yeah, they should have that kind of connection of some sort. Definitely. So I'll go into my stuff briefly about Savage.
Yeah, I was going to do my Savage thing because I only talked about the normals.
Yeah, let's go.
So
give me your Savage story.
The first tier was the first tier in 1 through 4 was also the first tier that my team has completed on content, and we even got everybody on the raid team, 7 out of 8 members, got their mounts on content. Unfortunately, I did not get my main mount until much later. And I mean much later. I think like 4 months later we took a break from the current tier, and I'm like, all right, you fucks, we're going back into 4 and we're getting me my mount. You guys owe me one. I got the rest of you one. You guys can help me get my damn wheel. So we went back in and we got me my wheel. However, and a lot of it was more inter-team dynamics, and not in a bad way. We had a lot of people change up between first tier and second tier, change the roles. I became caster because I got really big into Black Mage, especially because they just changed up how Black Mage worked they got rid of the timer, which made it a lot easier to manage fire and ice phases. So I wanted to do that, and worst comes to worst, I could always play Red Mage, which was a class I still love and enjoy. The Red Mage, the Pictomancer that was on our team in Tier 1 left because they got a bit burnt out, and then when they came back, they just wanted to do Party Finder. They really didn't want to rejoin the team, which was perfectly fine. We replaced the team member with somebody else who wanted to change up what they were doing. They ended up playing tank for a bit, and then one of our main tank ended up going and playing melee for a while. So we had a big shakeup of the team, so I wasn't expecting quite the same performance, but we definitely have a little bit more struggle. And then when other team members swapped back around, because we didn't have the proper gear in places, we had more weeks to go. But I think that's all irrelevant. As much as I would like to blame problems with the team, M6 was just an unfair fight. The ad phase for M6, we got to the 4th phase of, which feels like it's wrong for me to say 4th phase of. But we got to the 4th group of ads, and it's like, okay, we need to somebody take the ads away from Sugar Riot. We should be back to just fighting her. And the bad part is from what I understand, if we had gotten past the ads, we would have just been done with the fight. There was more mechanics, but they weren't nearly as difficult as the ads.
I hear that, and I definitely heard a lot about the stories about M6. But,
I'm surprised the team didn't break. And I think the reason my team didn't break up there because of M6 was because we ended up doing blind extremes. Because usually I do the extremes on content, and in Shadowbringers I did, but in this expansion I just didn't have the time. So we did it as just content we did in place of doing raids. We did them blind, and everybody was having a good time trying to figure out what the mechanics were, how they work, and how to interact with them. So that went well. And then the current tier happened, and again, this is not anybody on my team's fault. The problem is we got to the tower for M10, where the healers go in the tower, and then you're kind of just stuck dealing with that. I've progged to that point twice with with multiple different replacements, and by the time we got to the 3rd one, I was just like, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. We're still stuck on the same prog point, and also have done 9 not once but twice. I just can't do these fights anymore, which sucks because I really wanted to see 11, and I really want to do 12, and I'm just I'm so burnt out on the Savage rating right now.
Nah, and that's absolutely understandable. That's what happened to me. Like, so my story is obviously I party findered the first tier, with my friend Crypty. Me and him both went through it together because he was healer. I went Viper. He was upset that I played because I claimed Viper right away, and he's like, "Damn it!" And so he's like, "I'll go healer." And I was like, "Okay." So we did that, and we probably hit the tier pretty hard. We actually beat it on like week 5, in Party Finder, because we were just wanting to hammer it out. We beat the first 2 fights in week 1, and then we beat the third fight on week 2. But we were like at it, like we were just like banging our heads against it, constantly trying to get the right party for it. And it took until basically me and him teamed up with one of our other Zybot 2 members, Alchemy, and her friend and their friend Revan, and we all jumped in. We were like, okay, and then it was like the last pull magic. They're like, okay, this is the one. It was like on a Saturday morning, and it was like, okay, this is the last pull. We're gonna try this. And in that last pull, we got the clear, and it was like, I was like, oh my god, on week 2, let's go. And I said I was really proud of that because usually it takes about like 2 or 3 weeks to probably clear like the first fight for me or something like that. So the fact I beat the first 2 fights in week 1, because I was shocked I beat M2S in week 1 because I thought I was going to beat that in week 2. So I was like, whoa, I'm actually kind of proud about this one. I'm like, holy shit, I wasn't thinking this. I was just not expecting this. And then when we beat M4S, it was week 5. And then I was stuck with, like, I had all my other pieces. All I needed was my weapon. And I was spending probably about 7 weeks until I finally got my weapon. And then we had to do one more week because that would be my 8th week. And that would give me another weapon anyway. And, well, I still didn't have the mount. So I was constantly getting rolled on the mount. And so we did one more week. I said, Crypty, if I don't get the wheel on this week, I'm done. Because I was getting really burnt out. I was like, okay, if we don't get this one more time, I'm done. And I got lucky. I finally got it. And I was like, okay, I can take a little break right before we get into doing things in Fru. And then I did Fru, and I completely burnt out after that. And I did not do the second tier at all because I was burnt out at that point. And I'll get into story-wise why I also did not help my burnout.
We'll be there soon too.
Yeah. And then the third tier, I decided to aim more on the casual approach. I didn't do it right away as soon as it came out, so I aimed more casually to do it. And I remember being, I think we beat M9S in like 2 weeks. I think it took like only 2, because we only did like, I did our 4 hours a day and did it twice a week. So we beat it within like the 2nd week in PF. Obviously, in PF, you're still waiting hours on end sometimes, so you may not get a group right away. So that was really nice. M10S took forever, and mostly I stopped at one point anyway because I was getting caught up with other things. And I remember getting the mechanic I mostly got stuck on. I really wanted to prog, and just no group could get there. Was split arena. And that was the main prog point that most PS would get stuck on. And I'm like, I need this so I can finish this. I want to get there. And every party I've gotten into that says split arena prog, nah, it's bubble prog. And I'm like, dude, I know how to do this. Let me skip this mechanic. Let me, please. We should be on this mechanic that we're supposed to be progging, and I'm not getting the prog. And that I didn't get a clear of that until basically Crypty decided that poke Alc, and we got all the few friends came together. We just got a page clear just to say, all right, we got the clear finally. Jesus Christ. Like, I was stuck. PF just was not doing the mechanics. I was like, this is so brutal. And then we tried M11 briefly until basically it was time for me to focus on the show. Because I said I won't be going back into, probably, if I get back into raiding, it won't be until I'm done with all the things and things are more situated. But, dude, I was like, you gotta be kidding me, man.
No,
it took me so long.
I get you.
So,
Unfortunately, I'm reaching like a mild burnt out level. I was going to go ahead of my raid team and do PF stuff as well, or try to put together a group between different Zybot members and other people who wouldn't mind. Like, I didn't really care about the gear. I was just like, hey, can we just get through this? But it just, every time I tried to get the energy to put it together, the energy just kind of fell apart, and I just didn't have
and that's fair,
the time or want worth.
Right, yeah.
It's like, exactly. I want to go fight Kefka, but I need to get through. other things first.
Yeah. So for now, I just got, there's a lot else going on too. So like I'll work on those things, and then when things calm down and I want to go back into it, I will.
Yeah.
All right. So, you kind of already, I guess, since you touched on this briefly, you touched the extremes, and
Yeah.
okay. All right.
I've completed all the extremes, but in a woe.
Okay.
I think the only extreme I just out and out dislike was Zoraja. I do not like. I cannot read the mirror uh, floors part of it, which just is 90% of the mechanics, or not 90, but it's like 40% of the mechanics you do in that fight, which just make it difficult.
Okay.
I could probably, when we go to do wing farming soon, I'm probably just going to be able to brute force it, just because we super outgear that fight at this point.
Yeah, you should be able to. Pretty much, if you do it just right. I think right now, most parties I did when I'm doing Zoraja get to right as they when you have to kind of go and break tethers and that kind of thing. I think that's like if you have the good amount of DPS, you should be able to kill them before you have to do all those mechanics. I believe.
Yeah.
It's been a bit since obviously I have all the wings at this point, but yeah, that was about what that was.
Yeah. Beatrice was probably, as a Final Fantasy IX fan, Tactics is my favorite game of all time, but 9 is my favorite mainline Final Fantasy game.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the different fights that were wrapped around that were very interesting to do. I do like the Necron fight as well. I have completed that one. That was an interesting fight to complete. Doom Train was. I love Doom Train. I think that's unironically my favorite. I hate the weapons. I hate that they make train noises when I pull them out.
Yeah.
But I unironically love the fight as a whole. I think it's just a fun fight, and the different reactions that are happening throughout the fight are just entertaining.
Yeah.
In a woe, it feels like a baby Savage fight almost. Like I progged it a few weeks, and it's just like, man, this feels harder than your typical extreme, but otherwise it's fine.
I gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
It is the last extreme fight. I'm not gonna hold it against it too hard.
Yeah, like for me, I definitely could see where people struggle with the fight, because there are moments where you're just like, huh? But like I've gotten used to I definitely know there's some moments where you're just like, eh. But mostly thankfully as DPS, I just go, oh, if I know if my healer knows what they're doing, cool. I just follow them as long as I know I'm in the right group. Unless it was some other different mechanics later on, but for the most part, if I knew where my healer was going, okay, perfect. Or oh, I might be in too close or too far. But
yep.
I'm always down to help. I just tell this to everybody here. If people need help with things like old or mount farms, or you guys need wings, I'm always down to help. I love being able to help people get that stuff.
Not sure if you're in my raid Discord, but I'll throw you. If I don't do it, Lynn's just gonna do it when she comes to do the interview. So I'll throw you to invite and save her some time.
Alrighty. So next up, I got here on the list is we are now going to talk about MSQ. What were your feelings?
All right. I knew we were gonna get here. I knew I was gonna have to talk about this at some point.
Yes.
I will continue my summary by starting it off on the wrong foot. With very few exceptions that I will point out, because I like to talk about the positives and the negatives, I did not like Dawn Trail's story on many levels. There were parts of it I do like. There's some characters I do really love that were introduced. But for the most part, I had an overall negative experience in enjoyment. This is I have played Final Fantasy XIV consistently with a sub since Heavensward. And Dawn Trail's the first time I have actually legitimately just stopped playing the game and only played during my raid times. That has not happened up to this point. I usually will still get on and do my expert dailies even during Endwalker, and I don't even do that. I'm so defeated about this story. And Dawn Trail was going to have a fight, because it's coming after both a great epic arc being the Heidelin Zodiarch epic, and a relatively fantastic mini arc with Zero and Golbez. So it had some stiff competition of story that it had to manage. And for me, it failed in nearly every way. Now, I'm gonna start with the positives. We're gonna be good to it first. I'm gonna be good to the story. Everything in the 7.0 storyline from Vanguard onward, I was having a pretty good time with. Even the scene that everybody makes fun of in memes in the early expansion, the Wooklamot scene with Sphene in the final trial fight, was. I actually did not have a problem with that, other than that. And that was not the voice actress's fault. That was definitely the people who were trying to the voice lead. Voice direction. The voice directions was the failure point there. I do not, and I feel like people give Wooklamot's voice actress way too much flack that she does not deserve. That she is a person. You guys need to treat her as a person. Cool. Now that I got that out of the way, Wooklamot's the worst part of Dawn Trail.
Okay.
I as somebody who in their free time writes as a hobby, the concept that you as a main character are acting as a mentor to a new hero with a great destiny ahead of them and teaching them the things they need to do to become a great leader and protector and fighter and warrior in the future is a fantastic concept that I think really could have been great. And the first part of the storyline already felt like an entire expansion by itself. Like, everything from when you get on Tuliolo to, like, Wooklamot. I got to Wooklamot becoming the Vow alongside Kona.
Yeah.
And I was just like, man, and you're telling me I'm only level 95? I thought the expansion was done. We've already gone through as much hours of story as I did in the entirety of freaking Stormblood, it feels. Just on cutscene alone, because the cutscenes were so long, and it felt like such a slog that I was not 100% interested in. And like I said, I'm trying to talk positive, but like it's just like, oh god, it was an interesting concept, and it's like, okay, we got to the end of the of Wooklamot's little mini hero arc. Cool. We're gonna go to Shalone. It'll be great. We're gonna go explore Texas and be our and really kind of get a good feel and really get to that let's go be an adventurer and learn about this new world that we got to be a part of and resolve problems in the way that adventurers resolve problems, with good old-fashioned ultraviolence. And every time we went to do something, someone else did it instead. And I had not one, while streaming this, I had not one, but 2 individual rants in Shalone about how I was hating the story. I had the rant right before I went on vacation to see my mother when the game dropped, because the game happened to drop around the time I was about to go on and see my mom for vacation. Yeah. So I had the first rant I had, which was me just admitting finally to everyone I'm just not having a good time with the story. I'm trying my best, but it's just not enjoyable. And then me coming back, and then I did the duel where it's like, okay, I'm back. I'm gonna, let's go get this bad cop and put him in jail. And the freaking duel was done by fucking anime protagonist wannabe number 12. And it's just like, you're telling me I don't even get to resolve the problem? Are you for real? After that I broke down and had another rant about hating the story. It was so just earth-shatteringly enraged by that point, because I was willing to accept I wasn't the main character in Wooklamot's story and accept that I was just in 5-man band terms, I was 1 part mentor to 2 parts powerhouse. I was the person who was going to make sure that Wooklamot got to the end and became a Vow, and that Kryl got to find out about her earring and what Galoof got up to, and I was going to be there to make sure that these 2 characters, who were obviously more important characters, which don't even get me started on Kryl's lack of storyline in this story. To be fair, she had more storyline than she's probably had in the past. To be unfair, she was definitely set up to be the most important Scion in this story, and she might have been, but it definitely didn't matter because the Scions were not important to the story. Oh god, I'm so and then I did Vanguard. Vanguard was and I'm going to be fair about this too. All the dungeons and the trials were fantastic. I did love them in playing them, with the exception of one which I'll get to later. And even then I still love the dungeon. I just hate Calyx. All the dungeons were great, and Vanguard was probably peak in terms of just interesting concepts. I like you open up with a train that you ram. I wish we had a little bit of dungeon like fights of trying to fight things off while we were on the train, and then that section ended with the train crashing into the wall, and then we had more ads. I think that would have been cool, but hey, I'll still take it what it was, and we had a lot of fun with the dungeon. The dungeon was so good, and I got to you get to the Heritage Found and Solution 9, and I'm having a good time. For once, Wooklamot is there. She shouldn't be. Wooklamot's there, though. But I'm understanding. I'm enjoying myself. I'm enjoying. I like this new character, Sphene. She seems like she's in a really rough place. She's probably going to be the bad guy because I'm betting 14 is going to pull like she might be the queen that's working under Zoralja, but she's definitely got some sort of vibes going on in the background working with this guy. There's definitely something else going on that we're being hidden from us, which it really wasn't. But and again, she wasn't necessarily evil, but definitely I'm going to protect everybody, even if everybody includes the dead people. But I enjoyed that bit of section story. I didn't enjoy Zorulja having a kid, nor everything around the kid. I don't mind the kid.
Right. I get you.
Bakuja is, or not Bakuja. Galuja is fine. Galujaja was also great. I loved him too. Zorulja having like a minor redemption at the end, I was like, no, the entire thing of everything setting up does not make this character arc make sense. This guy should be regretting that he didn't defeat us, not regretting that what he did was wrong. He hasn't regretted literally anything he's done up to this point.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Yeah, a little bit of an odd twist there.
Him getting the redemption arc he didn't deserve pissed me off. I did like what they did with Wooklamot's nursemaid and how she ended up being turned into the final boss of the level 89 dungeon. That was, or 87 dungeon. It was 89 dungeon. That was cool. Yeah. The memory level 90 dungeon is one of the most peak dungeons since the memory of the finals days dungeon, and I can't tell which one I like more because one of them is Final Fantasy 9 themed, so it's getting a lot of bonus points on that, and the other one is Emmett Selk themed, so I can't tell which one I like more, but they're both great. Yeah, it's just I was having a great time, and then we got to the end, we fought Sphene, and it was great. And then I was back to having a bad time.
Yeah.
I don't think, with the exceptions of small parts that almost entirely circled around Kryl, and also, I can't remember the name. It starts with a T. The Lalafell town. Unless it involved, which that and technically involved Kryl. Treno, thank you. So between Treno and Kryl, those were the only two places I was really having a good time. And even then, Treno got ruined by the fact that Calyx exists. And I'm not going to begin to get into what I hate about Calyx.
Yeah.
But I despise this man. I'm getting worked up.
I,
I do not hate a character in the same way I hate Calyx since Handsome Jack from Borderlands 2. And
oh my
Handsome Jack at least
god.
earned my ire by the end of that game. Calyx I hated out the fucking gate. I will admit the only thing I liked about Calyx was he started off by just trying to kill us immediately rather than trying to beat around the bush.
Yeah.
He's like,
He was,
I'm gonna hit you with the biggest fucking lightning bolt of all lightning bolts.
yeah.
And you walked it off. Okay, I need to approach this differently. Obviously trying to kill you out the gate. It did not work.
We know his objection is what he objective, what he wants to do.
Yeah, he obviously wants to kill us for a reason, which you find out later is just because he wants to get back the thing you have.
Yeah.
The hourglass. The hourglass MacGuffin.
Yeah, it's the hourglass MacGuffin.
Yeah. But I think the biggest problem I have with Calyx is that he was born a sick kid who became a nihilist. And as somebody who was born a sick kid and hates nihilism, I just despise that this is a character that I should. And the problem is this happens with a bunch of sick, smart characters. I don't think I've ever seen one in media that I've liked. I've just seen them in media in a way that I tolerated. Outside of anime tends to do the thing really well. But like the more I interacted with Calyx, the more I just was even more negative on Dawn Trail. And then we finally killed them. I finally had the catharsis of this man being gone. I did not have to deal with him in the story anymore. Then we got to the end of Trino, and a fucking squirrel doll showed up, and guess whose voice is coming out of it?
You think he's gone, do you? He's back.
I went from being so excited about 7.4 to being literally miserable when he started talking. I was literally like borderline. I couldn't tell if I was unbelievably if I was unbelievably earth-shatteringly fuck-ass mad, which I haven't. I've been really good about swearing, but that was the level of angry I was at. Or if I was just so miserably sad that this man was still alive. This nihilistic child was still alive. He does not deserve to be called a man. This man never grow up past being a toddler.
No. And that's something I can totally get behind and understand. Like, definitely Calyx's character was definitely one that definitely I did not immediately have love for. They tried to use some kind of like, he was sick or whatever, but I just feel like at the end of the day, it definitely how when you kind of bring it up that way, I'm like, oh god.
I am very negative to nihilism as a whole. And he exists as literally the definition of a nihilistic character, and I just can't. I can't with him. It's
maybe who knows? Maybe we'll deal with him and finally kill him for good and Evercold. Who knows?
I am fearful because they kind of already mildly implied it. I'm fearful they're going to give him a redemption arc. I live in fear that Evercold is going to give him a redemption arc he does not deserve.
Who knows? Maybe he'll die. Who knows?
He dies in 7.55, but I'm not holding my breath for that because they just made a new doll for him.
Yeah, I'll just say this: the low expectations, keep it low. We just keep it low enough, and things surprise. Like, holy shit, that's a surprise.
Yeah, no, just me. My expectations cannot be any lower.
Now, I definitely, in the boat, I definitely thought most likely was okay. I definitely did have. I always called Wilco Mott as an okay character, only because when we finally got her up to the point where she she got to be the Vow of Resolve. I was like, cool, that should be it. And then next moment she comes back in her adventures and still kind of makes the same mistakes like she did before, and I'm like, did you not learn anything? So to me, I definitely do feel like the 7.X storyline definitely lacked quite a few things. But I did enjoy, for me personally, I did enjoy the fact that I was a side character throughout most of the story, because I kind of always saw myself more as a side character than a main character. Always like to guide people and do things like that. So instinctively, that stuff is something I did enjoy. It's like, oh, I'm a side character for once. Okay, cool. I still affect the story, but I'm just in the side helping affect the story instead of being the main character of the story.
And that is a completely, like I said, as an author, I found that to be an interesting approach to the story, and I completely understand liking it. Again, all my complaints, I hope it doesn't take away.
No.
I hope my passion shows why I'm upset, because I still love this game. I'm just passionate about being mad about it. No, I want that.
And that's the thing. That's your point. You're passionate because you're feeling like this is my feeling on it. And yeah, like that doesn't take away from it, because like at the end of the day, as I kind of always admit, I actually kind of mentioned this as kind of thing for the show. There's the good, there's the bad, and even there's the ugly. You know, so not everything's perfect.
And the ugly thing about it is just Dawn Trail did not resonate into me outside of the normal raids and a couple of other things. It really was, I guess, the raid tier and a couple of other things. Dawn Trail just really didn't sit with me at all. Getting the energy to do anything. I usually by the end of the second tier have all of my characters to max level. I don't even think I've managed to get that far yet. I think I still have 1 healer to do, 3 tanks to do, which usually they're the first ones done, and 2 DPS still left.
Okay.
Not including limited jobs, of which I do not count.
All right.
Yep.
All right. With that,
there's still a lot left.
So with that though, I think we'll go ahead and we'll get ready to move on to Evercold. So hold on back, unless you have something else to add.
No, I think Evercold will be a little bit more of a brief, a brief bit.
All right, so let's go ahead and get to the Evercold stuff. We'll be back, guys. Alrighty, folks, we are back, and now we're in Evercold. We're going to do some spitball questions for Evercold, and then some ending questions. So first thing, we're going to go ahead and talk about, we'll try to keep these as a little bit more brief as possible. What are your feelings about the new tank and the potential new fizz range?
Okay, so as the Burb person, the potential new fizz range being Falconeer, I think is what I keep hearing.
Yeah.
I'm excited about. I would love to have Burb as weapon, and whatever else could be like wrapped around it. So I've actually been talking with my team that if that's actually the case, I would like to swap to being maining it. And it's actually leading me to playing machinist during our fill time, trying to see how well we can make it work with 2 fizz range.
Okay.
Considering that fizz range tend to be a little bit on the lower DPS end, it's going to be kind of fun and tricky to learn, but I think we can make it work.
Yeah.
I'm gonna here at the Lucia Evercold opinions, we're going to be controversial as hell. Bulwark is like the most unimaginative class, I feel.
Okay.
I'm going to be the person that comes out and say it. The idea of a tank not having one shield, but two shields is boring. And it feels really unimaginative, like something a 7-year-old would have come up with a while ago.
So, no, that's not it. That's valid.
I don't want to take away from other people's excitement, but that is it. And if it's like Gunbreaker was for me, I'll probably end up actually really liking it. But at the moment, as somebody just from the outside looking at what I saw from the previews, it really feels unimaginative.
And that's fair, because at the end of the day, we don't know for sure how it's going to play out later on. But like, you could like say, you know what, I might not have expectations for this right now, and
the Lalafell memes with the shields is the best part of Bulwark.
Right.
The I can't touch the ground because my two shields are holding me up. That's the best.
All right. Next, I have to ask the combat system, Evolved and Reborn combat system. Your opinion?
I think it's actually really good. And I think I would not have this opinion if I was not a married man to somebody who wasn't a gamer but is trying to become one. I think, and I told my wife this, I'm like, let's try getting you back into the game after the next expansion drops, because I think the evolved playstyle will be a little bit more easier for somebody who does not actually have gaming fundamentals in the way that my wife does not have gaming fundamentals. And it'll be much more approachable for people trying to learn how to video game. I think it's actually, again, I very much weigh accessibility over just my own personal opinion. And the alternate way, I don't remember I keep forgetting what the two different ways are called. But you still have the old way. Yeah, you still have the reborn way to play. Like it's not disappearing. It's not running away. I think I heard of. Oops, I ended up popping out of the chair. I think I heard that people were talking about that it was supposed to like not be at launch, and I keep being confused because it's like it's gonna be more effort to put Evolve in than to take Reborn away, because Reborn's already there.
So what they're talking about is, well, basically with the new jobs are exclusively going to have the evolved combat system, and from here on forward, every new job added is going to be using the evolved system. The reborn system is everything currently like in Dawn Trail and before Evercold, that people could go and swap between the two.
To be a little pointing out the obvious, to me at least, Reborn's kind of, or Evolved has kind of already been low-key being pushed into the game since, I don't know, probably Reaper. Like, they keep on putting buttons over top of your buttons, and I don't think people have noticed that yet. That
it's been a thing
our buttons have been doing that for a while.
Even Viper too. Like Viper's like exactly like that. You can like hit your button, it hits your next button, your combo. It's been like that. It's slowly
Pictomancer, I think, very specifically sticks out the most for me, because every one of your spells is a difference. It's I'm pushing one over and over again for my 1, 2, 3 combo. But one changes from, I think it's like turquoise to yellow to red or whatever. But you get it. It's they already it already existed as a concept in this game before this point. I don't think people should be as negative on it as well. Also, as somebody who plays on both keyboard and then occasionally on my Steam Deck, it'll be nice for the controller settings to not have as many buttons I need to flip through.
Right, yeah. Completely fair. Your opinions about dailies becoming in weeklies?
I don't have an opinion about it yet. I need to see it in action.
That's fair. All right, that's fair enough. The new Alliance Raid series that was announced. Your feelings on that?
Okay, now we get to go be negative again. My least favorite anime of all time is Neo Genesis Evangelion. This is because a young 10-year-old Lucia with one of his first, good, I don't want to say paychecks, but basically I worked for my dad cutting yards while he was starting his lawn care business. And so my first big paycheck, I bought the first 2 or 3, I think it was only 2 seasons of a movie of Evangelion, because this cool Gundam wing-like ass show with cool mechs that look more humanoid and demonic seems really cool, and Oh my god, was I never more disappointed in an anime than that.
Oh,
Never
okay.
felt like I had wasted more money in my life than in that moment. And the
Oh.
worst part was, because I broke the plastic, the store would not take it back.
Oh,
So
I see. Okay, so like now I feel a lot of people were like excited, looking forward to. So that's
I
interesting. Okay.
and my thing is I don't know a lot of people who do like Evangelion. Maybe it's just really popular over in Japan and I just am not aware of it, but it just a lot of people I know do not have positive things to say about this anime, and just me, I am like, oh, cool, the new Alliance raid is about my literal least favorite anime of all time. I guess that's something I don't get to look forward to in the next expansion.
I see. Okay.
People are
Yeah.
about to find a trend in what's coming from these
I
questions, by the way.
yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, definitely. It's something I thought about looking into, but I know some people feel otherwise. So yeah. Okay. Next one is the 8-man race, Final Fantasy VII remake.
So, of the Final Fantasy games, Final Fantasy VII is one of my least favorite Final Fantasies.
Okay.
I told you people are going to start seeing a trend. Um, as far as now, I have not done the remakes, but that's because I have actually played Final Fantasy VII in its entirety, and I'm going to try to keep this quick and brief because I know I'm going to be ruffling some feathers. Um, Final Fantasy VI did depressing sadness better. Final Fantasy IX did depressing war is bad better. Both of them did misery in terms of story better, and in a much more enjoyable way. Uh, the biggest things, in my opinion, that Final Fantasy VII has is uh, main character death, which was actually really annoying because I don't remember if people realize how often you were forced to use Aerith in your party until the end of the game, which, my god, you were forced to use her a lot.
Yeah.
So you had this character who you probably set up as a healer who was no longer in the party, and now you had to find a way to compensate for no longer having a healer in your party. You have, you know, oh yeah, your character died. Cool. I was sadder about a character called Alcade dying in .hack GU than I was about Aerith dying. I was just like, yay, she can stop taking up an automatic party slot in my party, and I can put Yuffie in there. Woo!
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, I'm about to make some people mad. The absolute I am going to say this positive thing. I liked that Sephiroth was kind of actually really held as he almost felt like a larger than life horror villain, because your interactions with him in through the game until the final fight was very, very minimal. You ended up dealing with Genova more often than you ended up dealing with Sephiroth directly. It's actually probably the one thing I would complain about most in the remake versions is that Sephiroth shows up way too often, and I feel like that he needs to show up less. I will admit that is personal taste, but it really takes away from the mysterious air of the long-haired Bishonen overcompensating sword guy if he shows up every
Yeah.
5 goddamn minutes instead of once killing the president of the company and then just being something you're chasing after until he kills a party member, and then something you're chasing after that. Like it really feels like his mystique has kind of gone down over time rather than going up.
Okay.
And then miserable, angsty, overcompensating sword Bishonen blonde-haired boy is also just not an interesting character. I'm sorry to break it to you, Cloud fans. He's not cool. He's not interesting. As somebody who is a well-documented size queen weapon person, the only thing he's got going for him is an overcompensating weapon. And I'm sorry to break it to you, that does not instantly make a character interesting.
Okay. I do know a
So
lot.
yeah. I could go on for a lot more about why Final Fantasy VII is not as good as people make it out to be, but to wrap up in another point, Final Fantasy VII is just not a game I found interesting. I haven't even been bothered to find out much more about the remakes other than what has been told to me.
Mm-hmm.
And with those two things in mind, I also now have a raid tier that I'm not looking forward to in the next expansion. Just another thing that I get to look forward to not enjoying.
I see it. Okay, and that's I see. So that kind of, now when you told me about that, I was like, okay, that I can see where that was going. Okay, because like I get it. Because like at the end of the day, like I know people who never liked Seven either. Seven's super overhyped, and I will agree with that. Like Seven's a bit overhyped. Don't get me wrong, there's still good ahead its most, but like, it's a bit more hyped than it needs to be.
When I was a very young kid, and I think this is when I did it. When I was a very young kid, I thought it was cool, but then I was able to find out the things that I found about it that were cool was Knights of the Realm as a cast was a cool thing to do. Cloud having a big cool sword was a cool thing. But when I went back and played it again, and when I was older and a little bit more mature and kind of dissected stories a bit deeper than I did as a kid, I was like, wow. Final Fantasy VI did this way better. And then I played Final Fantasy IX, and I'm like, wow, Final Fantasy IX did 7's job way, way better. To be fair, 9 came well after 7, and definitely gets more disrespect than it deserves. But I could rant about 7 till the cows come home.
Okay, so let's go ahead and wrap up. We're gonna go ahead and wrap up some ending questions here, specifically 3. So now I'm gonna say for this question, your top 3. What are your top 3 favorite expansions currently from A Realm Reborn to Dawn Trail?
Top 3 questions from A Realm Reborn to Dawn Trail. Number 1 is Shadowbringers.
Okay.
I'm going to say number 2 right now, and there is a bias to it, would be Heavensward. Shadowbringers, I just feel like was peak. I brought this up in the Shadowbringers sections. There's just very little to complain about in the story, other than one very forgettable character who does not add that much to the story by just not forgetting about him. Number 2 is Heavensward. I am going through it recently, but I remember why this expansion was the reason I got into Final Fantasy XIV as deeply as I did, and I have just been super enjoying being back in this expansion and playing through it. And then number 3, I would say, is Endwalker. Endwalker was when I got back when I started raiding and I got to know my raid team. And the story was a very good send-off to an epic, as well as a very, very good, if feeling a little bit rushed, mini arc at the end of its .x storyline, trying to set up the next bit of future. So that's my 3 breakdown: Shadowbringers, Heavensward, Endwalker.
Awesome. Next up, do you happen to own at least one physical collector's edition of an expansion?
I do not. I have digital copies of the expansions, but unfortunately, when I had to move my physical copies of Burning Crusade and Wrath of the Lich King from Alabama to New Hampshire, I realized the amount of space physical collection editions take up, and I just no longer get those anymore.
Oh, okay.
When you have to move from an apartment every like 4 or 5 years, it just becomes one of those things. It's like I just don't want to keep track of this stuff anymore.
I'm gonna say it's funny you mentioned Alabama because that's actually where I live right now.
I moved from New Jersey. I grew up.
Okay.
I went the other way. I went from Alabama to I went from Mass to Alabama as a very young kid, and then Alabama to New Hampshire.
Okay, because I live in New Jersey and East Coast most of my life. That I went now, but yeah. All right. Final question. What advice would you give to a new player joining Final Fantasy XIV for the first time? It's perhaps their first MMO.
If it's your first MMO, do not treat Final Fantasy XIV like it is a game to complete. Treat Final Fantasy XIV like a television series with 6 seasons in it. You're going to be here. If you are here to play a game by running through its dungeons and farming loot and getting your random stats filled out, this is not going to be the game for you. If you're here for a epic story with stakes that always seem to matter with characters who are very interesting and who everybody who has ever interacted with this game has always found somebody that they like within it. For a community that if you're looking for a community that is probably one of the best MMO communities I've ever had the pleasure of interacting with, at least in game, that's very open to you playing the game and getting the same enjoyment your first time as we did in our first time, then this is going to be a game that you're going to really love. Take your time, learn your mechanics, learn your classes, but more than anything, make sure you just enjoy the story and vibe with it on your first playthrough. Nobody is worried about what happens when you get to the end game content. Nobody who does the daily roulettes are going to be upset when they end up getting into Crystal Labyrinth for the 1500th time that day. That's not true. We'll complain about it, but we'll still be there and we'll still go and do it. You know, everybody who gets to the end, most of us will sit there and wait for you to finish your cutscenes so that you can sit down and enjoy it the way that we did when we had our first times. So if you're getting into this, make sure that you accept that you're in it, that this game is in it with you for the long haul, and it's all about the journey and how you're going to get there in the end.
Yeah, perfect words. That's absolutely some perfect words right there. Now I will just tell people right now we are going to take. I'm gonna take about a half hour, to get ready for our next guest who will be appearing right after here. So I do want to say, Lusha, thank you again for joining. This was a lot of fun,
Yep.
and
Thank you. I had a really good time.
and I literally love the perspectives. I mean, everybody that's joined so far and has been part of the show, I really loved your guys' perspectives of the game, because it's always so nice to hear about the stories and tales, especially since most people I know, and most like Lusha here even, I just met recently. So I don't know. I know they said they played since the Rebel Born, but I didn't know their story till today. So it's one of the coolest things. So we're gonna go ahead and there's a little shout out to Lusha. So if you guys can go give Lusha some love and drop them a follow. They do stream a lot.
We'll be raiding later tonight if you want to come in and see the chaos that is
there
the Cozy
Tano
Raiders.
That was actually kind of funny. Yes.
Yeah, Ray, that was you. That was, oh my god, that was beautifully good timing.
So we are gonna end. So I want you guys to know to stay tuned. Do not go anywhere, because we are gonna start up stream the next half hour with our next guest. So I am gonna go through the ending spiel here, and then I'm gonna get ready for the next part for the stream. So again, thank you all for coming by and hanging out. I really do appreciate it. If you guys aren't already, make sure you're following my channel here. Make sure, of course, to give Lusha a follow over here on Twitch as well. Just keep informed when we go live. I do have a personal Discord here you can join. It's right there. And then all my other stuff. Twitter. Blue Sky. If you're not on YouTube side of things, there's my link to my YouTube. I've been streaming live on both YouTube and Twitch. So you got that going right there. This video will be up on YouTube as well. That's kind of why I'm also stopping the stream, just to make sure things are cut up appropriately. And last and certainly not least, the coffee. If you guys would like to help the channel out, but you guys don't want to use the ways to Twitch, coffee helps out as well. So any tips through coffee or Twitch is kind of currently used just to help me out a little bit in my binds, but hopefully soon I can get back to using it just for the streaming purposes. And again, Lusha, thank you again. And guys, I will see y'all in about 20 minutes or so, around 4 o'clock p.m. CST. So till then.